Welcome to Audiobook. I keep these narrations high quality and completely ad-free, so you can just enjoy the ride. If you appreciate that, subscribing is the best way to support the channel. Alright, let's dive in.
Chapter 151. Beast of Possibility. 2. The sunlight shining through the stained glass colored the white hallway. The wind carrying the energy of autumn was refreshing, but the expressions of the two men facing the briskness were rigid. Brigantes, the capital of the empire. People were walking inside the pure white building erected in the midst of that glorious city. But still, now is not a good time, Bishop Pedro. Two men dressed in red robes. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that the color of the collar around their necks differed. This meeting of cardinals is not the type of gathering that can raise the agenda you're talking about. But, Cardinal. Pedro had the sense that things wouldn't be easy when Cardinal Edward spoke firmly without even looking at him. I know. This meeting was convened because of the heretical religion promoted by the Northern Alliance. But there's much to say. Bishop Pedro arrived at the barony of Utman following a strange energy emanating from the north. However, what awaited him there wasn't an honorable temple, but only a suspicious battle shrouded in all kinds of doubt. What happened at Baron Utman was definitely different from any holy war we've seen before. It was an army that arose according to God's will, yet simply relaxed even as it delved into darkness. The Central Army, which didn't hesitate despite their threats and pleas, only began to move after hearing news of the Northerners approaching. Their behavior, as if they were waiting until the North could no longer bear it, was enough to make Pedro suspicious. I suppose Dragulia's suspects. Cardinal Ch. Edward was startled by Pedro's words and quickly pushed him against the wall. Pedro was also a tall man, but he was defenseless against Edward's urgent shove. Didn't I always say that? Even when you follow God's will, you must always keep your eyes and ears on your surroundings. Pedro could only nod as the cardinal spoke in a whisper. Dragulia, one of the empire's only 4 ducal families. Even Cardinal Edward couldn't help but feel overwhelmed as Pedro openly called Dragulia suspicious. I appreciate your loyalty, but think about what's happening around you. I'm sorry, Cardinal. Though the Holy See follows God's will, it cannot completely separate itself from the secular world as it does among humans. Among the cardinals, there were probably those who received Dragulia's support, so Pedro's direct comments were clearly dangerous. What you say makes sense, but let's first finish the northern part and think about it. The Northern Orthodox Church. What kind of strange thing is this? Edward pulled out a handkerchief and began to wipe his sweat, as if he were truly troubled and not just saying it. Pedro's report was clearly suspicious, but there was a clear threat looming before the Vatican that needed to be addressed immediately. Anyway, stay here quietly until this matter is resolved. Now you can't even return to Schoarra. All right. Pedro bit his lip as he watched Edward leave, shaking his head as if feeling pain. After all, they had no choice but to be sensitive to the threat looming ahead rather than the hidden darkness. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. In the hallway where Edward left him alone. There, Pedro could only console himself by reciting prayers softly. A suspicious darkness that I clearly saw but couldn't do anything about. Moreover, that darkness was hidden under the glorious name of Dragulia. What should I do? The sunlight streaming in through the window was bright, but Pedro still felt like he was wandering in darkness. The faithful inquisitor, who had always followed God's will, could only hope that this time his will would fall upon his shoulders. The port of Nassau would normally be bustling with people. However, the port, which had become quiet and devoid of people due to the sudden invasion of Bayezid's army, gave Vlad a strange feeling. It left without any reason, a feeling of helplessness and emptiness that felt as if something were missing. No matter how much he tried to order his mind, his feelings for Godwin would occasionally surface, and even now Vlad would be colored in a somber blue. "Hey, the blue-eyed one from Schoarra standing there." There was a voice that pulled Vlad out of his thoughts as he gazed at the sea before him. Lord Rutiger, a dark-haired man approaching the port. He was the proud successor of Bayezid, Rutiger Bayezid. "It's a shame. Everyone's so busy. What are you doing here alone?" "I'm sorry." The blonde and black-clad knight standing tall by the blue port were probably colors that couldn't be easily concealed. Rutiger quietly smiled as he saw Vlad and Noir looking at him with the same movements as if they were one body. "If you want to hide somewhere, it's best to cover your head first." Rutiger's deliberate gesture of raising his hand and pointing to his head was amusing. Clearly, Rutiger's reason for seeking out Vlad was to convey some sort of consolation. As we were both knights, I could understand Vlad's melancholy and empathize by his side. "Anyway, now that everything is concluded, it's fine. You handled the situation excellently." What Rutiger wanted to tell Vlad was that he did a good job. Although it was a fight that ended in vain, everyone present could see Vlad's determination to end it on his own. "What's this?" "You wouldn't know until you saw it." "It's the emblem of the church." Rutiger approached Noir as he stroked his back and handed Vlad an unfamiliar necklace. "It's hardly a church emblem." "It looks different." What Rutiger held in his hand was clearly the church emblem, but there was another horizontal line engraved underneath. The unknown engraved on the familiar. Looking at Vlad, who raised his head as if asking for an explanation, Rutiger opened his mouth. "This is the emblem of the newly born Northern Orthodox Church. God's will was one, but there were tens of thousands of interpretations. The interpretation of doctrine was clearly a delicate point in the religious world, causing numerous conflicts, but the Northern Union and the Diocese of San Logino del Norte decided to capitalize on it. It happened in any world where you needed to have something of your own to be completely alone. I only believe what Priest Andreas says. He's now a member of the Northern Orthodox Church. Then this pattern would be correct. Anyway, the shape of the pattern wasn't important to Vlad. To Vlad, the closest entry to God was Priest Andreas, the person who gave a name to me, who was simply wandering the alleys of the world. Until I met him, no one had told the boy in the alley the word of God. Anyway, what are you going to do? Are you going to keep following me? Yes? Vlad's eyes widened as he looked at Rutiger, who asked him if he would follow him ceaselessly. This advance won't stop at Nassau. It would be impossible to occupy all of the West. As Rutiger said, Bayezid's army had no intention of stopping here in Nassau. Peter had already outlined several areas that needed to be taken in this war, and the territory encompassed the 3 baronies of the West. I suppose we have to take at least the same amount of those places for the calculation to be correct. Gaidar started it, but it ended with Bayezid. The Western lords who sympathized with the usurper will have to pay a high price for it. But why do you follow me? If you want to go back, I'll send you back. It was a disappointing moment even for a knight, but Peter and Rutiger were paying attention to Vlad's condition. It was a moment when he needed to manage it, as he was still not of age, and there were enough opportunities for him to be shaken, because Joseph is also ill. I think we might need a decent person to help him. Messieurs, Mr. Larson, and sir. Although he was talking in circles, Vlad could understand the true meaning behind Rutiger's words. It's better for you to rest a little. Things aren't looking good right now. It's been a while since I returned to Schoarra. Yes. Take this opportunity to rest. He wanted to say something to protest against the forced vacation, but Vlad was no longer a child who would simply get angry. He was one of those knights who had to be able to observe themselves and check their own condition. The ocean. It was good, if Since the high moon he was looking at is no longer there, there's no choice but to face the blue sea naturally. The sea was speaking. Now is not the time to climb, but to expand. It's been a while since I wanted to hear it again. Although no one told him, Vlad decided to listen to the silent echo within his world. The vibration of the sound felt familiar, reminiscent of a voice. Ch. Dearmar still sobs for the wounds of war. Even now, the reports that arrived one after another weighed on Alicia's nerves. In the end, we ended up giving the battlefield to Bayezid. Although he was a strong ally, the wounds were actually theirs. By surviving the war, the family was able to survive. But now it was their turn to suffer festering wounds. Was that what you were looking for? Even so, it was an inevitable decision. Even the previous head of the family probably would have done this. Bayezid may still be running through the west collecting loot, but Hainal is simply standing and catching his breath. Alicia couldn't help but feel angry, even as she saw Dearmar lying on the ground in such a lamentable state. In the end, we are the only ones you can trust. As they are powerless, they are ignored, and as they cannot fend for themselves, they have no choice but to rely on them. Many difficulties would await Alicia in the future, as she would have to endure this frustrating reality alone. I need to attend a meeting. Alicia had no choice but to lower her head under the crushing weight, and there was an invitation in the old-fashioned style in front of her. As Alicia looked at the invitation, her watercolored eyes began to glow faintly in a mismatched color. We cannot simply grow lemons forever. There must be soldiers, there must be knights, and there must be power that others cannot ignore. And the only thing that makes it possible is a shiny gold coin. For the sake of the residents of Dearmar territory who are still suffering wounds, Alicia had to find a new route through this northern conference. Now that I think about it, he left in such a hurry that I couldn't even bid him farewell properly. The hazel tree seen through the window just in time. Under the tree, which now seemed even stranger to be alone, the knight who had always comforted her was nowhere to be seen. It would have been great to have him at a time like this. My lord. My lord. While Alicia was silently gathering her will as she looked at the trees outside the window, someone suddenly shouted, and the office door opened loudly. Out now, out. What's going on? Duncan couldn't hide his curiosity as he looked at the butler, bent and breathless in front of him, the long-time loyal butler of Hainal. Despite his age, he always assisted Alicia with a calm attitude, but now he looked somewhat different. Out? What's going on? Lady Alicia. Even Alicia seemed nervous at the butler's unusual appearance. However, the butler did not rush to visit her because of ominous news. Now, there are guests outside. Guests? Looking at the butler, who had barely caught his breath, Alicia felt as if a fresh and familiar breeze blew behind him. They are our elves. They say they want to see the Lord, yes? A letter from the elves brought by a knight who is no longer here. The wind that blew now felt the same as the wind I felt in the letter back then. Elf? The guests come from very far away. They said they came from Ojurin, in the Far East. Chapter 152. Beast of Possibility. 3. He is tall, and his shoulders are broad. Even from the outside, he appears so elegant that one might think he is a noble. But what catches people's attention the most are his ears. The long pointed ears that humans cannot have revealed who they were. It feels as if they've recently been in a war. There are bloodstains everywhere, and all the soot seems recent. Lord Varadus. Is there really any trace of the Mother World tree in a place like this? It felt like a whisper, but the pronunciation and voice were clearly audible. The guards looked astonished to hear the elven language for the first time. But the only conversation they exchanged was a foreboding first impression of Dearmar. The knight Vlad said that the memories of the Mother World tree were brought from this city. There were negative reports from the rangers, but Varadis decided to believe him. Vlad clearly stated that the memory of the Mother World Tree began in a place called Deermar in Hainau. Others might not know it, but it was worth trusting Vlad's words, who protected the young World Tree. He's been waiting for a long time. The Lord has just given you permission to enter. The elven language can be heard softly to human ears. Duncan approached the clearly visible boundary between the two worlds and opened his mouth with a smile on his face. Though unexpected, it was clearly an important guest, so there would be no reason not to welcome him. Please come in. I will guide you. Perhaps he knows that he was the first person in the history of the Empire to open the door to the elves. With Duncan's command, a door, which seemed in need of replacement, began to open slowly. However, although Deermar's door was in disrepair and creaked, its movement was quite significant. It was true. Deermar, a city beginning to open to the elves. The eyes of the rangers began to sparkle as they saw a city of humans for the first time in their lives. Obviously, the human city they were seeing for the first time was full of unfamiliar aspects, but the smell of the air wafting through the city had a familiarity that somehow reminded them of Ojuran. And here is where the familiarity begins. Deermar's white mansion, a white serpent on a hill with its head raised above it. The serpent, visible even from a distance, seemed to be wearing an expression of bewilderment toward the elves. Welcome to Deermar. Guests, elves. Varadis nodded slightly as he listened to Duncan. A city where humans meet for the first time. Though they were quite nervous due to the lack of familiarity, Deermar was clearly welcoming them, with a white tail moving toward the elves who recognized them. In the darkness of the city, there is an old bar. The scarred man, leaning against the shadow between the bars, nodded when he saw Vlad approaching from afar. Thanks for finding me, Marcus. I'm called Poznan now. Don't you get confused changing your name so many times. Marcus, now Poznan, simply smiled coldly at Vlad's playful rebuke. With this, all your cooperation back then has been rewarded. That's fine, Vlad. I won't be condescending about what happened during Charlotte's time anymore. Poznan simply averted his gaze from Vlad, who shrugged as if understanding. A bold type who dared to strike a deal with the leader of a covert group. Not even the two successors of Bayezid's blood would dare to treat each other so easily. Use it well and return it. Yes, Marcus. Vlad placed the crow Marcus had given him in his arms and entered the bar in front of him, as if nothing had happened. It was as if he didn't care at all about what awaited him inside. As I heard, he really is a guy who doesn't listen. Marcus said he was Poznan, but Vlad insisted on saying he was Marcus. The man, without a name, realized he would be remembered as Marcus for a long time, as much as the stubbornness of the young knight. The name Marcus had a pleasant sound. The man who shouldn't be remembered suddenly had a long cigarette in his mouth. A bright golden color shone in the wine glass held by the owner. Beer is a specialty of the West, and the pride of this bar. Vlad's tongue licked his dry lips as he looked at alcohol for the first time in his life. The senses of a worker who worked on the smile of a rose were speaking. This alcohol with white floating bubbles must taste incredible. Do you mean a dwarf? Yes. A dwarf. Short and stocky guys. Although his eyes didn't leave the beer, Vlad's open palm pointed to his waist. The bar owner simply tilted his head as he watched Vlad's hand movements that seemed to indicate that he was of this height. But why dwarf suddenly? They say they buy and sell here. Dwarfs. In the face of Vlad's indifferent words, the air around me instantly began to calm down. The bar owner, who seemed confused in front of me, and the employee carrying the dishes. And even the men lying on the table as if they were drunk. They all began to look at Vlad with eyes that were completely different from before. I came here knowing everything. so let's not step back too much. However, even in a situation where everyone was staring at him, Vlad simply raised his drink in silence. A knight of Bayezid born in the darkness of the alleys. Vlad held a glass of beer as if nothing had happened, and his eyes contained a sticky warning that only his companions could recognize. From now on, I'll ask you questions, so all you have to do is answer them. I don't think it's such a difficult question. Even the slave trader who had gone through many hardships couldn't hide his nervousness because of the energy Vlad emanated. The smell of a big man, completely different from his younger self. Now Vlad's existence has become such a large and expansive world that the dark alleys cannot contain him. I came here because I heard there were dwarfs locked up in the warehouse here. Although Vlad had been ordered to take a vacation, he still came here to fulfill his duties. Even though he was the knight of Bayezid, he was Joseph's knight. Vlad, who had left and arrived at Nassau, received a small mission from his lord, who was bedridden, and came here. I have no idea what you're talking about. Aha! I normally start with the fingers, but I'm a bit busy right now. So, let's start with the wrist. A wrist flies away behind a calmly speaking voice. The slave trader, disguised as the bar owner, screamed loudly due to the late pain, but the members of his gang couldn't easily attack Vlad. I want you to know that next to the hand that's left is the head. This is the way of Schoarra. The blue eyes shining above the quietly smiling face are unsettling. The slave trader, struggling to hold on to his severed wrist, only then could recognize who the man in front of him was. Vlad of Schoarra. Blue eyes. Ha! What are blue eyes, actually? With reverence and pride in the north, but with fear in the west. So, dwarfs. Are they here or not? Vlad's name, which would surely be as different as his appearance, had different meanings, and was spreading throughout the continent. Why is the West Cavalry famous? No one can deny that it was due to the excellence of their horses and riding, but the most important reason was the lightweight yet sturdy weapons they carried. Arrows fly farther. Shields and armor are harder. The differences in weapons are small, but they make a significant difference on the battlefield. All of this was extorted with the blood and sweat of the dwarves. Therefore, just like the dwarves currently imprisoned behind bars, trade with them was actively conducted in the West. The man behind bars had even his beard cut, the pride of the dwarves. The exposed muscles on his skinny body looked pitiful. The whip marks carved all over his back clearly showed how he had been treated. Clang! When the sound of a heavy lock came from above, the tense breathing of the trapped youths was heard. A dark dungeon and chains tightly binding hands and feet. And the countless abuses that occurred there were enough to break even the strong souls flowing in the blood of the dwarves. Let's see, Volcaru? Volcano? It's Vulcan. A man descended with the sound of creaking boards. Although it was daytime, the smell of beer emanating from the young man was already strong. The one with a bad-looking face smiling seemed to have the same yellow hair as his. Well, since he's sniffing around slaves at such a young age, he's definitely going to rot very well. Good. Vulcan dot. Good. However, when the young blonde in front of him approached, Vulcan could smell a hidden fish odor among the beer scent. It was the smell of blood, and the distinctive smell of blood that a single person cannot overcome. Are there really only dwarves here? I heard you're a merchant specializing in dwarves. As expected from the information given by Marcus, the cages stacked like boxes were filled with dwarves. The dwarves are trapped in such a small space that they can't even properly move their hands and feet. Vlad, who checked the young dwarves he saw among them, simply silently tilted the beer glass he was holding. I won't accept your proposal. If you release only the children here, I'll collaborate in weapon manufacturing. I'll release them all. It starts fresh and goes down smoothly the throat. It was definitely a cheaper drink than whiskey, but Vlad felt he was going to fall in love with the beer, which was his first trial. What? Instead, there's a condition, Vulcan. Vlad brought a nearby chair closer, tossed his beer glass aside, and made eye contact with the dwarf named Vulcan. I finally found him. Dwarf, Doi. I am Vlad from Schoarra. I am a knight who works under the orders of Joseph of Bayezid, the second son of the Bayezid family. The sound of a beer glass falling to the ground is loud. At the same time, in Vlad's hand was a bunch of keys covered in bloodstains. Suggestions and options. The words Joseph ordered flowed from Vlad's mouth. He wants to have a relationship with the Dwarf Liberation Front, a dungeon that seems to not even have air. There was a letter and a raven flying through the barely open window. If you swear to bring the response to this letter, all the dwarves here are free. The dwarves were trapped in a narrow cage, and Joseph was trapped in a weak body since birth. The two, who were in a pitiful state, needed a way out to the outside world in order to survive. And this is just one question. The first full cup of duty was for Joseph, and the next glass containing the sunken gold is for the voice. Seeing Vulcan puzzled by the sudden proposal, Vlad decided to pose another question that he had been keeping inside. Is there any legend about the Swordmaster on the island you're in? Vlad hadn't forgotten the contract at that time to find the name. The traces of the Swordmaster in the elf village clearly pointed west, where the dwarves were. Chapter 153. Follow in their footsteps. 1. Geronimo, the eldest of the elves and the elder elf, had spoken. He said he went west. I don't know why you're searching for his whereabouts. In an elven forest following the footsteps of the voice, but what they actually found, there were not voices, but the footprints of the Swordmaster. The more questions Vlad resolved, the larger mysteries awaited him. But if you want to find traces of him, you must first understand him. What should I understand? The sword I used was an imperial sword. So, why does the voice use the imperial sword? The actions of the voice clearly protected the spirits. So why did the voice protect the spirits? I mean Frausen, just a man, not the founding King Frausen. The questions that followed clearly pointed to a place. King Founder Frausen, the first sword master, and Frausen, a man who renounced all his glory. I want you to read about the concerns of why he did that. Geronimo, who had grown wiser with age, was able to tell Vlad the direction to take. To know the end, one must see the beginning. He probably had to revisit old memories countless times to get these words out of his mouth. I'll go west. He said he was going there. Is it the west? Although everyone praised the glorious beginnings of a man named Frausen, no one spoke of his end. The footprints of Frausen, who disappeared mysteriously, like in a legendary story. Perhaps the current Vlad was the person who came closest to the footprints, even though it was not his intention. Yes, west, the place where our mother world tree once stood. I walked here not knowing who I was looking for. However, a faint trace clearly remained, which was probably the struggle of those who tried to protect it. Go search for the dwarves there. The sign placed by the old man pointed the next direction for the young knight. The west has now become a wasteland. Towards the dwarves lodged where the mother world tree once stood. Dwarf. A noble silver color remained on Vlad's face as he encountered once again an unknown world. A ray of light emanated from the silver sword lying there. The light spread so subtly that Vlad, who was reflecting, could not notice it, and stared at Vlad for a long time as if observing him carefully. Elisha could barely maintain her composure as she clung to her racing heart. They want to compensate us for our relic. a trace of her cherished father, and a long-standing family relic. Giving Vlad the amber stone, which was so precious to Alicia, was not simply because she personally felt drawn to him. It was a kind of investment. An investment that foresees the future of Dearmar. A promising knight named Vlad was clearly a great piece that could compensate for Dearmar's weakest points, and Alicia really wanted that shiny piece. That's correct. My Lord of the Humans. Alicia of Hainal, the elf who introduced himself as Varadis, was treating Alicia politely. This was completely different from the rumors that people were being ostracized. The vassals of Hainal simply remained silent, confused as they looked at the elves like this. The precious family relic you gave to Vlad was really helpful to us, Ausuran. There was a letter from the elves that Vlad brought, but it was just a greeting. The elves decided to offer a reasonable compensation to the human lord who had preserved the precious traces of the Mother World Tree, and had also lost them. Although it's just a small amount, I hope you like it. An ancient wooden box began to rise behind Varadis, who politely bowed his head. It seems that the box alone is worth the price. Everyone held their breath and looked at the box as it began to open slowly, knowing that just having the elf name in front would greatly increase its value. What is this? Finally, when the box was opened, a subtle aroma wafted out along with it. It was the kind of aroma that instantly brightened up this place that was filled with somber scents. It's saffron. It's a spice we especially love. Red stalks that looked like dried flower petals. The aroma it emanated had a clear substance, as if you could catch it with your hand. That's all. Alicia's voice somehow spoke, but could not be brought to an end. After encountering elven culture for the first time in her life, Alicia was able to recognize immediately that the saffron in front of her was a valuable item. Baron Alicia, we would like to take this opportunity to build a strong relationship with the Hainal family. I don't need to say it again. Unlike humans who try to profit by hiding their true intentions in their words, the elves simply conveyed the story straightforwardly and correctly. Although it's far away, if there are trustworthy people there, there will be nothing to worry about. Please consider our proposal carefully. The floating aroma is dizzying, and the words spoken are sweet. Alicia's vassals could barely breathe as Varadis' words echoed in their ears. Is there such a ridiculous opportunity? Faced with the most difficult moment and the most incredible opportunity, the heads of the vassals naturally turned to Alicia, who was sitting in the Lord's seat. I listened carefully to what you said. And Alicia Hainal, the only Hainal sitting there. Her shoulders straightened triumphantly as she looked into the eyes of her servants. Welcome, all who came from afar. Alicia's smile towards the elves brightly lit up the halls of Dearmar. What lay before Alicia, whose worth she recognized more than anyone, was a gift from Vlad to compensate her for the past years. The conversation with the humans was successful. Given that the elves were inevitably poor compared to the Empire, they had no choice but to live always anxious about them. But a great wind of change was already blowing in the great world they had just faced. The rise of the Northern Alliance will definitely be beneficial for us. Perhaps it can provide an alternative to the Empire. It was said that the Northern Orthodox Church, which promotes the Northern Union, clearly has lenient standards for other religions and beliefs. Not just a standard, but possibilities for you and for me. This new sect that guarantees this will certainly provide another option for the elves. Here, the rangers who managed to understand the world's trends that they had ignored until then asked Alicia for permission to look inside the Hainal tree on the hill to fulfill their original purpose. Because this was the most important reason they left Ausuran. This is what Vlad said. I felt like I could know it without having to check. A lemon tree that looks old to anyone who looks at it. The strong scent felt there was clearly similar to the scent of a young world tree. After all, it was a snake. Although his left eye was not closed, the pentagram in his pupil illuminated Varadis's eyes. The world of the elves with the world tree. In the dark-colored area visible through it, there was a white snake with its tongue greeting them. You survived. It looks like the lunar mole of Dobrechi we saw before. Varadis and the elves followed the spirit's tracks, as Vlad said. They left Ashuran and encountered the Dobrechi mole for the first time, and finally they were able to reach Dirma, where the Mother World Tree was located. Could it have survived like this? Long ago, the elves had no choice but to flee, taking only the World Tree seeds to survive. However, even when everything burned down, there were things and traces that someone had secretly spread throughout the world for them. One of those traces is probably the white snake you see now. Lord Varadis, excuse me, Varadis turned his head to follow the finger pointed by his subordinate, and soon he could smile cheerfully. The young ones peeked behind the white snake. They were clearly the spirits of the young world tree that had been sent with Vlad's sword. You've calmed down. I walked a long way, but it was worth it, because I saw something that was not only alive but firmly rooted. Bright smiles began to form on the faces of the elves as they looked at the young spirits born in Aljuran. I'll have to ask Lord Hainal for his cooperation, so I can stay here for the time being. Maybe there are other traces left. All right. Small worlds that were left rooted without leaving a trace within an empire that had become one. However, only now were the elves who had ventured out into the world recognizable. Yet, there are small worlds that still breathe, and the traces lined up along the path of the young knight they followed. It was similar to the actions of the swordmaster who had visited them long ago. In front of the harbor pier, where dusk is gradually falling, Vlad stood there, silently watching as the ship disappeared over the horizon. On the boat that departed from Nassa with a creak, many dwarves continued to gaze at the port where Vlad stood. Mr. Rudiger probably won't like it. I know. Vlad nodded silently as he listened to Marcus's words behind him. Perhaps so. Of course Rudiger won't like what I've done. This job was solely for Joseph's benefit, and also related to the brothers' struggle for the family head position. You won't regret it, will you? Marcus's question spread along with the sound of the waves, reaching Vlad's ears. You won't regret it, will you? Dirmar, who took care of you, will definitely be disappointed. Regrets. I think I will have them. Rudiger Bayezid. The man who killed the dragon with me. Every moment I spent with him was a moving experience, and looking back, it was a joyful experience. But I think I'll regret it even more if I don't do this. Betraying Rudiger's favor was clearly a painful decision. But Godin had said, start by observing where your feet are now. I am Sir Joseph's knight. Yes. The war with Gaidar was a variable that choked Joseph, and at the same time raised Rudiger's value. If things continue like this, it will become clear that Joseph will end up dying without even being able to shine. That's why Vlad didn't hesitate to send the dwarves to their hometown. I think I've done everything I was supposed to do here. With Vlad's words, the boat on the horizon became a small dot and disappeared into the twilight. There are probably still dwarves on the now disappeared boat looking toward the port where Vlad will be. I have to go back now. For Joseph, who pulled me out of the darkness, and for the voice. Vlad used a dwarf named Vulcan as a pigeon to send a letter to a world he had never seen before. Chapter 154. Follow in their footsteps. 2. The window outside the unfamiliar office was filled with a blue sea. Peter, standing by the window, silently opened his mouth as he watched the sunset gradually spread through the blue light. Did you send the dwarves off safely? The head of the Bayezid family was looking out the window, his back to him. The scarred man looking at Peter responded to his question. That's right. There were about 20 people. Beyond the window that he squinted at, there was a ship slowly heading into the sunset. A small boat where the enslaved dwarves and Vulcan, who had infiltrated to rescue them, would travel. I sent them as you ordered. Good. Well done. Although Vlad may think he was sent away in secret, the city of Nassau already belongs to Bayezid. The ship containing Joseph's wish was able to set sail because Peter gave permission. In the end, that guy chose Joseph over Rutiger. A young knight is still alone at the port, watching the ships depart. As always, Peter stood watching Vlad in the distance. It seemed like his determination was strong. Joseph definitely has a good knight, yes? Peter smiled bitterly at Marcus's report. One thing is perfect, but when two people try to receive it, Peter had no choice but to worry a lot as he watched Joseph struggle to survive. Nassau is a warm place even in winter. His son Joseph is intelligent and thoughtful, but he was born with a weak body. It's definitely not the child's fault. However, the world sometimes imposes an unfair burden on someone. With weather like this, it will probably be much less hard on the body than in the north. Peter silently looked at his palms. His palms, illuminated by the setting sun, were tinged with bright red, hands that seemed stained with blood. Looking at that color, which he could probably never erase, Peter thought of his brothers who were no longer in the world. Still, as a father, I would like to suggest at least one alternative. The story of Bayezid must repeat itself as his children grow up. However, Peter wanted to provide them with at least a small emergency exit that would allow them to escape from a tragedy that would repeat itself. Understood. Pound.eu. Peter constantly wrestles with his duty as head of the family and his compassion as a father. Feeling his feelings, which could be guessed even without saying anything, Marcus quietly disappeared into the darkness of the office. Where the nameless shadow went. Now alone, Peter clenched his red palms and looked up at the sea through the window. A wide sea that you can't get used to no matter how much you look at it. However, even if it's an unknown expanse to oneself, it can be a lifeline for others. Peter hoped that could happen. A group of what looked 20 people was slowly walking on horseback out here. The Budart tribe led by Aggie, the Thornwood mercenaries led by Stefan, and even Vlad, who was at the forefront among them. Those who had left Nassau were now heading north, toward Deermar. That's good. If I had played in these conditions until winter, I would have suffered quite a few bone problems. Fortunately, there were no deaths, but there were some wounded. They had been fighting since the beginning of the intense war, so, as Stefan said, everyone needed their own rest. But you said you knew. What do you mean? The Northern Orthodox Church. Vlad's eyes looking at Aggie were quite sharp. How dare the aide hide something from the captain? Faced with that sharp interrogation, Aggie simply smiled good-naturedly, gently suppressing Vlad's gaze. It's not that I knew, it's that I was aware. Aggie's eyes began to open as he absent-mindedly drank the beer Vlad had brought. What's this? It tastes better when it's cold, doesn't it? Just answer the question. Northern Knights, Central Mercenaries, and Barbarians. The only topic they can talk about is the Northern Union and the Northern Orthodox Church, which are hot topics these days. In fact, I don't know much about the process. Bayezid gave me a hint, and my father figured it out. There is a world that cannot be mixed, like the imperialists and the barbarians who believe in different gods. However, since the biggest barrier that separated the two worlds had a hole in the name of the Northern Orthodox Church, it would have been something that even the barbarians would have considered at least once. They say even the ancient spirits we worship are acknowledged. If it weren't for that promise, we probably wouldn't have cooperated. The Budart tribe, whose power was greatly diminished by the raids of Lindworm and the Dragonslayer Knights, but still, they wouldn't have cooperated easily with an empire that didn't even treat them as human beings. However, since the newly created northern ship, not an empire, was created with expansion in mind, it was an alternative that even the barbarians would have to consider. But they say some tribes are wreaking havoc to kill us too. So I was thinking of returning to the tribe this winter. Still, there is nothing that can be done about the long-standing hostility between the two parties. That's why the chief of Budart sent his son into the world ahead of time. The decision on whether it would be right to continue cooperating with Bayezid would probably start with Egg. Is that so? The question was sharp, but the answer brief. Vlad's mind was becoming complicated as he heard about the events of the Northern Union, of which he had no idea. I thought I had reached a certain level, but the waves of the world still crashed against Vlad's will. Dirmar is in front of us. At that moment, there was a report from someone who broke the silence. Leaving the forest path, they see a meadow where the smell of blood has not yet disappeared. However, despite the sinister smell, the sight of the city in front of them suddenly became welcoming. Everyone was excited to see the destination they had finally reached, but Vlad squinted as he felt an unfamiliar sensation coming from Dirmar. What's going on, Vlad? Is something happening? Wait a second. Vlad quickly closes his left eye and begins to summon his aura. The men, who knew Vlad's senses were sensitive, quickly began to be alert to their surroundings. As they had been working together for a while, the mercenaries and barbarians quickly joined together and began to adopt a firm defensive stance. What's that? However, despite their great caution, Vlad did not manifest his aura with that intention. Dirmar looks familiar to me, but looks somewhat different. Are we going to have a festival or something? Huh? Beyond the fading twilight, the hainal trees were flickering loudly in the distance. At the top of the tree, which was constantly flickering with excitement, there was a white snake with its head held high and its mouth wide open. Vlad, who had been observing the strange behavior of the white snake for a while, was able to feel a drop of water falling on his shoulder. Damn, it's raining. If you go a little further, you will reach Dirmar. But as if it could no longer bear the bird anymore, the surroundings began to darken. The last rain of summer was falling, as someone had said. The rain that fell before autumn still had a warm energy. Hee. Saffron, saffron. Alicia's eyes, peering through a magnifying glass, were strangely enlarged. A spice called saffron that was gifted by the elves. They said it was a spice mainly used for cooking, but it had a pleasant aroma that could easily be used as perfume. Could this be something like that? I heard that the elves' tea called Absalon was actually a drug. Old Duncan appeared more cautious than happy about the sudden good news. It would be worth it. I heard that the series of purges that took place far away in Brigantes originated in Absalon, from the elves' tea. They say they didn't know, so we have no choice but to believe them for now. For the elves, it was just ordinary tea, but for humans, it was a drug. Iris's explanation that it worked that way due to different body structures was quite understandable, although I don't know what the real intention is. We can experiment first among ourselves before distributing it. This is something worth bearing the burden for. What Varadis brought was not just a gift. Alshurin really wanted to have a relationship with Dirmar, and as proof of that, he brought not only processed saffron, but also the bulb of the flower. With Varadis's cryptic claim that the flowers will bloom in Dirmar, even if it may not be anywhere else. Are you sure you want to cultivate this? Is there any reason not to? The watercolored eyes with the magnifying glass down were sharp. In a small territory like ours, cultivating cheap things is a loss. It barely reaches to feed the residents of the territory. Alicia could feel it painfully during this war. Dearmar is truly a small territory. We are completely ruined now. I have no money. Alicia couldn't help but feel angry as she looked at Dearmar, which simply swung back and forth, caught between the great families. In the end, all this humiliation was due to lack of power. My father probably knew that, and that's why he focused on the lemon business. But we need a crop more valuable than that. That's how we make money and attract knights. Alicia's father and the previous lord also tried hard to overcome this situation, but Hainal's power alone had its limits. However, now there was a harvest in front of Alicia that was 10 times more valuable than lemons, so there would be no cause for concern. Bayezid will not sit idly by and watch this incident. They also know how to smell money. Alicia wasn't the only one surprised by the elves' visit. Even Joseph, lying in a hospital bed, wanted to get up and meet them, but this was something not even Bayezid could concede. But it doesn't matter. Although it doesn't matter, Alicia had already made a decision, and if she was going to win, it was now. I cannot yield in the least. Apparently, it was said that Vitskaya, located further east, also expanded its power through trade with the elves. There is no law preventing Dearmar from doing the same. Knock, knock. While Alicia was contemplating for a moment, a polite knock reached her ears. It was a sound so clear that it couldn't even be compared to when the elves arrived. Lady Alicia. It is said that Lord Vlad has just arrived in Dearmar. Already? Alicia's eyes began to shine after hearing the butler's words. Now that everything is uncertain, the person she will inevitably welcome the most will be Vlad. Tell Lord Vlad to come see me immediately. A man who always gives more than he takes. If it weren't for Vlad, this opportunity wouldn't have come. Last time, I was so busy that I couldn't even say thank you. Alicia glanced at Duncan's suspicious eyes and quickly came up with an excuse. But still, there was no change in her order to bring Vlad. What awaits us is saffron. The people walking up the hill are elves, and the person who has arrived now is their knight, Vlad. A smile appeared on Alicia's face as she looked at the pieces that seemed to have some shape. Are you so happy? In front of the castle gate, where it begins to rain under a dark sky, Varadis, who hurried to enter through the castle gate, smiled as he saw the cat-shaped spirit playing on his shoulder. The cat-shaped spirit, looking healthy to anyone who saw it, informed us that the white snake had been taking good care of these children. Yes. They are coming, as you said. As the cat spirit said, Vlad's name began to be heard among the voices of the guards. The gates of Dearmar begin to open slowly. Varadis, looking at the beautiful blonde hair visible through the dark space, pulled out a letter he had in his arms. It would be best to deliver this quickly to the boy, as instructed. The letter, still carrying the strong scent of maple, was handed to him by his younger sister, the priestess of the World Tree. A letter from a priestess that wasn't even sealed. However, instead of words, the letter contains a childlike drawing that seems to have been drawn by a child. The prophecy of the priestess, which could only be understood at that moment, depicted a blonde knight looking worriedly at a young canary. Chapter 155. Follow in their footsteps. 3. Sweaty forehead, pale lips. A girl writhed in pain on a bed under the moonlight. Huff, huff. The smell of the night mist coming from all directions was terrible. An inexplicable thick sensation between her fingers was giving the girl an eerie feeling. Follow me, quickly. This was no ordinary mist. The World Tree priestess, noticing this, grabbed Vlad by the waist and urged him to hurry, but her words probably didn't reach Vlad, because this was a dream, not reality. A dream that only the goddess of the World Tree could enact. Tweet, tweet. A young canary chirped in front of Vlad, who struggled to walk in the darkness. As if to guide Vlad, the canary was like a torch, illuminating the path even in the darkness. Quickly, hurry up. The priestess instinctively knew. that only that child could lead Vlad out of the darkness. However, even though the encroaching darkness was thick and deep, the chirping of the young canary against it was very weak. Wham! As if someone suddenly blew, the young bird disappeared as if by magic. The priestess, who was guided by its light, was surprised. Thou, Buddy, Deardy. In an instant, the mist began to slowly gather around Vlad and the priestess. In that space filled only with darkness, the World Tree priestess hurriedly embraced Vlad's waist and fiercely looked at the spot where the canary had disappeared. Someone was there, with lips brightly red, as if laughing. A small feather that had now lost its light floated around. I will never give it to you. The light guiding Vlad had not gone out. It had been eaten. Even now, she smiled in the darkness, but her feet were not on the ground. Alicia's office filled with the afternoon sunlight. Looking at the Hainal Hills through the window, Vlad silently picked up the teacup in front of him. The white serpent on the hill seen from afar was curled up and silently lifted its head, as if basking in the sun today. Lord Duncan said there aren't many knights with contracts as special as yours, Alicia said. With watercolored eyes fixed on Vlad, bright but seeming hungry for something, Vlad, facing Alicia's eyes, silently put down the teacup he was holding. I probably would have accepted even if more than 7 years had passed. Vlad decided not to reveal that Alicia knew about his contract with Joseph. That was probably what Joseph told me. If so, Joseph would also be predicting the current situation. It was a short contract, but it was too much for me. I am still grateful. Although he didn't say it out loud, Alicia was hoping to recruit Vlad. A brazen atmosphere that even Vlad, who is not used to conversations with nobles, couldn't help but notice. However, since Alicia had expressed interest in him many times, Vlad also had a response in mind regarding the current situation. If possible, I would like to remain faithful to my contract with Lord Joseph. Just like now, in the future. I felt sorry for his sad expression, but still decided to respond honestly, because I didn't want to cause her unnecessary trouble with an uncertain answer. Vlad, who was also Alicia's knight, had a certain attachment to her and wanted to convey this offer favorably, if possible. Is that so? Although I shouldn't think so, Vlad thought that her sad gaze trying to smile matched well with the color of her watercolored hair. I guess that's why Joseph said it was okay to ask. I gave you this opportunity because I was sure you wouldn't be shaken. Alicia, who had finally discovered Joseph's intentions, raised her teacup, feeling the anger boiling quietly inside her. It would have been better if you had known me before Joseph. If that were the case, I would definitely have signed a contract with Lady Alicia. Vlad's smile when he said he should have done so was a bit funny. If you assume what would happen if... What can you say you can't say? But what Alicia needed now was Vlad right in front of her, and he had just rejected her offer. After all, it would be Schoarra, and not Dearmar. Although Alicia already expected it, she couldn't resist. Besides, you also have a friend named Zemina in Schoarra. Yes? Vlad was taken aback by the sudden mention of Zemina's name, but Alicia's smile didn't waver one bit. You still have 4 years left, and no one knows what will happen in the future, right? That's right. Alicia returned to her original form as if she hadn't even said what she just said. Vlad could only silently observe her attitude, which seemed different from before. I will offer you my mansion. Yes, the flax flowers are no longer here to be swayed by the wind. A mansion. It's inherited land that will be passed down to your children. Now Alicia's eyes are simply filled with an unmistakable desire. Upon hearing those words, Vlad couldn't hide his surprise and could only look at Alicia in front of him. Fortunately, we were able to expand our territory through this war. Of course, there was Bayezid's consideration. Until now, the barony of Hainal had only one city and 2 villages, but through this war, it was able to have 2 more villages. Among them, the coastal village where Vlad arrived with a flock of squids now has a location that could become a city, so her words offering her mansion to Vlad were by no means a lie. This is probably a condition that not even Joseph can impose. If it's what I need, even if I have to snatch it away, he must come, whether from a dark-eyed man or a red-haired woman. Alicia knew very well that Vlad fit perfectly not only with these 2, but also with herself. Mansion. Vlad tried to calm his troubled mind as he walked through the now familiar corridors of the mansion. Is the mansion really that good? The word mansion, whose value I don't even know because I had never dreamt of it before. But Godin had clearly said so. For a knight, the existence of a mansion is like a gateway to the world of nobility. Although Godin gave a false name, his smile at that moment when he wanted to receive fair compensation through the mansion was genuine. I'm not saying you have to decide right now. I ask you to remember me when the time comes. The Lord of Hainal, who had said he would give him a mansion, made the offer to Vlad with a confident voice that was completely different from before. Not only me, but all the residents of Dirmar care about Lord Vlad and like him. Although it may not be as good as Schoarra, where you were born, this place can become another home for you. Even if you're not the first to notice, you can be the one who cares the most. After hearing Alicia's sudden suggestion, Vlad simply frowned as he walked down the hallway. I don't know. There were many things he didn't know, but one thing was certain. He couldn't share this concern with Joseph or the other knights of Bayezid. Alicia conveyed her concerns to Vlad with a meaningful smile, and it was probably the best revenge she could give him. This is the kind of revenge you give to an unpleasant knight who dared to reject her. It would be fantastic if he showed up at a time like this. As Vlad walked down the hallway, following steps as dizzying as his complicated thoughts, he suddenly remembered the presence of the voice. A voice that only you know and can freely reveal. Although his identity was unknown, he was a person with a lot of common sense, so he must have been a great help in times like this. Eh? Suddenly Vlad, walking down the hallway, stopped and listened intently when he heard a familiar sound ringing in his ears. Wooden sword. It was the sound of someone holding something that looked like a wooden sword and swinging it in the air. However, the sound of the wind that was still subtly different allowed him to guess the level of the person holding the wooden sword. What is this? Vlad stood still in the hallway at the sound of a strong blow but couldn't find the way. The sound of working hard but not seeing any improvement was mixed with a sadness that only those who have experienced it can recognize. Unknowingly, Vlad followed the sound that dragged him and walked into a hallway he had never been before. The corridors of Dirmar are as narrow and winding as old ones. Perhaps due to poor finances and fewer people, the corridors that had long been untouched were filled with dust that was slowly being stepped on. What followed that narrow, dark hallway was a very small garden that Vlad had never known about. To be precise, it is a run-down, vacant lot that is not receiving proper maintenance. And there, Vlad found someone swinging a wooden sword with all their might. Charlotte Ravnoma, a green-haired girl who is now the last Ravnoma. In this place where no one looked, Charlotte held a stick that didn't look like a wooden sword and swung it forcefully in the air. What a mess! Senseless movements where you don't know whether to strike down or up. Vlad, seeing Charlotte, who didn't have a clear path, unknowingly hid beside the hallway. Is no one teaching her? She probably ended up like this because there was no one to teach her. The awkward title of Ravnoma must have bothered the girl, and the sharp atmosphere caused by the war must have intimidated her. In the end, Charlotte wouldn't have been able to ask anyone for help in this unfamiliar city. Ian. Vlad, who guessed Charlotte's situation, quietly scratched his cheek and listened to the sound of the wooden sword. A wooden sword that kept striking even though it couldn't hit anyone. Vlad, who was quietly leaning against the hallway wall, closed his eyes in silence as he listened to the sound. The more you listen, the more familiar the sound becomes. The sound Charlotte was making now was the same sound as the boy who was swinging a wooden sword alone in an empty alley. It felt like he was meeting his younger, weaker self, so Vlad left the hallway and entered a small garden. Hey. Yes? There was embarrassment in the very wide and round eyes when Vlad suddenly appeared. However, it certainly wasn't Vlad's illusion that the slightest welcome was visible. That's not how you do it. While facing Charlotte's eyes full of anticipation, Vlad's voice even trembled with surprise, wondering if he had approached without any reason. Although he was used to learning, he was not accustomed to teaching someone. The boy from the dark alley was still not used to giving his things to others. Don't just strike, try to narrow the elbow angle a little. Still, there's something I learned. I know now. If it weren't for the voice, I would have been bound in a vacant lot in an alley for the rest of my life. Yes? I told you to draw a line like this. At the end of my steps following the familiar sound, there was a scene that looked exactly like the previous one. However, if there is a difference from then, it is that the standing position is different. Like this, you have to relearn how to grip. Vlad's hand was careful as he gently opened the girl's tightly crossed hand. A small garden in a mansion that no one visits. It seems that the boy needs to narrow the elbow angle a little more when striking. The beginning of the sound that is heard from there probably came from some dark, vacant lot in a back alley. Chapter 156. Return home. There was a man who climbed alone up the hill of Dirma. Despite the elegant attire he wore, the man's hands were filled with cleaning utensils. Vlad, noticing that the sunset had lengthened as the day grew shorter, stopped in the middle of the hill and set down the cleaning tools. I didn't come to see you today. It was a white serpent wagging its tail toward Vlad, who was approaching, but today Vlad didn't come to see her. He had come to tend to the Hainal family tomb located in the middle of the hill. It seems Alicia has been very busy. Although it was another family cemetery, he couldn't help but feel sadness when he saw the tombstones covered in moss. In reality, there wouldn't have been time to worry at all. It was a time when the living were too busy trying to survive while thinking of the dead. I suppose I should clean it before heading back. Vlad pulled out a bunch of straw soaked in water from among the tools he had carelessly left behind, and began cleaning the tombstones with the rough side. Looking at the tombstones, which were too many for some but none for him, Vlad kept his mouth shut and began removing the moss. First of all, I survived without any injuries. I'm grateful to have survived as it was an intense battle. Some people express their gratitude to God, others to their ancestors, but Vlad had no one worthy of it. Unlike the people in front of him, his mother, who was buried without a tombstone, was now fading even from Vlad's memories. Thank you for looking after me. However weak, it won't disappear. Although they belong to someone else, Vlad used the tombstones in front of him as bridges and began to sing towards the distant sky. Wow. Cleaning the graves of Alicia's parents. The parents of those parents. Vlad, murmuring a word in his mind as he continued to clean one by one, finally found one of the oldest tombstones. It's this person. The name Hainal, the oldest, was written between letters worn by time. He is the person who passed down the yellow amber stone to Alicia, and the first head of the family who planted the tree that now houses the white serpent. Asta. He didn't know it when he first found it, but now he knows. The first lord of Hainal is clearly someone related to the voice. There was clearly something in common between the first head of Hainal who planted a tree with spirits, and the voice that visited and protected the spirits. And at the top of that common point was the name Swordmaster. What are you doing here? Lord Vlad. Ah. Vlad, who had been lost in his thoughts for a moment when he heard the word Swordmaster, quickly turned his head at the sudden sound of a voice. Lady Alicia, you're more straightforward than I am. There was Alicia smiling, holding her hair in the wind. Is it because I've finally regained my senses? Her water-colored hair waving with the vivid glow of the sunset. Seeing the colors suddenly turning so dark, Vlad felt a little dizzy. They say knights shouldn't get caught carelessly. Aren't you too absorbed in that? You're right. There's no room for excuses. It was clearly a joke. But Vlad couldn't help but laugh. What Alicia said was true, and it was also true that he couldn't feel her presence. But perhaps Alicia would have realized if she had approached Vlad from the front instead of from behind. While Vlad thought of the word Swordmaster, his eyes automatically drew his own world. Listen. Listen. After confirming that Vlad had done everything and had no cemetery to take care of, Alicia casually sat down next to Vlad as if there was nothing else to do and silently began to look downhill. You did it again. Like last time and this time too. Vlad, who resisted being alone, naturally sat beside her and looked at Dearmar along with her. Thank you. Thank you. It was just an exchange of words, but it contained many emotions. He protected her from an illegitimate heir, and protected Dearmar from West's usurpers. In the process, the boy became a knight, and finally achieved his goal of reaching the moon. In the end, neither Vlad from Schoarra nor Baron Alicia from Hainal would have existed without each other. To this city, I definitely want to come back. That's why Vlad's voice now contained sincerity. A man named Vlad was born in Schoarra, but Knight Vlad began here. I'll welcome you as much as you want. Alicia, who was hugging her knees, smiled at Vlad's words and silently looked at Vlad's face colored by the sunset. Because she wanted to see his face when he leaves tomorrow. They were two people who simply looked at what they wanted to see without saying a word, but it didn't feel uncomfortable at all because there was a passing wind. The white serpent on the hill watching the two of them raised its head to the warm wind blowing. It was nice meeting you. It was nice meeting you too. Knights of the humans, Vlad. Autumn rain was falling. The cold rain, which was neither the welcoming spring rain nor the fresh summer rain, still beat down on the shoulders of the men gathered in front of Dearmar. There will be a chance to see you again someday. I was already planning to investigate the northern part of the country. Varadis's gaze focused through the raindrops falling towards Noir, who was standing next to Vlad. A black horse, the son of the prairie. Noir, who surely has unicorn blood, is definitely something the elves should investigate at least once. Don't worry too much about the revelation I gave you. If you keep it in your heart like a talisman, the day will come when you recognize it with your intuition. It's okay. After hearing Varadis's words, Vlad casually touched the image of the priestess on his arms. The yellow bird himself, and the black colors surrounding him sinisterly. It was clearly a painting that contained the meaning of a warning, but the priestess who delivered the painting said she didn't remember any additional meaning. Perhaps it was scattered among faded memories, like a dream I had last night. Ready. On hearing the words coming from afar, Vlad turned his head with a small smile. Vlad may leave, but the elves will remain here in Dearmar. For them, the human world was like an unknown sea, so they planned to stay for a while in a place called Dearmar, which they had barely found. I'm ready. Lord Joseph. All right, let's go. Joseph's complexion was pale as he rode in the carriage. His chronic cough was sensitive to temperature, and he had to be especially careful in such weather. It's okay. Vlad nodded at Joseph's permission. The one responsible for this return procession is none other than Vlad from Schoarra. Although it was still a bit early for the inexperienced Vlad, Joseph entrusted him with the direction of this return procession, and Vlad returned his trust with the present spectacle. "Troops at attention!" Someone's voice echoed along with Vlad's gaze. With that voice, the Bayezid flags, heavily soaked with water, began to line up in front of the walls of Dirmar. Although they are exhausted and wounded, they are now winners. Therefore, even though it's a disheveled flag, it will be worthy of being raised. Oh. Alicia noticed that blue eyes under the castle walls were watching her. Vlad's eyes told her that it was time, but the reason she couldn't keep her mouth shut was because of her inevitable regret. "Thank you to all who came to save Dirmar from the crisis. But now is the time to leave and let go." Alicia's voice trembled slightly as she had to bid farewell with her own mouth. "We will never forget the peace we've established with your blood. Soldiers who arrived in summer but departed in autumn." Alicia raised her voice with all her might for those who had just fought the fiercest battle of the war against West. Alicia was doing her best to make her death a small source of pride for them. "Dirmar will welcome you back any time. However, the last words she says are solely for one person." Alicia's eyes were looking at everyone, but in that moment they were watching Vlad standing under the flag. Her eyes told him he could come back to her at any time. The war is over. Now is the time to return. Although the soldiers stood like defeated soldiers in the autumn rain, each of them had a small smile on their face. Zemina. Zemina. At the edge of the city, a street where the sun does not shine. As it was not yet night, someone's voice began to resonate loudly with a smile on Rose's face as she was not ready to open the door. "That boy doesn't do as he's told." Zemina, who had been raising her head for a while with a small pin in her mouth, frowned when she heard a loud buzz coming from below. Unlike her predecessor, Chopal, the newly hired boy this time was not to the liking of young Zemina. "Buzz! Buzz! Zemina? Are you in there?" A voice calling mercilessly to the ladies' bathroom, as if manners didn't matter. Otar's younger brother, Ned, was relentlessly pounding on Zemina's room. "What?" "There's something." However, unlike last time when he was in a hurry, Ned couldn't help but shrink a bit when he saw Zemina, who had just opened the door. "What's going on in this mess? If it's nothing, leave me alone." It wasn't just because of her fierce eyes. Makeup wasn't finished yet, but even if only the freckles were covered, there were flowers blooming there. Red hair gathered with colorful hairpins. The red color and the slender nape were enough to catch the boy's attention. "Ah! This isn't it." Ned, who had been mesmerized by seeing Zemina for a while, began to clap his hands together and recall the purpose of his arrival here. "All the priests from the church are rushing out the door right now. Why?" What's going on with the church? Perhaps due to her experience in the convent, Zemina became especially cynical about the church. "They said even the bishop has left." That newly appointed person, even the bishop. However, although there were no good feelings towards the church, unusual signs had to be detected. Because now Zemina had become the person leading Rose's smile. "Why are you doing this?" "That's why he's causing this mess now, isn't it?" When Zemina's big eyes narrowed, Ned involuntarily swallowed. Although it said that a place makes a person, the current Zemina didn't resemble the Zemina from the past. It felt like a shrunk Marcella was standing there. "He'll be here in a little while. They said the soldiers who went to Dirmar are coming back and everyone went out to greet them." "What?" "Nos." However, in the face I see now, it seemed as if I was seeing my old self for the first time in a long time. The soldiers who went to Dirmar have already returned. From Ned's words I could feel the traces of the person who had been waiting for so long. Vlad too? Maybe? At that moment, bright lights began to flicker in Ned's eyes. A halo of light sent by a pair of earrings hanging from Zemina's ears The earrings were a gift from Knight Vlad to Lady Zemina before leaving Schoarra. Why are they like that? Because they're not Vatican priests. Cheers began to resonate along the procession as they saw Schoarra ahead of them. It's understandable that soldiers are excited because they've returned from a long deployment, but Vlad is currently in charge of leading this procession. Because Vlad was like this, he couldn't help but seem cautious rather than happy when he saw the priests filling the front of the castle gate. Is this how the Northern Orthodox Church arises? Not necessarily. Joseph was a little paler than when he left Dirmar, but he had a small smile on his face. Although Vlad was on guard as was appropriate, Joseph knew well why they were like this. If it seems suspicious, go ahead and check it out. Isn't that your mission? It's okay. Vlad, suspecting the visions of the priests he had never seen before, walked alone toward Schoarra, my hometown, which I haven't been able to see for a long time because I was exiled. However, the current Vlad was not a miserable outcast hated by the church, but a commander leading Bayezid's army. Who's that? You look very young. It's Vlad. Vlad of Schoarra. The soldiers in front of the castle gate began to murmur as they saw Vlad slowly approaching, because the flag he was holding showed where Vlad was now. No, Vlad alone reaches the castle wall. However, unlike him, who was very cautious, there was a priest standing there with his arms open, as if welcoming him. Now you're back, Vlad of Schoarra. Are you injured somewhere? Priest Andreas now wore a red bishop's robe instead of a white robe. His face was filled with laughter as he greeted the man he had given a name to. Priest, ha ha, you're taller now too. Vlad, who finally recognized Andreas, ran towards him and hugged him. The embrace that embraced Vlad after walking the exhausting path was as warm and fluffy as the white wheat bread he had tasted for the first time in his life. The twilight today falls on the priest and the boy embraced. The blue moon that had been reached, but couldn't be surpassed, rose again in the night sky. The boy who fell with the tears of the girl returned today with the blue moonlight. Chapter 157, End and Beginning. 1. There's nothing that doesn't bend to time. No matter how beautiful a flower may be, eventually it will wither, and even a strong sword will eventually rust. And the same goes for the sun that rose in the sky. The increasingly reddish glow of the sunset cast long shadows over Brigantes, the capital of the empire. The shadow, which continued to sway as the sun gradually set, finally reached the most glorious building in Brigantes, center of the empire. Even to the imperial palace, Ding dong dochiare. The sudden sound of the bell made everyone in the city stop what they were doing and turn their heads. A bell that starts ringing even though it's not time to ring. The people wondering what was happening soon could see a black flag starting to rise slowly over the imperial palace. The sun was setting. The sun rose at the highest point of the empire. A completely black night began from the sunset that had finally fallen. When I opened my eyes, I found myself under an unfamiliar ceiling. It seems they've changed the wallpaper. Vlad opened his eyes upon hearing a tired voice, and absent-mindedly started counting the numbers in the ceiling patterns. But the more he counted, the blurrier his vision became. It seemed that a single night's rest couldn't relieve the fatigue. I'll sleep a little longer. Vlad said he was going to sleep, but as Vlad, who was already thinking about sleeping better, began to squirm like a slug and hide under the blanket. It had been almost a year since his expulsion from Schoarra. Vlad, who had a place to rest but no place to comfortably toss and turn, decided to stay up late for the first time in a long time. All right, I really need to sleep until my nose is crooked today. The accumulated tiredness over the years was too sticky, and the house he returned to after a long time was warm. It had been autumn for a while, but the cold air already swirled at the tip of his nose, tightly wrapping around Vlad's blanket. Hey, hey, don't touch me. However, despite Vlad's resolute determination, there was a hand that grasped him without hesitation. Small but unstoppable hands. The hand that had been carefully shaking his shoulder suddenly rose bravely and tangled Vlad's hair. I told you not to touch my head. I told you not to worry. Hey. Ah. It was a room that didn't receive much sunlight, but the red hair visible through the raised blanket was enough to light up Vlad's eyes. I'll sleep a little. Just until lunchtime. It's lunchtime now. Zemina's round and curved eyes suddenly pointed towards the window. The afternoon sunlight shone through the curtains. It was an unfamiliar sight for Vlad, who always woke up to the dim light of dawn. If you want to sleep better, have lunch and then sleep. Marcella prepared the ingredients early in the morning just because you were coming. Zemina's hand, which had been playing with his hair, grabbed Vlad's collar and began to pull him slowly. Zemina's face was as refreshing as the upper part of her body that was suddenly getting closer as she stood up. You. Did you put on makeup? He asked this question because he couldn't see the freckles on the bridge of her nose, but Zemina triumphantly began to smile, as if she had finally realized. Do I look good? With this, you would already be committing a crime. It's probably because I haven't fully woken up yet. Maybe it's because the room is dark. In that sense, the Zemina in front of me now looked quite different from the version of her that Vlad had seen before. Get up quickly. Lunch is almost ready. A door closes slowly with a creak. Vlad stared at Zemina's back through the gap for a long time. I became arrogant. The freckled Zemina that Vlad had been waiting for wasn't there. Even the poor girl wringing out a mop with her thin hands. The woman in front of Vlad now was just Zemina, with a pink smile that had suddenly risen on its own. Do you really change so much just because you put on makeup? An unidentifiable smell began to waft from where Zemina had gone. Vlad vaguely thought that the smell was the smell of dust, but in reality the makeup Zemina had applied was only subtle. Good morning, Vlad. Good morning. Did you sleep well, Marcella? I couldn't sleep at all. Thanks to you. Upon hearing Marcella's playful words, Vlad looked at her. Two swollen eyes that didn't favor a slender face. It was Marcella, not Zemina, who hugged Vlad when he returned yesterday and cried loudly. As I get older, I find it difficult to control my emotions. I think it's time for me to retire. You're still in your prime. The senses of the former Chopal screamed. Now is the time to say no. Yes? As if that were the correct answer, the plate was filled with meat. It would have been great if Alicia had shown the same tact now. Me. Vlad began to quietly look around as he ate the food Marcella gave him. Yesterday, when he had just returned, he was very busy, crowded, and agitated. That's why he couldn't give her what she should have had. Marcella, huh? Here you go. After confirming that no one was on the fourth floor, Vlad carefully handed Marcella a small bag. What's this? I'm not sure if it will work. Vlad probably wasn't the only one captivated by the blue moonlight that day. Somehow, the person who lost the most that night was Marcella, so this level of price was necessary for her. What's this? Our ring. It's Godin's. A very strong name was heard beyond the spoon moving indifferently. Godin? Marcella's fingertips began to tremble as she opened her pocket, perhaps surprised by Vlad's words. No, maybe it's scary. The blue moonlight still filtering into every corner of Rose's smile was nothing short of a nightmare for Marcella. I couldn't kill him, but he died anyway. What was in the pocket Vlad handed her was a ring. It was exactly a signet ring used to seal letters, and the ring had engraved on it the symbol of an eagle, the symbol of Gaidar. It's Marcella's. As a loser and not a winner, he couldn't achieve anything complete. Although it could have been a great trophy, Vlad decided to give Godin's ring to Marcella. Marcella, who received the ring from Vlad's hands, looked at it for a while. What passes countless times between her black eyes is probably the memory of someone, and the pain of that time. Ah! However, Marcella didn't want that ring. Seeing the ring suddenly thrown into the brazier, Vlad ended up spitting out the water he had been holding. Marcella, what is this made of? It's a ring, but it burns well. Godin's ring starts to melt into a bright red color in the brazier. However, unlike Vlad, who was surprised, Marcella's face suddenly filled with the same smile as always. Sometimes I see men more sentimental than women. Yes, what can heal wounds is time, not revenge. Marcella knew this very well, which is why she threw Godin's ring into the brazier. This ring was not something that healed the wound. It was just a reminder of it constantly. I'm proud that you brought it to me, but I no longer need it. Vlad must move forward. Therefore, Marcella threw the ring of the past to Vlad and only brought out today's plate. You no longer need it, right? Yes. Vlad picked up a fork and began to smile slightly, looking at Marcella, who seemed as if nothing had happened. As expected, the rose of Schoarra had not yet withered, and there were still things to learn from her life. I know, right? I no longer need it. On top of the cauldron heated by the lit ring was Marcella's plate, which he hadn't seen in a long time. Mashed potatoes, grilled sausages, and even blood pudding made from cow's blood. All these were menu items that Jorge liked. Did you enjoy your lunch? We should have come and eaten together. Harvin arrived beside Vlad, who descended to the first floor to leave. The captain's hat on his head has become fashionable, but the cane he holds is still in bad shape. Since I bought a new hat, I should have changed the cane too. What about this? Why should I change this? Harvin took the cane as if wondering what that meant, and began to clean it exaggeratedly. Perhaps because it had been used for so long, the shiny cane even had a gleam. I've benefited a lot from this. When I told them it was you who made it, even the creatures of the raging sea listened to me. Is that so? North Star, Vlad of Schoarra. He is the brightest of Bayezid's young knights who couldn't shine for a long time, and he is a man who crossed the provocative West like a thorn in their eyes. It was the current Vlad responsible for both the pride of the trend and the peace for the next generation. And today the word elf is added to your name. Do you really know the elves? I'll leave. I have to go to the church. Vlad, who was surprised by Harvin's words, quickly began to smile like a rose. Perhaps because they arrived late, the sunset shone through Schoarra's alleys. The sunset of Schoarra, after a long time. The setting sun may be the end of the day for ordinary people, but for the people in the alleys, it was like the rising sun of the day. How long have you been attending church? From today. The reason he didn't go to church during that time wasn't an arbitrary decision. He couldn't go because he wasn't accepted. It's very busy. Vlad, who had been about to leave for a while, silently turned his head and looked at the rose's smile. The child's home hasn't changed much, but something seems to have changed. He could see Zemina constantly moving around the home. After all, children grow up fast, don't they? You're the same age as me. That's right. Viewed from afar, Zemina didn't resemble her previous unkempt appearance at all. Although she didn't seem familiar, Vlad decided to step outside after seeing her rather relieved appearance. Is your stomach okay? Maybe because it's small. There's no problem. No, not Zemina. Yes. Zemina. Dot. Vlad and Harvin began to laugh as they said Zemina's name several times. Seeing Vlad, who finally looked a bit like himself, Harvin immediately put on his captain's hat. By the way, if you're going to the church, I'll take you. How long have you been attending church? Actually, It doesn't matter if you don't take me. Hmm? Vlad followed Harvin's gesture and shifted his gaze to a small, dilapidated corner of the dark alley. A street where the sun doesn't shine. There were things that carefully lit up the dark night's light. The last bishop banned pedophilia. But do you know what this bishop has banned? What? Through the slowly setting twilight, darkness began to seep slowly into the dark alley. The things that carefully emerged from there were looking at Vlad. No discrimination. They were young children. The children in the back alleys, who had until now been hiding from the light, gradually paid attention to Vlad and followed. Everyone is going to church now. It's a place anyone can enter now. Vlad, heading to the church, soon recognized the line of children forming behind him. They were all hungry and exhausted, but the children's steps toward the church were light. You say you never know when someone like Vlad of Schoarra will show up around here again. Potential young people can exist anywhere, because Vlad of Schoarra proved it. That's why the priest Andreas, who was watching the scene more closely, didn't hesitate to lower the threshold of the church. You said you were going to church. Aren't you going? I have to go. A new night began in the alleys where the sun had set. Tiny stars rose through the growing darkness of the dark alley. The place where the stars are heading is the church of Schoarra. Perhaps today, these children can enjoy a hot dinner offered by a faithful priest, just as Vlad did on a winter day. Chapter 158, End and Beginning. 2. As night fell, dim lights appeared in the alleyways. Schoarra's alleys only light up when the sun sets. However, nowadays everyone stays awake all night, regardless of day or night. Here's another drink. The sausage is spectacular. The loud shouts of the men echoed through the back alleys. The war wasn't over, but those who returned to Schoarra were victors, each with a few tinkling gold coins in their pockets. It seems like everyone made a lot of money, right? Yeah, they did. It was a bustling time, but Jamina was watching from the 4th floor with Vlad. Among the noisy crowd of drinkers, she could see the employees bustling about, but Jamina, who was already exhausted, needed at least a brief break. Did you make a lot of money too? Knights receive their salary all at once at the end of the year. It's a performance-based bonus. Downstairs in the lobby, several soldiers noticed Vlad leaning against the railing and began raising their glasses high. Vlad's presence must have played a role in Rose's smile, being especially crowded among the many shops in the back alley. But why does your expression look so rotten? Has it been like that since you went to church? Where's Marcella? I can't see her. Vlad quickly changed the subject, avoiding Zamina, who was watching him closely, because he knew that lying would never work in front of the girl he had spent the most time of his life with. Marcella doesn't come to the shop often these days. Fortunately, he managed to divert Zamina's attention. But what came out of her mouth was another concern. Why? Is she in pain? It's not painful. Zamina approached Vlad as if to hear what he had to say, tiptoed and placed both arms on the railing. She wants to retire now. She's old enough to do that. Oh, yes. After hearing Zamina's concerns, Vlad tilted the glass he had in his hand and made a bitter expression. Indeed, you probably aren't old enough to retire yet. Still, the reason Vlad nodded without saying anything was because he fully understood the hardships she had gone through. I don't know about retirement, but it's definitely time for a break. So what's going on here? Vlad asked seriously, but didn't receive the answer he expected. Zamina, who was supposed to answer the question, simply rested her head on the railing and silently looked at Vlad. When people ask why, the answer is, what about me? Crowded shops, noisy drunks. However, it was only her softly spoken question that reached Vlad's ears. How do I look? Do you think I can do it? Zamina's eyes looking at Vlad were somehow serious. Zamina was asking a question that omitted many things. but Vlad realized upon meeting those slightly trembling eyes. Now is the time to tell her. You can do it then. There was always a red-haired girl next to the boy standing in the mud and staring at the sword incessantly. It was a sword worth 5 gold coins that he could never collect in his life. But this was the girl who had said she would buy him that sword. Compared to Marcella, things are smaller, but it's enough for you. Hey, are you crazy? Vlad began to laugh as he watched Zemina gearing up to make a fuss. As expected, it was nice to see Zemina moving instead of worrying. Since I received it, I have to return it, because I still haven't paid for the sword. From now on, Vlad decided to return the courage and comfort he received from the girl that day. Last night, Vlad and Harvan arrived at the church with the children following the waves of the night, and soon they began to move to the bishop's office, where Andreas was, following the guide of the priest who came to receive. Hey, I cleaned it so much that the floor is reflecting my face. Please, don't look around so rudely. Shelter. Although he was actually telling Harvan to shut up, Vlad's steps as he walked through the church were equally tense. It was worth it because he had no experience coming here except when he came for a bloody trial, so there was no way he had good memories. Sir Knight. I was waiting. Eh? As he followed the anonymous priest's guide inside, Vlad was greeted by the face of a familiar child. Ah yes, Deacon. It's been a while since I saw you. Have you had any trouble until now? A child who seems to be about the same age as Charlotte. The boy, who didn't seem to be more than 13 years old, was the young deacon who always followed Andreas. Pleased to meet you. I still recite the prayer you taught me every morning and every night. Wow! That prayer is not something to be memorized at those times. It was the current deacon who helped Vlad pray for the first time in the Church of Varna. Vlad couldn't forget the first time he knelt before God, but it seemed he had to memorize several prayers. But it doesn't matter. If you're sincere, God will know. Thank you for your understanding, Deacon. The deacon, who had become a little more mature than when Vlad first saw him, suddenly smiled quietly and brushed off Vlad's mistake. Harvan's laughter behind him was annoying, but Vlad decided to bear it, seeing that they had met for the first time in a long time. The bishop is waiting. Oh, the bishop. As soon as he heard the word bishop, Harvan quickly took off his captain's hat and began to adjust it. A man from the alleys meets a bishop from a high-ranking city. For Harvan, it was probably as emotional a moment as when he got his first boat. How is it? There's nothing on it. If there was anything on it, I would have just cleaned it. Although they had said that, the two quickly checked each other's attire and began to head to the bishop's office following the deacon's instructions. Click, Bishop. Lord Vlad has arrived. Vlad and Harvan looked around at the same time as they finally found the bishop's office. Asking for directions in an unfamiliar building is like a habit for those who live in the alleys. However, the young deacon just laughed, thinking they looked like nodding parrots. Come in, Knight Vlad. Let's go in. Vlad turned the handle as he heard Andreas welcome him with all his might. In the place that opened with a creak, Andreas was waiting, pointing at Vlad as if he were at the gate of the castle. Welcome. Have you had dinner? I already ate, but I can eat again. Ha ha! Ha! After all, it's mealtime. Andreas's gaze towards Vlad was generous. That would have to be the case. Until now, Bishop Andreas had vouched for Vlad. But the young man who had grown up now had become proof supporting Andreas's honor. Is he here? This is refuge. I am conducting a small boat. Bishop... It was a somewhat awkward greeting, perhaps because he had learned it from Vlad, but Andreas's eyes brightened as he looked at Harvan. What was visible next to the inert leg was clearly a cane, but the man called Harvan referred to himself as captain. You didn't yield to the waves of difficulties. You're amazing. No. Bishop... A smile appeared again on Andreas's face as he saw the alley youth enjoying the sea despite his disability. As expected, his choice to support the alleys of Schoarra seemed to be correct. Well. Sit down, everyone. Andreas, somewhat unusual for a bishop, personally led the guests to their seats and began to prepare tea with familiar hands. The young deacon also seemed to have a knack for helping him. There's a lot of noise, because the cafe isn't built yet. They're using the church building in a hurry. As he released the tension with a sip of tea, he heard a sound. The shrill and talkative voices seemed to be children from the alleys who had come to the church with them. I'm already interested in this cause, so I'd like to make a small donation. Wow. That's fine. Many donations are coming in these days. Andreas, who had guessed Vlad's financial situation, raised his hands and laughed it off. The children said they even received a blanket from Vlad, so they must have already spent the money one way or another. It seems like everyone wanted to greet since a new bishop arrived. Honestly, I didn't want to be a bishop or anything like that because I hated this kind of thing. For some, it was a valuable purpose, but for faithful priests, it was simply a bothersome burden. Seeing Andreas say he was really annoyed by donations sent by influential people in the city, Harvin quickly hid the bag of gold coins he had brought with him. Is there any reason you called me separately? Actually, I missed you too. Andreas, who knew Vlad's temperament well, left the teacup with a subtle expression. The Vlad he had seen was a man who preferred to speak directly rather than beat around the bush. The Northern Orthodox Church actually began in San Logino. You also know that, right? That's right. The Northern Orthodox Church was a sect that originated in the northern diocese of San Logino. Discrimination against the North did not limit itself to territory, not even between the Vatican and San Logino. Although we did little in the past, there was still support from the Vatican. But now, it's all cut off. Vlad felt he could understand a little why Andreas had called him here. As he said, the issue is not simply the lack of money. What the current Northern Orthodox Church lacks most are human resources. I wanted to ask you a favor, but surprisingly, it was difficult to find a faithful person among the knights. Right now, there's no one like you here in Schoarra. Andreas pointed to Vlad's chest as he said he was faithful. There was an inscription engraved on it that said, "The knight who protected the breath of the children, recognized by San Logino. I also received permission from Lord Joseph. Do you mind if I ask for your help for a while? Take everything you can and spend it." Vlad of Schoarra came from the bishop. Andreas was a renowned priest, but due to the nature of his skills, he had no ties to people in special positions like inquisitors or holy knights. In other words, there was no choice but to seek cooperation from Bayezid in using force. I thought you would say that. When Andreas laughed as if he liked Vlad's cold response, Harvin, who knew nothing, also started laughing with him. His desperate efforts to keep up with the atmosphere were tenacious. So what exactly? First of all, I also have to ask a favor from Schoarra. Andreas looked directly at his young deacon, as if he had already decided where they would use Vlad. I wanted you to help that guy. Deacon? Upon hearing Andreas's completely unexpected words, Vlad looked at the young deacon who was slowly putting away the tea utensils. Now is the time for him to go from being a deacon to becoming an official priest. He has to take a test for that. Andreas appreciated his young deacon because they had been together for a long time. They were taken in and raised from a very young age, so they were practically like sons. Is this a test I can help you with? I suppose so. This is not a test where you sit down and scribble on paper. The term test in the church also meant trials. Just as Andreas worked hard all his life to exterminate monsters, true priests would go out in search of their own trials to preach God's will. I plan to send this boy to Baron Utman. Although the Vatican has eliminated evil beings there may still be darkness. Baron Utman. Baron Utman, and a strange being. After hearing Andreas's story, Vlad silently set down his teacup and looked at the young deacon. Now that I think about it, he was a talented person. Yes, didn't you hear it then? As Andreas said, Vlad definitely heard it. The hymn of the young deacon that echoed in the fog that was not visible at all. If it weren't for the song that said, "Rest your throat," Joseph probably would have been killed by the woman shedding black tears. If it weren't for the song asking for his voice to become hoarse, Joseph probably would have been killed by the woman shedding black tears. Relax your expression a bit. I'm not asking you to leave right away. And besides, this place is not as dangerous as it used to be. Yes? At Andreas's subtle suggestion, Vlad quickly turned to the mirror he had beside him, with furrowed brows and a stern, rigid expression. The expression he had directed towards the young deacon until a moment ago was clearly similar to the expression he had seen in the portrait of the priestess. Chapter 159. End and Beginning. 3. There were two men facing each other as the sunset poured in through the window. It was a spacious and luxurious room, but there was only silence between them, and the only sound that could be heard was the metallic clinking of teacup. The first to break the heavy silence was an old man who seemed older than the sunset. An emperor of 5 years and a collateral child whose whereabouts I didn't even know. His old fingers holding the teacup trembled, unable to bear the weight of time. However, the look in his eyes remained sharp and harsh. This succession can never be recognized. Duke Sarnas. The old man's face was wrinkled and horribly distorted with deep wrinkles. There was a contained anger in him that could not be erased simply by the traces of time. What can we do when that child is the closest to Frausen among the remaining blood relatives? It must have been done so that the child could be closer to him. Time had taken away many things from the old man, but it had also left him with sharp insight. Prince Armand. He gave up his great surname in exchange for the title of Duke, and he realized that the old dragon before him was the starting point of all this tragedy. Well, it must have been very frustrating to endure this for 400 years. Duke Sarnas. Me. I, the owner of the Dragon Slayer Knights who have protected the Empire from the remaining dragons for 400 years. The blue eyes, which finally revealed their true feelings after so long, widened. The setting sun was gradually setting, casting dark shadows on Sarnas's face. I am still busy protecting the Empire according to the oath I made with the founding king, Frausen. The reason we support this child is to maintain the Empire. That child is not worthy of becoming emperor. What can I do even if he is not qualified? Are you at least going to sever the line of Frausen? Armand dared not respond to Sarnas's words. If they were to break with the line of Frausen, it would be Sarnas whom they would prefer. His loyalty, which lasted 400 years, was maintained through an oath to the founding king. Frausen, in addition to the oath with the old dragon, the only person who could support all his wishes was the successor to the emperor's position. You cannot do that. The old duke's eyebrows arched at the finality. Indeed, the bloodline had been severed. Then only the will remains. The empire began with the tip of a single sword. There was a man who shone brightly like a star even under the claws of the giant dragon, Quiano Frausen. People called him the sword owner, the swordmaster, as he wielded the fate of all races. If it is the will of the swordmaster, and as for the choice of the sword he wielded, the Frausen surname he inherited from the imperial family, but the name Quiano would be linked to a particular sword, because the sword that man held pierced the most perfect dragon and marked the end of an era. If that's the case, it would be better than the poor blood you presume. Armand, do not do this. Sarnas looked pitiful as he watched the elder chasing the fated legend. The story of the founding king, which became legend because the end was not announced, has now become a fairy tale believed only by children. It is a sword I could not find, even though I searched for it for hundreds of years. No matter how ancient it is, it definitely exists somewhere. Armand's voice as he spoke of the Swordmaster's sword was clearly filled with a strange confidence. It's as if there is a dragon sitting in front of me right now. There was a letter sent by a knight whose news had been severed. It was clearly written in that brief letter written in secret codes. Auzurin, the sword of the Swordmaster. It has been drawn. That was the last communication that the former commander of the Imperial Guard, August, sent. A child born at the end of the dark alley loved the setting sun. For those living on the main road beyond the alley, it was the end of the day, but for people like them, it marked the beginning of the year. Vlad's longing for the stars in the night sky may have been since the moment he was born. Do you like the sound of the song? Yes, he does. Vlad, who was looking out the window, closed his eyes in silence as Andreas spoke. The sound of Cade's breathing as he lay on the bed, and the sound of water splashing as he cleaned the blood and pus. Among those sounds, the voice of the young deacon filtered into Vlad's ears, accompanying the fading twilight. In fact, as predicted by Mr. Joseph, if we had arrived even a little later, there would have been repercussions. You said this guy handles a bow? Yes. Andreas said that if they had arrived a little later, Cade might not have been able to function as a knight. The war with Gaidar left many scars not only in Dirma, but also in Joseph's knights, and seeing Cade lying now was proof of that. Thank you, Bishop. There is nothing to thank, as this is what I have been doing from the beginning. Originally, it was customary not to get involved in worldly affairs. Andreas's confused eyes watched the black flags hanging outside the window. Flags announcing the Emperor's death. The faithful priest could no longer turn his back because he sensed the countless deaths those flags would bring. That's why I didn't want to take on something like a bishop. Andreas, who now had to worry about the realm of politics, let out a small sigh and sank into the chair next to the bed. When the two stopped talking, a faint singing was heard. A sound that calmed a woman shedding black tears. It was a hymn. Originally, even if there was no conflict with the Vatican, I was planning to send that guy to the Tramish choir. I wanted to make you feel the footprints of the woman who claimed to be the voice of God, but it ended up being very unfortunate. Is that so? Though he did not say it aloud, Vlad truly sympathized with Andreas's pain. Young beings who could expand their world in any field were precious. However, the current young deacon did not have a proper mentor to help him expand his world. Andreas was certainly a good priest, but he did not have the personality of the young deacon. Even so, it's great. I have never heard of people being healed through songs. Ha 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 ha. Now my only solace is you, and that boy singing right now. The manifestation of ability may depend on each individual's personality, but the healing properties contained in the song must be thanks to Andreas's guidance. The song may resonate today because there was someone who guided the child. Does my existence also bring solace to the bishop? Of course. Andreas turned his head as he heard Vlad's voice, which seemed depressed without knowing why. Before he realized it, the twilight deeply covered Vlad's face. Vlad of Schoarra, you are definitely my solace and pride. I'm sure all the knights who taught you think that way. Is that so? Vlad's face, which remained in the shadow of dusk, was smiling. Even if you stop for a moment and look back, you may not be sure of the path you took, but if those ahead of you nod, you will not be afraid to walk in the darkness of the night. If so, the night sky filled with darkness as the young deacon sang a hymn. Vlad's smile, colored in the night sky, shone brightly when he heard that his name had now become someone's pride. I thought it would be good if people thought of the voice in the same way, somewhere under a dark night where not a single light shines. On a night when not even the light of the stars in the sky could penetrate the clouds, there was a group of people running along a forest path that no one knew. It was clearly a procession of horses and carriages, but strangely, no sound was heard around them. Here it is. Since there was no light, all that could be seen was total darkness. But the woman who stepped down from the carriage wore an even darker veil, as if she wanted to hide her face from everyone. As you ordered, I found it while searching for the core of the spirits. The knight in armor placed a shining orb in her hand and pointed with his finger at the tree in front of him. As the clouds passed for a moment, the moonlight shining through illuminated the night. He was speaking clearly, but there was nothing hanging from his neck that should have been there. Please guide me. Yes. Unlike the strange appearance of the flock, the woman's voice was like that of a single bird, a voice so bright that it made you want to immediately remove the veil and check her face. The knights who followed the order given by that voice and entered the forest soon discovered an extensive grassy forest, unlike the dense forest of trees that had been there until now. I'll not fail, satisfied wood, I'll danger advance. And what awaited them there was a rotten tree. The sight of the great trunk lying there looked like a corpse, abandoned by something huge. It's inside. Following the lee of the headless knight to the base of the tree, what they saw was the hollow interior of the tree. It was so large, it seemed like a vast empty space. Inside, there was a beam of starlight shining through the thick clouds. He's dead. Although the clouds were dark, the body of an unknown man lay there under the starlight, as if pierced by a needle. The body of a man propped against a small rock as if exhausted. The woman who identified the corpse removed the black veil she wore out of intrigue and approached slowly, immensely, without even putting a foot on the ground. He's been dead for a long time. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that the roots of the already dead tree were supporting the man's body. The woman could tell that the corpse lying there had an unusual history, as it seemed as if it had been turned into a coffin. The body hasn't rotted. The body was not rotten, but the accumulated dust was thick, showing that a long time had passed, and the clothes it wore were turning to dust and blowing away at a touch. What could be seen on the clothing gradually disintegrating from the cold fingertips of the woman was a very old imperial emblem, no longer in use. And the sword he's holding, although it was a corpse with a mysterious appearance, the sword it held was anything but ordinary. However, the woman pursed her lips when she saw the more intense traces of her fingertips than the sword held by the corpse. Dragon's blood. The woman who checked the man's story through the fingertips of the corpse seemed very surprised, even though her heart was not beating. It was as if she had grabbed the heart of a dragon and burst it open. On her fingertips there were strong traces of a dragon that could not be ignored. Who is this person? No, who the hell are you? At the end of the empire, where no one looks, in a dense forest, there was a corpse that was carefully preserved by the giant tree where the spirit resided. The corpse, which collapsed as if exhausted, clearly had traces of a strong dragon that she had never felt before on the tips of her fingers. It was a dark trace that you wouldn't have even if you killed all the dragons in the world. Chapter 160. You reap what you sow. 1. Through the thick cigarette smoke, the creaking of wooden planks can be heard. It seemed as though the sound was made by ferries swaying back and forth along the river waves. On the dock of Schoarra, inside a building that seemed entwined as if sewn together with thread, the two individuals stood facing each other, but nothing was said for a long time, and the only sounds that could be heard were the sound of cigarettes being lit and the gulp of alcohol passing down the throat. I feel like time passes too quickly with you in front of me like this. The old man spoke only after finishing a bottle of liquor and smiled as he tossed the finished cigarette into the ashtray. His yellowed and ugly teeth seemed threatening, but Vlad, who was seated across from him, didn't even flinch. In fact, it's not necessary for you to know. But originally, I also wanted to bring you along. Jorge, that guy, may be a bit soft, but still, you know. The old man's eyes seemed weak as he thought of the past. Though he had been waiting for a while, and what was being said now wasn't the main topic, Vlad still decided to wait. As someone born and raised in the alleys, he wanted to show some courtesy to my boss, Captain Hoover. I heard Marcella is retiring too. It won't be a full retirement. She's not as old as the boss. Ha ha ha! Yes. If I were Marcella's age, I'd still be in my prime. If he were an ordinary alley boy, his head would have been cut off with a sharpened hook with the words he just spoke. However, the person paying attention now was Hoover, the boss, and though Vlad was a guest, he dominated his space. I'm grateful to the boss for looking after the cripple Harvin. That's because he was smart, even though you put it in a corner. As he listened to Vlad's words, whose intentions he could not guess, Hoover reopened the bottle with the hook in his left hand. Truly the best talent born in the alleys of Schoarra. Vlad had become too heavy and hard to float on his own. It's not an excuse, but I had no other place to use him apart from that. I know. I understand. There used to be 5 bosses in the back alley, and the knight seated across lost 1 boss and killed 2 bosses. Vlad of Schoarra was a knight whom not even shining gold coins or indulgences granted by God could stop, and Hoover decided not to forget that fact. I want to retire, comfortable and secure, and so I decided to retire, before being eaten or killed by his hands. Why are you telling me this? Because if it's not you, there's no one else who can do it. The alley story is as complex and ever-changing as the people who live there. However, if you look at it from afar, it seems to function according to a law which is the law of the strongest. I know the young mayor of Schoarra is targeting me, because he wants to control everything in this city. There are things you can see because you're old. The old captain had been sailing the seas for a long time, and knew full well that he had to furl the sails and hold his breath in the midst of a raging storm. Please tell him this old man wants to retire. You'll have to let go of many things. You'll have to compensate Mr. Joseph for what he has prepared. It was an offer that didn't particularly appeal to him, but Vlad thought of the face of the person who had introduced him here and decided to show as much sincerity as possible. In any case, he had been able to endure tough times thanks to this person, so it was a way to repay. Of course. I'll prepare so you won't be disappointed. After hearing Vlad's response, Hoover didn't show it, but his heart sank greatly. As expected, I was being targeted. If I had been a little late, they would have hanged me. Please, I won't let you regret it. I'll tell you something. There wasn't a definitive answer, but that would be enough. The man who was now rising was of noble blood, Joseph's confidant, and a symbol of Schoarra. Wait a second. Vlad, holding the doorknob to leave, suddenly grabbed a bottle of liquor that flew past him. It was a brown liquor with an unpleasant sheen. What's this? It's my masterpiece. Captain Hoover, who had just taken out a cigarette, looked at Vlad with a squinted eye. It's a drink with a name. My name is Captain Q. Actually, I was thinking of opening a brewery as a hobby after retiring. After hearing Hoover's words, Vlad only then remembered where he had seen the alcohol he was holding. In the days when there was nothing to drink and die for, it was literally the drink that almost killed me. Don't dream of the distillery. Vlad still didn't remember well what happened that night. What happened? Take this. Vlad, who left the dock after being seen off by his gang members, saw Harvin waiting for him there and quickly threw him a bottle of alcohol. With a tired expression, as if he had been holding a bottle of poison all this time. What's this? What is it? That damn drink. No, was the old man still making this? Harvin also accepted the bottle, unable to hide his surprised expression. He was somewhat restless and seemed to want to throw the bottle away right now. "Hire Hoover. Let him take care of whatever needs to be taken care of, eh?" "What?" "If you want to save that person, that's how it has to be." Vlad spoke with indifference and Harvin responded as if he didn't know, but the two understood each other. It might not have been as bad as Vlad and Jorge, but Harvin and Hoover were on the same fence, and the men in the back alleys were sensitive to such things. Just as Harvin introduced Vlad to Hoover. He said he was a person who had been at sea when he was young and told me to learn everything from navigation to smuggling routes. Nowadays, Vlad is very interested in the sea. Shall I put it in an easy way for? That's the basis of his business. He doesn't want to die, I'll let him know. Whether to spit him out alive or kill him and take him away. Everything related to Hoover depended on Joseph to decide anyway. However, even if you're a boss in an alley, if you show that there's something useful to save your life, they won't necessarily take your life. And for the time being, don't do anything that could get you caught. If. Harvin felt the sudden change in Vlad's mood and nodded, wiping away his smile. It's time to leave once and for all. Now's the time, yes. Take care of the kids. Just as the old captain saw the storm approaching from afar, Harvin could also feel the meaning behind Vlad's words as they passed. As Schoarra's market also provoked its own changes, it was obvious that even greater changes would begin now that the Northern Union and the Orthodox Church had appeared. Shelter, eh? At the alley's fork. Vlad heads to the town hall, and Harvin heads to the Rose's Smile, so they must part ways. This is an opportunity. It's here now. Though Vlad didn't say much, Harvin could tell what he was trying to say. It's the same for everyone, but for the alley kids. Opportunity was like a dream, and they worked tirelessly to seize it. And now before the two of them stood Schoarra, who was about to change. Let's do our best. Yes. You take the main street, I'll take the back alley. Though their paths were different, their goals were the same. That's probably the story of those days when we wrapped ourselves in a single blanket, promising to tell it someday. Near a stable located within the town hall of Schoarra. It was a place filled with the neighing of horses, but the spot where the black horse and the green-haired girl stood was extremely quiet. You're also avoiding everyone. Nay, Noir made a sound as if responding to Charlotte's words, but the reality was completely different. Noir, with his damn personality, was only warning the surrounding horses not to approach him. Well, yes, I know that feeling too. However, the young Charlotte still didn't know Noir's nature, and felt sympathy for the black horse, as she watched him alone, without anyone around. Although Noir was famous for rejecting his caretakers, he was particularly indulgent with Charlotte, and his behavior was similar to what he showed to Zemina. Although it might not be a favorite red color, could it be because Charlotte's hair color reminded him of the grasslands of his hometown? It's all because of that eye. Charlotte, who was hugging Noir's neck, began to narrow her eyes as she remembered someone. A knight whose personality is as bad as his appearance. He was also the one who knocked Vlad on the head and squeezed his ankles as soon as he saw him teach. If it weren't for him, I would have been learning something by now. I don't know if it was because she couldn't learn to handle the sword, or because she couldn't be with Vlad, but Charlotte's anger was directed solely at Jaeger, a knight who scolded Vlad for teaching a novice. If it weren't for him, she could have been swinging a wooden sword with Vlad right now. I'm really unlucky. Although she was in an unfamiliar place like a stranger, she couldn't say anything. But if this place had been Ravnamar Mansion, she would definitely have raised her voice once. Charlotte was very angry and felt unfair. Hey, boy and horses, huh? Then Charlotte heard someone shout. It was very sudden, and it was also a sound that she couldn't help but be surprised by. Me? Yes, you. Little boy over there. Charlotte raised her finger and pointed to herself just in case. But the man's expression only grew grimmer as he saw her. Damn it. Don't you realize how important that is? Get out right now, huh? What? Of course, in the days when they were disguised as slaves, they could endure the same treatment as now. But this was Schoarra, and Charlotte was Ravnoma, a noble. As a guest, Charlotte had no grounds to be treated like this. What kind of bastard are you, huh? Damn it! Get out, man! However, the man who was scolding her now also had a good reason to do so. Someone with no brains in his head is trying to take someone else's place. Is this your seat? Hey, look at how this guy talks to an adult. He's got the nerve of someone who's barely matured, just like always. Anyone would behave like this if their hard-earned position were threatened. Until now, his job had always been to take care of Vlad's horse, Noir. Still, he looks like a real man, even wearing a wooden sword at his waist. What about you? Are you a squire or something? Yes, I'm a squire. If you learn swordplay from a knight, that makes you a squire. However, Charlotte, who was already extremely venomous, began to lash out at the long-chinned man, scolding her regardless of context. As the man had just said, Charlotte Ravnoma was a true yellow killer who had already killed people. I'm the squire of Knight Vlad. I learn sword skills from him every day. What? Of course, she wasn't a squire, and had never properly learned how to use a sword, but Charlotte, overcome by evil, began to grab any horse and serve it. However, the man's face began to turn white, as if those words were enough to hit. Why are you Vlad's squire? A man in tattered clothes who must have been through many hardships. The hand he held against his chest trembled slightly as if feeling aggrieved. I'm Vlad's squire, man. A guide, a stable caretaker, a squire of Vlad, and a swindler. Goethe has returned. Chapter 138, Chapter 161. You reap what you sow. 2. There was a huge canyon that seemed to rise from the ground. The edge of the canyon, as sharp as a needle, seemed to pierce the sky, and its very steep shape made it seem like it was about to sink into the wasteland at any moment. That's it. A wasteland full of dry dust. Peter lowered the cloth covering his mouth and silently looked at the canyon blocking his path. Through narrowed eyes, there was a large city gate visible in the distance. That's the Holland Gate I've only heard about, Father. Yes? Peter silently nodded at his son's words as he quietly approached him. As Rutiger had said, the gate rising as if blocking the way was the imposing Holland Gate, one of the proud thresholds of the West. The natural fortress, so famous that it was known even in the north, where there was little exchange, was located within the canyon and completely blocked the path to the west. Indeed, it's the western wall, and from what I've heard, it doesn't seem easily passable. Rutiger looked at the Holland Gate in front of him, blocking the sunlight with his palm. The narrow and winding canyon resembling a snake that ran through it was once said to be a place where a river flowed. Perhaps at that time the place where they were now standing would not have been a dry wasteland, but one of the great rivers. The march. Let's stop here. When Peter gave the order, thousands of soldiers who had reached the canyon entrance stopped in an orderly manner. It was exactly the point where soldiers resting atop the gate in the distance could be seen. I think here will be enough. After giving the order, Peter raised his head and looked towards the canyon entrance they had entered. Although it wasn't as good as the entrance gate in front of them, it was also narrow and rugged. The terrain seemed like it could serve its purpose, even if it were a clumsy fortress, if one were to be built. What about the Allied forces? They say they'll descend within 2 days. Count. Very well. After hearing the report from advisor Ragmus, Peter looked towards the Holland Gate. Just as he had heard, it seemed the Western Gate would allow no intrusion. Once we seal it shut, this war will end. However, the narrow and deep path might not apply only to those who wanted to enter. Those who wanted to leave also had to traverse the breach, so the disadvantages created by nature were equal for all. We'll wait here until the Allied forces arrive. Understood. By Peter's order, thousands of Bayezid troops began to camp at the mouth of the canyon. However, the Western forces in front of them could only watch the scene and had no intention of advancing. Let's end this war here. The executives surrounding him nodded at Peter's calm words. It started with Gaidar, but it ends with Bayezid. Blocking the Holland Gate Gorge, the gateway to the west, the northern Allied forces, still coming from behind, were coming to establish a stronghold at the canyon entrance under the instructions of the Steel Lord. From now on, the newly constructed fortress was scheduled to become the southernmost outpost of the northern Allied forces, which would block the west and aim at the center at the same time. Schoarra on a sunny afternoon. The sunlight streaming through the window was warm, but Goethe, who stood before him, began to break out in a cold sweat. Yes. Goethe. Welcome back to Schoarra. Is it because I turned my back to the sunlight? Or because the shadows under my eyes have become darker since I couldn't see them? Joseph's face darkened as he looked at Goethe. Thank you. Pang Pang, however, there was something harder for Goethe to handle than Joseph's dark face or Jager's murderous gaze. Isn't this a knot? The sound of Vlad's voice came from the side. The blame of the squire was the blame of the knight, and as a result, Vlad, who had been dragged along unknowingly, was silently tying the knot next to him. The rope, thick enough to hold an adult man, was gradually becoming a sinister knot at Vlad's fingertips. It's like something you'd use in a hanging. Well, we'll decide if we're right or not later. Goethe, who had been distracted by the rope for a moment, tried to clear his mind and decided to focus on Joseph's words. Though he was famous and insignificant, it was he who insulted the daughter of the Count, and the punishment for him would be given by Joseph in front of him. I heard you came from the central region. I'd like to hear stories about that place. Yes. Oh. Joseph's eyes began to scan Goethe's movements. He had sunken cheeks and torn, dirty clothing here and there. Just a quick glance showed that the journey up to now had not been an easy one. I parted ways with Lord Vlad a few months ago, in the city of Marcina. The memories begin in Goethe's hometown. Goethe, who urgently took refuge after the battle with Colin the Boar, finally parted ways with Vlad because he couldn't ignore his family. Marcina would be a city with its own foundation. That's right. It definitely was. As Joseph said, the city of Marcina was a pleasant place. Although it was on the verge of going to war, it was a city that couldn't be expected to be easily taken, so Goethe planned to depart for Schoarra again as soon as he could ensure his family's safety with the money he received from Vlad. The central region isn't engulfed in chaos at the moment. It's as if they've been waiting for the present. There's war everywhere, and looting by bands of thieves. But in the end, Goethe couldn't find a safe land to shelter his family. Just before Marcina fell, Goethe and his family, who managed to escape from the city, wandered through several nearby cities, but all they faced was the fire of war that had begun to spread everywhere. Is it that serious? Don't even mention it. Territorial wars are happening everywhere in the central region, to the point that cities not on fire are rare. Thinking of that time, Goethe's expression began to pale as if he were sick of it. How dare he bring his elderly mother to the northern city of Schoarra? Joseph couldn't deeply believe it, but he knew Goethe was a person who wouldn't do any foolishness, so he simply nodded silently. Very well. Although there had been letters sent by ravens, they belonged to Bayezid's father, Bayezid's owner, and Joseph could only obtain fragmentary information. Meanwhile, after hearing the vivid testimony of an experienced person, Joseph was able to recognize that the situation in the central region was much graver than he expected. Take a rest and come back here later in the night. I need to mark in detail the path you took on the map. All right. Lord Joseph. According to Goethe's words, the central control that had been creaking even before the Emperor's death seemed to have finally collapsed. So now that the Emperor is dead, things will start shaking even more. As they proposed an emperor with very weak legitimacy, there would be no good news for the nobles who had been holding their breath. Of course, you'll first have to apologize to Miss Charlotte before coming to see me. Isn't that right, Vlad? Yes. Vlad stood up at Joseph's order, clicked his tongue, and began to untie the knot. Goethe, who saw that, felt relieved to have survived, but he didn't see Vlad tying a knot in a different manner. At first glance, the knot with the blunt end looked like a whip. Oh, stop being so harsh. Vlad frowned as he watched Goethe struggling towards his unreachable back. Don't you think it's necessary to have marks like that to remind you? Yes, but there were several sharp scratches engraved on Goethe's clothing. Joseph had lightly instructed Charlotte to apologize, but it was only natural that the process wasn't straightforward. No, just by looking at him, he was an excellent stable hand. Should we change the knot? Why were you doing that? Why on earth? Even the clever Goethe couldn't tell from Charlotte's appearance that she was a girl, let alone a noble. This might be because the girl's eyes were filled with venom. They said the nanny was crying and making a scene. So, when you go there, lie down as if you're dead. Understood. Captain. After hearing Goethe's dejected response, Vlad scratched his head and thought about Charlotte's nanny, Martha. Even when pierced by an arrow, she was a woman who protected Charlotte instead of herself. Although he did it out of ignorance, what Goethe did was clearly an act of insult to nobility, so his anger probably won't be easily relieved. How many more strokes do I need to give? Is that so? As Vlad looked at Goethe's back and wondered if a wound of this magnitude would be enough to calm his anger, he began to hear the sounds of soldiers murmuring outside. What? What's happening? Focus on your affairs. No, it seems like everyone is rushing in. When Goethe shrugged and nodded to look over there, Vlad peeked out the window. As expected, as Goethe had said, the guards were rushing towards the town hall. One person riding a horse in a hurry, and another person running hastily. However, one thing they all had in common was that they seemed very surprised. What? At this point, all the guards would be patrolling the city. The fact that they are flocking to the town hall means there's an incident that needs to be urgently reported. Hey, yes, Sir Vlad. The guard who had been running down the hallway recognized Vlad and quickly saluted him. What's happening? That's it. Although he was out of breath, he seemed relieved, because the only knight who could move around in this city at this moment was Vlad. At this moment, a suspicious ship is approaching the river, upstream. Suspicious ship. Although it was said to be a suspicious ship, it was a guard with wide arms. Is it really big? Yes. A very large suspicious ship sailing upstream. Facing the panting guard, the knight and the squire began to brace themselves. What is that? Never in my life have I seen a ship like that. The guards of Schoarra were pushing back the people who were beginning to flock to the dock. However, there was nothing to be done about the crowd already there. Boss, what is that? Captain Hoover, the head of the dark alley, was watching a ship making its way up the river from the highest point of his building. It was a sight that even he, who had been wandering the seas for decades, couldn't help but gape at. How did it get here? Experienced Hoover knew. A ship of that size could never sail upstream. The Schoarra River was wide, but the water was shallow. So if the ship were that large, the bottom of the ship would have touched the riverbed. Considering that the two ships captured during the Nassau expedition were still anchored at sea, the sight now was absolutely impossible. Watermill. However, Hoover couldn't help but gape as he watched the ship gradually reveal its majesty. It was a ship that not even the old captain, who had been sailing the seas for a long time, had ever seen before. "We are not suspicious people. Lower your spear." Contrary to the man shouting on deck, the ship that appeared before the people was clearly suspicious. An unidentified ship with furled sails, but still moving. On both sides of that strange ship, watermills were constantly pushing the current. "Human lord, call Joseph Bayezid. We've come to Schoarra to respond to his letter." The voice of a small but stout man resounded through the docks of Schoarra. A shrill voice, as if someone had tied a horn to their throat, began to echo through the docks of Schoarra. "To Joseph Bayezid. Please also summon the human knight Vlad." Vlad, who had just arrived at the dock, widened his eyes as a man he had never seen before sought him out. "What? Does the captain know someone? That? I don't think he's human." In response to Gota's question, Vlad narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance, and soon he began to see a flag fluttering on a ship. The flag bore an emblem completely different from any crest he had ever seen. "We are from the Dwarven Liberation Front," a pattern resembling a hammer striking an anvil. It was the flag of the Dwarven Liberation Front. Nidavellir, chapter 162. You reap what you sow. 3. Upon hearing the news that a ship they had never seen before had appeared, the people of Schoarra began to gather like a cloud. This ship, reportedly brought by dwarves, was enough to pique the curiosity of the people, and unintentionally added warmth to those who were cowering due to the unstable situation. It's amazing. People flocked to the dock as if a festival were being held. Among the large gathering were Haven and Otar. The refuge was swept back and forth by the tumultuous flow of people, but their gaze remained focused on the ship and did not waver. "I heard it moved on its own even though the sail was folded?" How can that be? Is it because of the watermill next to it? Harvin seemed excited and talked non-stop, but Odar, who had to respond, wasn't in the mood. Even now, he had to keep his balance on behalf of Harvin, who was losing his focus. "It's a ship that moves on its own without depending on the wind." Loud noises rang in my ears, and the tremors of the crowd made me feel dizzy, even though I was standing on the ground. However, for now, Harvin could only see the dwarven ships displaying their majesty before his eyes. Although he was shocked, his steadfast eyes resembled those of a child standing in the mud. "Please, I want to ride it someday." Although he didn't want to, he was a cripple who couldn't stand on his own, so he had no choice but to sway back and forth. However, his eyes, as he looked at the object of his envy, were steadfast. Harvin truly wanted that ship that could move on its own without depending on anything. Just like Harvin's slowly growing desire, a faint smoke spread from inside the unnamed dwarven ships. According to the people who had been here before, it was the smoke they had been seeing since they arrived. The mayor's office of Schoarra was filled with fragrant scents. Even Vlad, who had no knowledge about tea, could tell it was expensive tea. But the expression on the dwarf's face as he looked at the teacup seemed somehow serious. It's just a bit of water mixed with grass clippings." It seemed it wasn't just a matter of taste. The dwarf, who introduced himself as Sigurd of Nidavellir, looked at Joseph with a subtle expression. Several dwarves who were with him also seemed to have a problem, as they didn't hide their confusion. "If you don't like tea, do you want me to switch it to alcohol?" "If there was alcohol, you should have decided that a long time ago." Sigurd's final tone increased significantly, as if he had been waiting for those words. "According to our customs, offering tea is like telling you to leave. Of course, you did this because you didn't know. Right? You said it." That was rude. Following Joseph's hurried instructions, Vlad quickly opened the cabinet door and started fetching Joseph's favorite bottles of alcohol. Unlike the West, the North had no interaction with the dwarves, so the current situation was inevitable. I was really surprised. This is actually the first time I've experienced something like this. Sigurd chuckled as he finally looked at his new glass of wine. This was because he didn't want to make a mistake due to mutual ignorance. I read the letter you sent. Our chief was also very pleased. Is that so? Joseph listened to Sigurd's words and raised his teacup, hiding his slight smile. He said he was willing. It was just a friendly letter, and didn't promise much, but it seemed the dwarves also had things they wanted to accomplish through the Northern Alliance. And it was nice to see the gift you sent along with the letter. Sigurd raised his glass and toasted Vlad, who was next to him. Everyone was baffled by his sudden actions, but Sigurd from Nidavellir had a reason for doing so. Thank you, Vlad of Schoarra, for sending our men back. Ah. As he looked at Sigurd's narrowed eyes, the events in Nassau began to appear in Vlad's mind. It was the first time they returned to the dwarves, who had been sold as slaves. If it weren't for that, they probably wouldn't have made it this far. What the human knight sent to the dwarves wasn't just a letter. The basement of the slave market, disguised as a tavern, was filled with dwarf children and the warrior Vulcan. If it weren't for Vlad, those children who were locked behind bars would probably have wandered through the West for the rest of their lives, never able to return to their hometown. I thought all humans were the same, but it seems some people act differently depending on where they live. We decided to think of it that way. I see. Although it wasn't something he did with specific intentions, Vlad's actions were enough to earn him great favor from the dwarves. Unlike the West, which had treated the dwarves as cattle for a long time, the people of the North, who had just occupied Nassau, sent a different message to them. I am the head of one of the 12 tribes that make up Nidavellir. We have enough authority to convey our opinions. Are all dwarves like this? Or is Sigurd the dwarf special? Sigurd drank his wine and got straight to the point without even thinking about it. I want to control the West. We'll do it ourselves, but we need help. If I see. I already imagined that. To Joseph, who was accustomed to conversations among nobles, it was difficult to keep up with the conversation. Joseph quickly started pouring whiskey into a teacup, as the dwarves spoke freely between courtesy and rudeness. Among them, the Gaidars were especially bastards. I heard they're fighting against those guys. That's right. It's on hold right now. But someday, it will come to an end. Not only Sigurd, but also the dwarves with him began to clap, as if they liked Joseph's expression of ending it. Vlad rolled his eyes as if he were anxious while the atmosphere increasingly resembled a market, and Jaeger slowly started to fiddle with his eye patch. The people of the North were still not accustomed to the dwarves. The enemy of my enemy is like an ally, so there must be something we can do together. Seeing Sigurd's hand extend as if it were already made, Joseph began to panic for the first time in a long time. A resolution for an alliance to be concluded with a single handshake. Seeing Sigurd finish what would have cost even Heinal, who had been cooperating fully for several days, in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Joseph could only hold out his extended hand. Let's do it together. Bayezid and the Northern Coalition welcome Nidavellir. Good. I wondered if it was okay to proceed so quickly, but it had to be done anyway. The dwarves, who couldn't even hear the applause, began to eye the bottles in Joseph's cupboard as if they had finally finished, although it was only tea time. What is this? What's happening? The smile of a rose just bloomed. However, Goethe, who had rushed in, said that the shop would be cleared today. From the lobby to the rooms where the guests would rest, the town hall was assaulted. What? Are you drinking too much today? It should be double the usual. Zemina, who was eagerly waiting for Vlad to see if something had happened, soon saw some small men shouting disorderly behind him. They were tall enough to barely reach Vlad's chest, but their shoulders were narrow and broad. Moreover, the fact that they all had long beards was clearly attire and behavior never before seen in the north. Perhaps those people... That's right. They are dwarves. I said it became a matter of me. Vlad shook his head with a disgusted expression and grabbed both of Zemana's shoulders. They say he likes meat. Meat instead of fish. The stronger the alcohol, the better. Yes, Vlad's confrontational gaze was not normal. It resembled the gaze of those days when he said that the real reason had arrived today. And don't serve vegetables or anything like that. They say potatoes are fine. Okay. Joseph, who drank a lot but had little resistance, had died long ago. And only the back alley bars could satisfy the dwarves who still hungered for alcohol. Among them, the only place that had formality and scale was Rose's Smile, so it was a natural decision for Vlad to bring the dwarves here. Vlad, the human knight. Yes, that's correct. I'm Vlad, honorable savior of children. You should have seen the scene when the children arrived. Yes, it would have been nice to see it. As soon as Vlad skillfully put the dwarves as a waiter, the awaited food began to be placed on the table. As there was no time, they simply brought up hot sausages first, but just that made the dwarves' eyes widen. The northerners know how to treat guests. Very well. The smell of sausage is amazing. The dwarves, who were satisfied just with basic snacks, began to cheer up the atmosphere with loud noises. It was such joy that even Borden, who arrived late to entertain Sigurd, found it difficult to join in. Please understand, everyone was exhausted from the long journey. Yes, I understand. It was said that Nidavellir, the Dwarven Liberation Front, had its base on an island. Since they traveled back to Schoarra from there in a secret location, everyone couldn't help but be happy to see a proper meal for the first time in a long time. Thank you for coming here. Although it was just a letter. It was the right time, and the need is mutual. It's nothing special. Sigurd waved his hands as if satisfied with Vlad's words, but it was certainly an unconventional move. No matter how many children they rescued, they still came here with that large ship. Perhaps the relationship with Nidavellir would be of great help to Joseph, who was vying to become the head of the family. I heard there's a blacksmith nearby. It might be tough today, but tomorrow I'll take a look at your armor. No, it's okay. The reason Sigurd came to Schoarra was not only to respond to Joseph's letter, but also to repay Vlad. Not only was it a tradition for dwarves to return favors with favors, but it was also an opportunity to strengthen their relationship with the Northern Alliance through Vlad's symbol. Don't be surprised. From the beginning, the reason the folks from the West want to treat us as slaves is because of our forging skills. Even if there was little interaction, it was known that dwarves were skilled in blacksmithing. The reason why the Western cavalry was famous in the first place was because of their dwarven armor and swords, light but strong. Although I'm not a master blacksmith, I should be better than most common humans. So, don't worry too much. However, once in front of Vlad, Sigurd, setting aside all those things, wanted to strip Vlad's armor. There were dents here and there, but the finish was very well polished. Moreover, even at a glance, he could see devices designed to mitigate impact. It was clearly the skill of a craftsman. While I'm here, I'll also take a look at the sword. For knights, the condition of their sword is directly related to their life. Miss Painters. Sigurd casts a glance as if he wanted to take a look here. Vlad didn't like it when he saw their eyes starting to gleam, but it was something he couldn't avoid. It's impolite to ask a knight to draw his sword as if you were offering a cup of tea to a dwarf. Still, I really look forward to seeing it someday. In the end, Sigurd couldn't hide his true feelings and simply spoke, but the same happened with the dwarves surrounding him. They say dwarves are born with the eyes of blacksmiths, and had already noticed that Vlad's armor and sword were unusual. All right. I didn't feel right because it felt like I was performing a trick, but the dwarves in front of me were valuable guests. Vlad, thinking it would be fine to unsheath it from a distance, gently drew his sword from its scabbard. There was a blue light from Vlad's sword which showed very briefly. Some dwarves who encountered that bright light were so surprised that they even dropped the sausage they were chewing on. Vlad, who felt something suspicious in the gradually changing eyes of the dwarves, quickly sheathed his sword, but the cheerful atmosphere from before didn't return at all. Is something wrong with my sword? Sigurd, who had almost fallen onto the table attracted by the bright light, continued to stare blankly at Vlad's sheath, among the quickly fading blue lights. Sigurd had clearly seen a young lizard spewing fire, as if it were happy to see him. Chapter 163. You reap what you sow, for the crimson color worn by the man was intense. It's sticky, and doesn't move easily even in a stirred wineglass. However, Sarnas smiled as if he liked the thick and heavy sensation. In the end, Duke Armand did as he pleased. Sarnas calmly drinks a glass in front of the morning sunrise. With his carefully slicked back blonde hair and his antiquated and timeless attire, he clearly had the typical look of an aristocrat. There are sporadic territorial wars breaking out across the central region. It seems everyone has been building up, not just Duke Armand. I kept him around for too long. Humans are inherently beings who follow their desires. Sarnas simply nodded at Mircea's report as if he had expected it to happen. Perhaps you thought that the knight who founded the great world of the Empire would always be one. But the existence of the dragon actually slept in the soul of everyone. The more you trample it, the higher it rises, and the more you eat it, the bigger it gets, so who can resist it? No matter how peaceful it was, they must have been cowering and accumulating strength and justification. If you pour water into a small glass, eventually, it will overflow. Expansion to the rest of the world was not just the goal that West aspired to. Anyone would do as I did. Sarnas poured the last remaining wine and quietly left it on the desk. When I turned to look at myself in the mirror, I only saw the image of the noble Sarnas Dragulia. It seemed as if his old self, withered in the darkness, could no longer be found in him now. This guy isn't pure. A reddish-gray hair was visible among the brightly shining blonde hair. Sarnas, who noticed it, smiled with a furrowed brow and began to comb it. As unpleasant as it was a problem to the end. He returned in a funny way, but still performed Baron Ottmann's job well, so it was worth praising him. Is that so? A haphazardly plucked hair strand. This strand of hair, nestled among the blonde locks, was of a red that evoked someone. It would be good if the northern boy were a little darker. Now's the time to pick him up too. What has been sown must now be harvested. You have sown, now is the time to reap. To what extent will my seed sown in the deepest north go? What possibilities will it show? Empty wine glasses and plucked red feathers. As they waited to be refilled, the old dragon smiled. Sigurd was focused, but Vlad, who was beside him, seemed restless somehow. This was because Sigurd, with some strange sunglasses he had never seen before, was examining his sword as if he were licking it. Seeing the blue sword being scrutinized one by someone else's hands, Vlad felt like he wanted to retrieve it right away. I think it's correct. The morning after the wild night, the dwarves had ditched their favorite drinks, and were all gathered around Sigurd. It was quite amusing to see the men with long beards so close to each other, but the looks they gave were serious and cautious. It's a spark of truth. With Sigurd's quietly spoken declaration, the dwarves clenched their fists with determination. Among them, various voices could be heard. But the only thing that made no sound was probably the young lizard softly wagging its tail over the sword. No one should startle this young spirit. "Where did you say you got this guy from?" "Didn't I say before?" "It was from Auzur." In response to Sigurd's question, Vlad took his sword and tossed it. Sigurd's oddly enlarged eyes within the monocle watched the young lizard pass through the sword as if it were pitiful. But how can such a young spirit exist? From the beginning, the most powerful dragons should have eaten all the spirits. "I'm not sure what you mean, but why don't you ask the elves for more details?" Vlad growled, pushing away the men who were getting closer as if they were possessed by something. The prickling sensation of the men's beards was driving Vlad's spirit mad. Those who did this are elves. So, please, try to be more respectful. When Vlad scolded that there was a space knights should maintain, the dwarves clicked their tongues and began to withdraw. However, even though they had returned to their original positions, the 2 letters of regret fell from their gazes. "Is this the first time you've seen the dwarves here as spirits?" Geronimo, the elder of the elves, told me that the swordmaster had left with the dwarves. However, the dwarves were now very pleased with the sight of the young spirit, so it seemed that no trace of the swordmaster had reached them. Their way of checking the spirits through scroll records was clearly quite different from that of the elves. "Like I said yesterday, I'd like to take a look at your armor." It was a sudden request to ask for the armor, but anyone here could guess Sigurd's intentions. Sigurd's eyes, which had been widened by the monocle, still looked nostalgically at Vlad's sword. "Anyway, I'd like to take this opportunity to modify some of our ship's equipment. Are you serious about that?" Vlad smiled to himself as he looked at Sigurd, who nodded quickly. Giving up the sword was an unpleasant experience, but the opportunity for the dwarves to inspect the equipment was certainly rare. This time, Vlad felt like he could see why the West made such efforts to keep the dwarves away. There's an empty smithy nearby. Although small and modest, there was a smithy clinging to Vlad's memory. Now no one uses it, it's cooling down coldly, but I think it can work if it does a simple task. However, Vlad turned his head when a hand urgently grabbed him by the collar. There was Zemina, with her eyes wide open as if she were surprised. "No! There!" Even though she only looked at him calmly, Zemina's eyes constantly spoke to Vlad. It seemed that the redhead did not want to yield her precious smithy, which held her memories, to those drunkards. "I will last for a long time. It can't be helped. It's the only vacant forge around." Harvin whispered to Vlad as he glanced at Zemina, who was still tidying up the table with a clenched mouth. It had been like this since the dwarves went upstairs to nap. "Even if you say that, please don't say it in front of me. It probably wasn't just about the forge." She must have been upset about Vlad's indifferent response, sharing the same memories. Though she had endured it for a long time, memories related to the ancient sword were something even Zemina couldn't compromise on. "Anyway, how long have you been here? Don't you know this has been a restricted area since yesterday? You shouldn't take out your anger on me. You two should resolve your quarrel on your own." Harvin smirked mischievously, trying to sidestep Vlad's question. As he just mentioned, Rose's smile had been off-limits since yesterday, but Harvin still wanted to sit with them, because he wanted to ride on their ship, which still gleamed before his eyes, just once. "So, did you receive something?" "I didn't understand a thing, but I heard something." Although he knew it, he entered anyway, and although he realized he wasn't actually thrown out. The two had been on the same ship for a long time, and shared the common interest of being able to communicate without even saying anything. "The ship the dwarves arrived on, eh?" Harvin lowered his voice as if he had heard a great secret. Vlad, following Harvin's lead, also started listening intently. As much as the existence of the dwarves, the ship they came on was one of the topics shaking Schoarra and it was something even Vlad, who didn't know much about ships, wouldn't lose his attention over. They say it heats up the water there. What? However, as much as he had high expectations, the response he received was completely absurd. Heats up the water. They say then the water mill will start turning. What kind of nonsense is that? I know, now that I say it, it's ridiculous. There are times when something seems plausible when you have it in your head. But when you say it out loud, it sounds quite bizarre. Harvin suddenly made an expression that said this wasn't true, but many steps were skipped between heating up the water and making the water mill work. What do you mean by they build a bathhouse on board the ship? No, that's water vapor. What did they say after that? He gave him a chance. But in the end, Vlad clicked his tongue while looking at Harvin, who ended up drinking in vain. If he had unearthed some secret about the ship, it would have greatly benefited him. I'm leaving. I have to go to the town hall to report. I'll organize my thoughts today. You can do it. You even drank the alcohol that Hoover prepared with the dwarves yesterday. You'll never remember. When Vlad mentioned that he had been drinking alcohol and shouldn't touch it, Harvin silently held his head. From my experience of drinking it a few times, as Vlad said, you won't remember what happened yesterday. I'm leaving. Leaving behind Harvin's complaint-like words, Vlad left Rose's smile and headed towards the town hall. The hospitality he ordered yesterday had been successfully completed, and satisfactory accommodation had been prepared for them. Now, all that remained was to report to Joseph. I guess I'll have to take a look. Just turn around a little. As he spoke, Vlad decided to stop by the old forge for the first time in a long time. It was a path he had walked almost his entire life, but walking through an alley in broad daylight was just uncomfortable. The appearance of day and night was clearly different, and the same was true for the ancient closed forge. Seeing his hometown after so long felt as uncomfortable as it felt welcoming. There are no signs of anyone entering. It was an empty house, but it was also a house where no vagrant would come. It wasn't really maintained, but anyone who had been wandering the alleys wouldn't dare to invade this place related to Vlad. Click, like a cold winter day, the forge's door, which had opened, was covered in accumulated dust. The chair the old man sat in, and the old anvil covered in dust, and even the small anvil that was always lit. Is this enough to serve? Vlad looked around with eyes as complex as the accumulated dust, unable to decide whether it would be good to hand over that place to the dwarves. He truly felt that it would be better left as a place of memories, as Amina had said. May I so? However, unlike Vlad, who was sighing, the young lizard peeked its head out from the sword, its eyes shining. Though it was chilly, it found it familiar. The young lizard, who hesitated over the flower of the world tree, clearly remembered the old blast furnace that had burned with the old man. Well, if you don't like it, I would have asked you to find another blacksmith. The friends who had been forging the sword together had all gone one by one to find a place that suited them, but the young lizard couldn't find a place that fit its heart. But that small, awkward blast furnace was more to its liking than any other place it had ever seen. Clink! A young seed fell silently from the sword through the gap in the silently closing door. As the trembling seed disappeared into the blast furnace, a warm energy began to emanate from the forge, which had been silent a moment ago. It was a familiar wheat field, no different from any other place, but somehow it seemed as if a drop of black paint had been added to it. Is it just a feeling that not only the wheat fields, but everything in this territory feels like this? Juicia, over here. Holy knights who used to belong to St. Regino but now belong to the Northern Orthodox Church. They were currently coming to the territory formerly known as Baron Utman to check on the forecast of the evil being. It's all rotten. Not just rotten, The knight, as if indicating something, began to scatter the grains between his hands, as if asking her to take a look at this. Even among the moldy grains, some still retained their color. However, the things that were supposed to be inside the wheat were not visible. Even living beings are reduced to straw. Justia looked at the remnants of wheat fluttering helplessly from the top of her palm. Broken wheat grains floating helplessly in the wind. Why did it end up like this only here? It was the worst drought in history. However, what was strange was that, except for Baron Atman, other places showed normal harvests, as in previous years. Not only Joshua but also the other paladins were left speechless at seeing the fields as if they had been stamped with an ink-covered finger. I need to investigate further. Let's request support. Understood. Lady Joshua. Even now, behind them, there were farmers crying, saying that this year's harvest had been ruined. For them, who had no lord to protect them or land to accept, the black and dead wheat fields would be like a death sentence. Justia's thin eyebrows made deep marks between her brows as she looked at them. Baron Utman, who had caused a great stir in the north, was no longer there, but the scars they left behind seemed to persist here. Chapter 164. A place to come back to. 1. The morning was filled only with the singing of birds. The employees were busy moving around the inn, which had fallen silent perhaps because the regular customers had been expelled. Smells good. Marcella, are you awake already? With natural steps, Vlad sat at the small bar that only employees could use. It used to be used by Jorge and other gang members, and now it was mainly used by Vlad and Harvan, and the fragrant smell of soup filled the air. What about Harvan? He left early in the morning. I suppose he's guiding the dwarves. Really? Harvan seemed ready for a ride on the dwarves' boat. Even if it wasn't for that purpose, making friends with the dwarves wasn't a bad thing at all, so Vlad decided to do so and picked up the plate of soup in front of him. I'm going to eat well. Marcella, but wasn't this made by Zemina? Vlad simply raised his spoon silently as he looked at Marcella, who smiled mischievously at him. A busy red-haired girl moving around in a small bar. Vlad barely had an appetite as he watched Zemina, who turned away as if avoiding eye contact with him. How long are you going to be upset? After all, I didn't even give it. What? Zemina's lips, which seemed to be pouting, could barely articulate a response, as if she couldn't say no. The dwarves said directly that they would do it in the old man's smithy. I even tried to divert their attention to another smithy. I know it's something that can't be helped, but that doesn't mean it's not annoying. Although she had many memories with Vlad since childhood, the memory she cherished most was related to the old sword. Vlad wasn't the only one who took pride in his sword. It's good that the dwarves are using it in the first place. Just like Rose's smile is drawing attention now. Oh, I don't know. I suppose I'll go with Noir, who is obedient. If it's going to be thrown away anyway, it would be good if anyone could use it. Moreover, since it was being used by dwarves called craftsmen, it could be said to be an honor, but Zemina's internal feelings were still complicated. Why is that? Vlad was frowning as he watched Zemina run downstairs as if to avoid him, but the one who actually felt queasy was probably Marcella, who was watching. In the past, we would have put both of you in a room. Yes? It's nothing. The soup is getting cold. Hurry up and eat. Marcella simply smiled, regretting having to come and go over something that would have been resolved in the past with a single blow. Anyway, where are you going today? It seems like you, Vlad, are the busiest in Schoarra these days. I plan to stop by the smithy first and then go to the church. I have a favor to ask Bishop Andreas. You're exchanging favors with the bishop? You've grown a lot, Vlad. Marcella gently stroked Vlad's head as he ate soup. It's inevitable that we both feel sorry for each other. As you can see now, Vlad had a lot of work to focus on, and Zemina must have endured a lot while watching Vlad in that way. But how much did you pay? What? It's a donation. I gave it to the convent. Marcella's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Vlad's hand, expecting another bowl. I heard that the convent didn't even open the door at that time. Vlad always had a light breakfast, but today he extended his plate as if he had a lot of work to do. I later found out that the children there were only fed one meal a day. Yes, they said it was like that. Just as Zemina has unforgettable memories, Vlad also has unforgettable memories. The day I went to the convent for the first time, the red-haired girl I met with a swollen heart was so thin that it made me angry. So, are you going to the convent today? That stupid girl doesn't know anything. After making a fuss with Marcella for no reason, Vlad looked at the soup-filled plate again and picked up the spoon. Even from Vlad's point of view, it was unfair because he thought of her that way, and all he got in return was sulking. Well, do well today. They were a little out of sync, but in the end, Marcella stopped laughing when she saw them facing each other. As expected, it was good to have left my work. This kind of scene would have been something that couldn't be seen in Rose's dirty smile. Watching Vlad eat soup for a while, Marcella smoothed his hair again as if he had done well. The shadows under his eyes sank as deeply as the height of the stacked documents. The elder watching Joseph didn't hide his concerned gaze. It hadn't been long since he heard the news of his collapse, but with this killer workload, it was inevitable to worry. You seem quite busy lately. Joseph smiled, as if trying to put up a front in front of the elder, but in reality, it only highlighted the depth of the shadows under his eyes. Despite how mature Joseph might be, he still seemed vulnerable, like a child in the elder's eyes. No matter how busy you are, you must take care of your health, young master. Even so, meeting Lord Ramond after so long makes me feel renewed. A person who can refer to Joseph, descendant of the noble Bayezid and mayor of Schoarra, with the word master. Ramond, a retired knight of Bayezid, saw Joseph with his thin cheeks and looked at Jaeger resentfully. Anyway, what brings you here? Is there something urgent? I didn't come here because there was anything particularly urgent about me. Ramond, who had truly achieved a perfect retirement, as he had fulfilled even the duties of the lowest man, had returned to his mansion near Varna, and devoted himself to his hobbies. Ramond, living the retired life every knight dreamed of, was, as Joseph put it, a man who wouldn't bother coming to Schoarra unless there was something special to do. Are you here for Vlad? Of course. Indeed, there is a reason I came to see him. Ramond, upon hearing Vlad's name, began to smile happily. For Ramond, the nearest city was Varna, but the city he received was Schoarra, and it was an undeniable fact that one of the reasons was Vlad. I plan to check on him while I'm here, but I didn't come because of him. However, Vlad was not the only reason Ramond came to Schoarra. Would you like to see this? Ramond left a paper with those words. The paper was dirty here and there, as if it had rolled on the floor, but the letters written on it were preserved and clearly identifiable. It's the emblem of the Vatican. Yes. However, Joseph's eyes caught the pattern stamped underneath instead of the words written on the paper. The emblem of the church is similar to that of the Northern Orthodox Church, but it has a completely different shape. Traces of the holy, see that the Northern Alliance had expelled, were now before Joseph's eyes. It is said that nowadays this kind of newspaper is spreading from villages and small communities. Of course, it didn't matter, because the employees of our mansion were illiterate. The traces of the holy see extended from the outskirts, skillfully avoiding the gaze of those in power. It wouldn't have much effect among common and illiterate farmers, but if someone had recognized it, the rumor that started in writing would spread everywhere by word of mouth. The pattern engraved at the bottom of the paper was one even those illiterates could recognize. People of the North, listen. God was angry at the rise of false paganism. Joseph read aloud the paper Raman brought. However, it might not be Joseph's fault that he stuttered and couldn't read it all at once. The handwriting, which is embarrassing even to call bad, was so messy that it would be better to say it was drawn rather than written. It's as if it was written by someone who doesn't know how to write. Faith in false idols is an act that greatly dishonors the One. We already see in our eyes that evil is coming upon you. However, the content it contained was safe. It was superficial wording, but the intent was clearly visible. Anyone could see that it was a piece of paper with the intent to incite, but Joseph couldn't help but feel strangely uncomfortable with this piece of paper. A plague will come before the year ends. The beginning was a warning, but the end was a curse. A deep silence began to fill the office at the last sentence, saying woe to those who follow false words. It's quite specific. The time and events were specified precisely. That's right. There's something strange about this was created just to scare people. If it were simply used to scare people, it would have been more correct to express it in a general way. However, the problem is that the text of the document is too specific to match the intent. If these words stray, it will have the opposite effect. Joseph silently looked at the crumpled paper. Roughly written, but safe text. This kind of agitation was worse than doing nothing, but Joseph knew well that the Vatican was not an easy place. Those words, which seemed closer to prophecy, still weighed in a corner of Joseph's heart. A street in an alley where you can now even feel the cold energy. This street is not as noisy as Rose's smile, nor is it crowded, but there are only a few old, dilapidated buildings. However, warmth began to spread slowly, as if a bonfire had been lit at the end of the cold street. The warmth emanated from an ancient blacksmith shop that had long been closed. Kawan! Clang! The rhythm was different, but the sound was similar. The sound of hammers coming from the blacksmith shop, along with the warm orange light, began to travel through the dark alleys as before. I don't understand. Sigurd, who had stopped hammering for a while, looked at an iron ingot that still radiated heat and ended up scratching his head. Is this what's going to happen here? The dwarves around him shook their heads at the same time he murmured to himself. The reason the dwarves were puzzled was because it could be said that the iron ingot, which softly reflected the surrounding light, was of high quality. Even if you looked at it through the eyes of dwarves, who are blacksmiths from birth. No matter how I look at it, this is unacceptable. We should never take this. With the equipment here, you can probably only repair a kitchen knife at most. Sigurd and the dwarves, who had been thinking for a while, simultaneously looked at the old blast furnace inside the blacksmith shop. The adversary, a young lizard embarrassed when so many eyes are looking at him. However, contrary to his innocent expression, this guy was now swimming in molten iron, glowing red hot, with an expression that says this is enough to warm you up. I heard there was something called brasa, but this is the first time I've seen it. None of these will be the first. Captain. Highly. Count Cosfell. That's right, I've only heard stories. Because it collapsed so miserably, the dwarves' small tradition remains, as Sigurd said, and only remains as a story. Even at this very moment, the potential of the dwarves was slowly fading, as the pride they had to cherish and the pride they had to protect were fading away. I have to take it somehow. But now that everything has collapsed, there is a brasa swimming in front of Sigurd and his group that supposedly heated the glorious blast furnace in the past. A young spirit who came here riding on the sword of a knight named Vlad. The two worlds that we had just met, and that had met for the first time in so long, had been looking at each other for a long time. No, not that. But maybe it's been a long time since we last saw each other, because they had forgotten how to communicate between them. The young lizard looked at the anxious looks in the eyes of the dwarves and made a guess. Do you think we need this again? No. Don't spit now. Sigurd, guessing what was going on, quickly pulled his hand away, but the young lizard was too excited. A world that expands across borders. For the young Brassas, the world of the dwarves was like a perfect fit piece. Rain sand, not water, sand. It's all here, no. Stop spitting. The cries of the dwarves erupted along with the high purity, molten iron. Vlad, who had just arrived, made a surprised noise when he saw the dwarves running out the door because they couldn't bear the intense heat. That was the scene Vlad saw as he passed by the blacksmith shop to pick up the armor he had brought in for repairs. A young lizard breathing fire with excitement, and an old blacksmith shop ablaze, and the dwarves shouting. However, even in the blacksmith shop, where the heat grew beyond heat, the young lizard wagged his tail as if he were happy to see Vlad. Chapter 165. A place to come back to. 2. The afternoon sunlight streaming through the stained glass is vivid. A grand chapel in a convent with no one inside. Vlad, standing there alone, silently reached out and grasped at the colored lights illuminating him. However, the lights he attempted to capture only scattered into the void. The light streaming through the stained glass was bright, but in the palm of his hand only a small dust floated. What is this? Vlad chuckled helplessly as he watched the dust scatter under the sunlight. From afar, it seemed so large and tall. Vlad let out a small sigh and turned his head to look back. At the back, where not even the window light reached, stood the door of an ancient convent. It was also the door that never allowed Marcella in on a cold winter day. Just for that. Virgins inside, prostitutes outside. Although not pure, the prostitute who was purer than anyone even lost the right to enter. The rules imposed by someone, not God, were not fully understood by Marcella. It won't just be Marcella. Everyone lives like this. They are evaluated and judged by the standards of others, not their own. No, I don't like just looking at the cancer, and Vlad hated it. Even when he was Vlad from the alleys, and even when he was Vlad from Schoarra, Vlad was just Vlad. Vlad's eyes began to harden as he looked at the convent door, knowing that not everyone could have someone like Andreas the same way he did. Although it was the beginning of winter, the atmosphere in front of the gates of Schoarra Castle was warm. The sound of spears clashing and soldiers swinging echoed everywhere. However, at the end of those sounds, there were no cries of pain, but cheers of joy that extended to the town hall in the center. Have you returned, father? Yes, you have worked hard all this time. The sound of spears being shaken and clashed by soldiers. A man with a face similar to his walked in front of Joseph, who courteously bowed his head. Although he looked well dressed, dust fell from his shoulders, indicating the distance he had walked. Congratulations on your victory. I do too. I recognize your effort in defending Diamar. Sundari. Although loud voices could be heard outside, the atmosphere inside the mayor's office of Schoarra was calm, with Councillor Ragmus and Joseph's knight, Jaeger, holding their breath. Only the shared gaze between father and son was filled. Are you in good health? I have improved greatly. The eyes that looked at his son were still full of power, but his previously black hair now seemed to have more white. Peter was now at an age where he had to think about the path that those who stayed would follow, rather than the path he himself would take. Did my brother not come with you? Rutiger will stay there until the new connecting gate is installed. Therefore, now was the time to make a decision. This war was short but intense, and it was a good opportunity to reflect on his children. Is that so? Peter guessed his son's intentions as he watched Joseph's eyes deepen. Other people may not have noticed, but that intelligent boy would have noticed. The newly built Western fortress was a monumental first step taken by the Northern Alliance, and it was a place that Timur, the Lord of Steel, the leader of the Alliance, paid special attention to. Rutiger, who would stay at the fortress as Bayezid's representative, would meet there with numerous figures from the north and also strengthen his political position. We managed to invite the people of Nidavellir, the Dwarven Liberation Front. They are now at the docks of Schoarra. I see. The pitiful look in his eyes deepened at Peter's cold interruption. Joseph's eyes began to tremble as if he guessed something from Peter's attitude. Good job. It was great. Joseph clearly accomplished what needed to be done, and did everything he could. However, Peter could not congratulate his son with complete joy. He had been thinking a lot while facing the bleak winds from the west, and now it was time to give Joseph the answer. How about Nassau as compensation for that? Jaeger, who was one step behind Joseph, shuddered at Peter's words. It was a statement that omitted many explanations, but there was a fluid atmosphere, and it was enough for everyone here to think the same. It is warmer there than Schoarra, and the air is better. It will definitely be a good place to care for your weak body. There are 3 cities that represent Bayezid: Sturma, Varna, and Schoarra. However, Peter was recommending Nassau, a city obtained from the west, instead of these 3 cities. Nassau was certainly a great city, but it was not a place with the history and traditions of Bayezid. Father, I want to give you an option, son. History repeats itself, and so Bayezid survived. A world where only the strong can survive. Peter still seemed to remember the expressions on the faces of his brothers, who had been pierced by his sword. I will give you the position of governor of Nassau. There will be more authority and support than now, so stop being the head of the family, because only then can you live. Is this the end? Yes. Joseph felt dizzy hearing Peter's final words. A long, endless test that began from birth, though I did not want it. I did my best with my weak body for the test, which I do not know when it will end, but my struggles ended here. The exam is over. In the end, the person my father chose was my older brother, not me. I have had many conversations with your mother. She also said she would accept this decision as long as she could be sure of your safety. The deep sense of defeat that he had been repressing for so long began to surround Joseph's entire body. It felt like the emotions that had been suppressed by reason were spilling out like a broken dam. I think you will understand my decision. Of course, it is understandable. The current world is going through a difficult time, and it will take a strong lord to overcome such times. Joseph already knew that a weak lord who would fall to his knees with a single blow was not suitable. But how I feel. Who the hell understands how I feel about losing the goal I have pursued all my life? After this winter, pack your bags and head to Nassau. Your mother will be with you. Father, Dush. Joseph slowly raised his head amidst Peter's words, which were full of consideration for his son, but ultimately were only unilateral comments. This was the head of Joseph, who was repressing frustration, defeat, and helpless anger. Wasn't I good enough? No. However, in the gaze they met, the sticky emotions had been soothed unknowingly. Although not as strong as Rutiger, Joseph had survived until now by enduring much pain and had risen to the occasion. Was I a son who embarrassed my father and wanted to hide? No. You are my son of whom I am proud. Children are great, even if it is different from the direction and limits set by the parents. Joseph's soul, thickened by hardening, was more persistent than Peter thought. Then I will die. Parents can determine the beginning, but they cannot determine the end. My life is mine alone, and it is I who can decide its end. I want to die with my name engraved on at least one star among the countless stars floating in the sky, because my body is weak and I lack talent. I do not want to live a life where I simply exist as I was born because I couldn't do it. Because I, your proud son, was not born to live like that. As the proud son of my father, I want to become the next head of the Bayezid family. Joseph, who floated in the night sky but no one looked at, now decided to burn his entire life without hesitation, only according to your own will. Although it may not work for everyone, I followed something worthwhile because I wanted to. Boom! Boom! A strong explosion shook the convent of Schoarra. The noise was so loud it made the ground tremble. Stop! Stop! The Mother Superior, startled by the blast, rushed down the stairs, incredulous at the scene before her. The convent chapel was still filled with smoke. Wooden boards were scattered everywhere, rolling in a mess. What's going on, Bishop? Even though I am a follower of the Holy See? Haha. Andreas, who was conversing with her in the office, was also startled by the noise and descended the stairs. Stefan, the leader of the mercenaries, felt uneasy as he watched the nuns gather, looking nervous as he swallowed nervously. However, the man drawing all the attention simply closed his left eye again, as if nothing had happened. They said the door wouldn't open. Although he smiled wryly, the golden light flowing between his closed eyes was somewhat unsettling. A door that doesn't open for prostitutes, nor for the absent, nor even for the needy. A door that was built with noble intentions, but opens and closes according to the standards of those who hold it. For Vlad, who recognized the shallowness of the standard, the firmly closed door of the convent was nothing more or less than something to be removed. So I tried to fix it, but it didn't work. There was a nun beside him yelling at him, asking him what the hell he was doing, but Bishop Andreas only nodded and smiled. It's fine. It was a door I was planning to put a new one on anyway. This was why he, who roamed the desert, assumed the position of bishop. He was planning to break it anyway. He was tired of the high threshold you set ever since he was a priest. Aren't there still a few things left? There are no men here to help, so you'll destroy everything to the end. As Andreas said so, there was a door that still trembled. Vlad was surprised to see Andreas get excited and tell him to destroy more. But since he got permission, there would be no reason to hesitate. It's okay, Bishop Buttiun. Vlad's light began to flow from his closed left eye. Your own light that not even the colorful stained glass shining from above could erase. Though he couldn't surpass the moon, Vlad, who had his own world, was someone who shone brighter than anyone else at that moment. The first blow was for the prostitute. The second blow was for the girl. They were all people who fought not to live as they were born. Yet, guys, with the permission of the noble Bayezid and the assurance of the bishop, the knight's blow surged through the highest hill of Schoarra. Quang! The roar was louder than before, and even the soldiers below startled and looked up at the convent. The convent door exploded after Vlad's angry blow. Standards set by someone else cannot fully judge me. The boy from the dark alley who followed what he had to do and did what he could, ended up doing what he wanted to do. It was the potential of the child that only a true priest recognized. Chapter 166. A place to come back to. Now, a room that had become even narrower since it couldn't be in the mayor's hall. There Joseph stood by the window, carrying his luggage. He was always facing away from the sunlight, but it seemed like he wanted to see the sunrise today. What are you going to do? In the landscape reflected in the window, I could see the crows flapping their wings and flying away. The crows that Marcus had been borrowing were leaving Joseph one by one. Even now, if you wish, I can move you elsewhere. It's something natural to happen. I must leave because what was given to me was not by my choice. Both the crows and the knights, and even the position of mayor of Schoarra. Joseph was bidding farewell to things that didn't belong to him, one by one. Isn't our contract for 7 years? The contract has ended. Now I've been eliminated from the competition for the head of the family. You have the chance to trust me. But now that nothing could be guaranteed, Joseph had no right to hold on to Vlad. Vlad, biting his lips in a heavy atmosphere, looked at Joseph out of habit, a man facing the sunset away from me. The atmosphere was gloomy, but his back, which somehow seemed light, caught Vlad's attention for a long time. Go where you want to go. I will do what I have to do. Today's sun facing alone, leaving everything behind. I don't know why, but his expression in the sunlight, rather than in the shadows, seemed to be a smile. Empty lot in the town hall with no one around. Ramon recoiled in horror as he saw the blue sword shoot out like an arrow. It's painful to see the joints twist and creak with age. However, Ramon didn't have time to lament his old age. He had to hurry to face the next attack. Who did you steal from again? The intrusive steps were cunning, not appropriate for his age, but the space where the toes were heading was precisely blocking Ramon's intentions. Sharp coldness combined with flexibility. Seeing Vlad, who had expanded another piece of his world, Ramon realized there were more victims like him. Where did you learn these tricks? It was a skill too noble to be considered a remnant, but there still wasn't a defined path at the tip of Vlad's sword. Though he eagerly consumed it, he hadn't properly digested it yet. Damn it! Vlad clicked his tongue as he felt the flow of the offensive suddenly change. As expected, Ramon was a strong knight, strong enough to grow old without dying. Vlad was surprised to see the sudden change in the sword's trajectory, but Ramon had already predicted Vlad's reaction. Clang! His shoulder, forced between the sword's blades, shone. Here was the original form of the powerful technique, learned but impossible to replicate. Have some consideration for your age. Even now, you're making rash moves. Even my rash moves are better than yours. Vlad burst with anger at seeing Ramon, who wasn't holding back despite starting with a light combat. Now wasn't the time to break anything, especially at this age. And you said you weren't going to use aura. That's why I'm telling you to be careful. Even there are knights who are capable of deceiving this way. Seeing Ramon's shoulders, as bright as his forehead, Vlad closed his left eye. To be able to fight against that knight's aura, he would also have to give his best. Oh! Vlad's world, which had grazed but not conquered the blue moon, unfolded through the sword. Look at this! Ramon, who knew there was a ray of his own color in the bright golden light, grabbed the sword joyfully. Though youngsters grow fast, the young man before him had shown astonishing growth every time he watched. Don't complain if something breaks. It seems this brat only knows how to talk. It was a growling beast in front of him. However, that growl, which had been merely pitiful when he first saw it, had now become a real threat that held Ramon's gaze. The level of the knight called Vlad had already reached even his level. He was observing, but his old body couldn't keep up with the young man's movements. The unpredictability, once unimaginable in its old form, cunningly deceived Ramon's eyes. Much more than before. He was so fast it seemed he had surpassed time. Deceiving with his steps and gestures, Vlad seized that moment to leap right in front of Ramon. Ah! Just a creaky reaction due to his old age. Seizing that gap, Vlad adjusted the balance of power through a short breath, and began to mercilessly cut through Ramon's firmness, a blow as dazzling as his own color. However, despite its dazzling appearance, Vlad's sticky blows continued to erode Ramon's firmness. Vlad knew well that if he couldn't kill with a single blow, the only thing left was a serious challenge. "You're going even deeper!" Due to Vlad's constant beatings, Ramon's strong physical abilities began to gradually disappear. He deflects the sword and takes the opportunity to deliver another powerful blow. Clang! Quang! Swinging the sword 2 or 3 times more than Ramond was also Vlad's intention, considering the difference in endurance. Vlad now had control of the battlefield. "Now, stop! Let's finish this," Ramond said, as Vlad's gleaming eyes found an opening. Feeling the imminence of a great blow, Ramond quickly adjusted his posture, but Vlad's attack was even faster than his reaction. What? Right in front of him was Vlad's forehead, shining brightly after being polished. The moment that happened because he didn't catch the sword that went flying. What appeared at that moment was Vlad's forehead covered by a strong aura. "It can't be." Ramond let out a loud cry, but Vlad's attack didn't stop. What was done is somehow compensated for. That was the basic attitude of people living in the alleys. Boom! The sound of something exploding resonated loudly in the empty lot of the town hall, where no one was present. It was a roar so loud that it echoed throughout the empty town hall lot, as if 2 fronts were colliding head-on. But the sound was too loud to be just that. "This bastard. Despite all the favor I've shown you, you're still so reckless. I guess it makes sense that someone like you would even wreck a convent of nuns. All this you learned from our excellent knights, didn't you?" Despite Ramon's reprimand, Vlad simply smiled and sheathed his sword again. Criticizing an incompetent for being incompetent wasn't going to make any impact. "Didn't you get hurt anywhere?" "Oh." Now, seeing Ramon squirm as if pain had finally caught up with him, Vlad reached out his hand. It was a hand to help, but Vlad's other hand, on the opposite side, was sparkling thanks to a combat technique. "Take my hand and don't hit me. I put an aura on my left hand." Ramond looked at Vlad's clenched fist and made a grim sound. It was worth praising him for going ahead of what he was taught, but it was quite unpleasant if he did it too well. "Anyway, what are you going to do? Are you thinking of following your master? I guess that's why I called you here. After all, older people can't let that go." As if sparring itself wasn't the goal in the first place, Ramon's question pierced Vlad when he was most unguarded. "Don't do that. It's over now." Suddenly, a heavy silence began to fall on the wasteland that had been noisy a moment ago. If he didn't know, he couldn't avoid it. But since he knew, Ramond had to tell him. "I don't know, but the other knights will probably leave Joseph's side. That's the law." The old man's advice to the young man was unequivocal. Since Lamond had already experienced and knew, his advice was aimed precisely at Vlad's safety. "Even now, Lord Joseph, if you bow down, you might save your life. Not necessarily in a prominent place, but in a quieter place. I don't want to do that." Vlad, with no intention of getting up, slumped down next to Ramond, who had no intention of getting up. "What? It seems you don't want to live that way." "I don't want to live a life that's just given to me." Joseph firmly believed that this couldn't be the only reason why someone like him was born into this world. Because the path he had walked so far had not been lacking or shameful. Even amidst coughs and wheezes, Joseph was a man who didn't give up on faith in himself. "I thought that was something cool." "Ha!" Vlad shook the sand off his hands and smiled at Ramon. "Now, even when I look at the night sky, there's no blue moonlight that I longed for. Now the path Vlad must follow isn't the distant sky, but the voice within himself. Like Joseph now. I've been busy all this time, But I never thought about what I wanted to do. I stole to eat and killed to live. But none of those things were what Vlad really wanted. So, following Joseph is what you want to do. I'm not sure about that either. What you want to do, not what you have to do. Vlad, who was touched by the blue moonlight, decided to walk the path that I must find now, not someone else's. Simply, do you like this more? You're crazy. Not chasing after someone else, but just for myself. Vlad, after opening his heart completely, seemed to understand why Joseph was smiling. A few days after the training with Ramond, true to his words, all the knights surrounding Joseph were ordered to demobilize. Now, the only knights left by his side were Jaeger and Borden, who had nowhere to go, and Joseph was preparing to return with Oksana in a pitiful manner. Are you leaving tomorrow? Yes. Towards Baron Utman's territory. Vlad was also preparing to embark on a journey across the city with Zemina. However, the difference was that Vlad's destination was Baron Utman's, and not Sturma like Joseph's. I finished all urgent work, so I decided to assist the Orthodox Church for the time being. It's a kind of pilgrimage. A knight who was Bayezid's knight but also had the backing of Bishop Andreas. Peter, like Joseph, could not refuse a request from a renowned bishop. Vlad, who knew well where the name they gave him came from, decided to go to help Andreas's young deacon and cleanse the evil place. But isn't it dangerous there? Because the alley was narrow, Zemina's eyes, who was close by, trembled. I'm not exactly sure what makes her tremble, but the tremor probably also contains concern for Vlad. It's not dangerous. The Vatican has already taken care of everything there. Is it really safe? Have I ever lied to you? Why can't you trust people? Why isn't he there? They walked side by side, but only when they stopped being alone did Zemina's shadow grow longer. It grew longer, as if trying to catch Vlad as he walked away. You only wrote lies in your previous letters. I just stay in a safe place, and by Joseph's side, that's foolishness. I heard you ran away alone. Vlad could feel that the voice coming from behind him was full of resentment and a little moisture. The letter was sent to reassure her, but now it seems to have only caused anxiety to Zemina. Do you think I'm funny? Do you think I don't know anything? For starters, about Baron Alicia. What about the Baron? When I turned around with a sigh, I saw Zemina with an expression on her face that said this wasn't happening. It was a tough moment to leave again, but the only thing that came out of my mouth was not breath or comfort, but the disappointment I had been holding back for so long. Anyway, don't you like Dearmar better than this shithole? Because you're Lady Alicia's knight. It was a word I said by mistake, but I couldn't stop it, so Zemina continued to be hurt by the words that came out. It really seemed silly to be hurt by what she said, but Zemina had endured it all this time. Though she held back, Zemina finally let tears escape her eyes. However, Vlad didn't think to comfort Zemina in that way. That's not true. You really are a silly girl. Zemina's crying increased as if Vlad were trying to make her cry even more with his annoying behavior. Yes, it's okay to cry. The red-haired Zemina was a silly girl who didn't know why Vlad was so busy. Even if you cry all the time, you only cry in front of me. Nothing has changed. Oh, it's like before. Despite Vlad trying to get angry when he saw Zemina crying like before, even though she wasn't a child anymore, he ended up laughing. Zemina had been trying her best to pretend to be Lady Zemina, but now the red-haired girl had finally raised her head, and Vlad was very happy to see it. Forget about this. Silly girl who knows nothing, keep your mouth shut. Vlad took Zemina in one hand and walked through the dark alley with a familiar step. The lights of the dark alleys lit up one by one. Vlad followed the sight, which hadn't changed much compared to the weight of the girl he was carrying, and stopped in front of a shop. Why are you here? Look, it was always a place full of mud. Because it was a place where the heat that melted the cold ground still came out. That's all for you. Vlad, who had left Zemina holding onto the mud, took his own stance and began to stand next to the girl. I'm like this. The two people who were there naturally raised their heads and began to look at the shop in front of them. It was a familiar gesture, as it had been done for a long time. Clang! Clang! Since it was dark, the light from the blacksmith shop shone brighter and reached the two of them. Although the people inside were different, it was a sound that was too familiar. Nothing's changed. Isn't that right? It wasn't clear whether she was crying or responding, but Vlad could feel that what she was trying to say was well conveyed. If I come back, I'll be here more. I shall see you. It was a scene that hadn't changed. The sound of a hammer flowing, and the glow of molten red metal, and a boy and a girl standing side by side. For Vlad, his hometown was Schoarra, but if he were to return, it would be here. Have a safe journey. Yes. Still, if anything had changed, it would be the two footprints that were a little closer to each other than before. Although it wasn't narrow, Vlad and Zemina, standing side by side, remained in front of the old blacksmith's shop for a long time. The longer they stood, the deeper their footprints became. Chapter 167. The Black Horse and the Young Donkey. 1. Let's spin around the matches. Let's joyfully sing around the matches, until the red hair turns black, until the song we were singing ends. Let's spin around the matches. Let's spin around the matches until they all fall. A winter's icy road. The sound of horse hooves and the creaking of carriages passing over were loud. The northern wind, dry as the harsh road, chilled the already heavy atmosphere of the group. It's time to part ways. Joseph, who dared to open the window despite the cold, glanced at Vlad and smiled faintly. Joseph's voice broke the silence that had lasted for a long time, and all the knights looked ahead. Ahead of the straight road, two paths diverged. As they reached the fork in the road ahead, the group and Vlad had to part ways. Take care of yourself. Sir Joseph, please take care of your health as well. Joseph and the knights had to return to Sturma. It was natural for Joseph, who was eliminated from the competition for family head, to return, and the knights who followed him would likely disperse as they received new missions. Although it's said to be inevitable to feel regret about parting, it was inevitable that the ending would be heavy for the current group. Please don't cause a commotion as usual. Just like you did at the convent this time. I'll do my best. Meanwhile, Jaeger's constant reprimand was quite welcome. He wasn't pleased to be the subject of someone's laughter, but the sound of laughter from all around seemed to lighten the atmosphere a bit. We might be able to get together in the spring. Let's see each other then. All right, Sir Joseph. Seeing Joseph promising the next meeting with his pale lips seemed pitiful, but Vlad believed Joseph's words were not empty promises. The Joseph he knew was someone who always prepared for the worst. And don't forget what I said. Yes. Vlad silently nodded at Joseph's final words, whispered softly. The advice Joseph gave him in a hushed voice came from a strange rumor spread by the Vatican. I hope the deacon achieves what he wants. May God's peace be with you on your return, Sir Joseph. After bidding farewell for the last time, Joseph winked at him quietly and signaled that the time had come. Gregory, Maxim, and Cade. Vlad, who gave his final farewells with just a look in his eyes, finally parted ways from the group and turned towards the opposite crossroad. A black horse and a donkey moved further away. Even in the winter wind, Joseph and the knights paused for a moment and watched their backs as they gradually faded away. A cold wind blew, but seeing Vlad leading the way of the young deacon no longer seemed uncomfortable at all. Perhaps the knight sir didn't know, but every time Vlad of Schoarra's name was mentioned, Lord Andreas's shoulders would shrink. The old donkey he was riding on was peaceful by itself, but the young deacon, atop it now, looked lively, as if he had finally found his own world. Even if we throw down something that could be sold for a high price, no matter how much they talk about it, still, no one is talking about it right now. The young deacon, who was now chattering away, was named Jin Seong. This boy, with a single-letter name uncommon in the north, was looking at Vlad with happy eyes and a proud expression, as if he was proud of him. The name? Do you sell even your assurances for money? That's right. Everyone sold them little by little, especially those who came from the Vatican. Perhaps it was because he was a deacon under Andreas, but Jean did not hide his hostility towards the Vatican. Jean was a boy who knew better than anyone the circumstances of Andreas, who was famous yet wandered in the desert. Well, the head nun of Schoarra also sold something. Jean's words reminded Vlad of the Schoarra convent, and he frowned. It was a convent built for the poor, but all the women inhabiting it were daughters of powerful people, pure virgins close to God. The head nun of Schoarra was nothing more than a businesswoman who borrowed God's name and sold the title. For now, let's replace the jerky with this. Yes? Jean's eyes widened as he looked at the bundle of papers Vlad suddenly handed him. The name Canor was engraved on the thick bundle of paper. Is it from the Canor family? I have a small acquaintance with that person. Even the young deacon knew that Canor family's meat was excellent. And it's pricey, too. And Vlad was one of the knights who most supported the Canor family. It's your first time on a long journey, so it's best to eat well. If you were to fall ill somewhere, wouldn't it be difficult for me, who asked you to do this? Thank you. Though he tried to hide it, his flushed cheeks showed how he felt. There was no need to explain to him the joy of serving meat to a child in his prime. Perhaps Andreas, who lived a simple life, hadn't even been able to see jerky like this. If you have any inconvenience, tell me any time. He was vaguely aware of it. But the grace of Andreas, which I learned from Jean's words, was greater than he thought. Seeing Jean pull out a piece of dried meat and murmur, Vlad hoped that through the path of the young priest, he could repay Andreas with his own worth. Wow, what do we have to do, Deacon? The winter road to Moshiam, the capital of Baron Utma. I don't know if it was the map or the person holding the map that was strange, but after camping for several days, Vlad and Jean finally managed to find a small village. However, the joy of seeing the village was short-lived, as the two soon stopped in their tracks when they saw a strange scene at the foot of the hill. What should we do? Are you going down? Wait. Just wait a minute. Jean frowned, still showing signs of youth and wondering what to do. Vlad stood still, watching Jean, who was deeply troubled. The theme of this journey was a young deacon, and Vlad knew well that the boy's growth through this trip was what Bishop Andreas hoped for. Let's go down. I have to stop it. All right. Vlad nodded at the young deacon's words. The first step towards penance is to look without turning away. At the foot of the hill, a festival was unfolding along a difficult path, not an easy one. A small village whose name was not even written on the map held by Vlad. However, despite being such a small village, the square seen from the hill was crowded with people, as if all the villagers had gathered en masse. Help me. I'm innocent. A festival must have a proper offering. Someone captured for the festival struggled and shouted. The mask looked quite strange, as if someone had put it on. I didn't do it. You're making a mistake. The man, who was covered not only with a strange mask but also with dark clothes, shouted non-stop, but the villagers simply piled up firewood and lit the fire. Among them, there were people covering their ears with their fingers, as if they didn't want to hear anything. Everyone, don't be deceived. By their very nature, evil people use their language to deceive others. A man dressed in a pure white robe stood in front of the people, shouting loudly. I don't know which affiliation he belonged to, but from his appearance, he clearly had the look of a priest. I'm sure you all know about the evil being that originated in Moshiam. As soon as the word Moshiam came out of the priest's mouth, the people's eyes began to turn towards him. A city engraved with a sinister and terrifying name. Even in this remote village, everything related to Moshiam was frowned upon. Why did everything rot in the once healthy barley field? And why did the healthy water from the well dry up? It's all because of that guy who came from Moshiam. The priest's fingertips began to point at the man struggling and tied to a pillar. So we must burn him. Crazy bastard. Why burn good people? The oddly-looking man tried to hit him with all his might, but he was already tied up, and a red smoke slowly rose from below. His appearance from afar looked like that of a crow roasted over a wood fire. Ah, this seems suspicious. Vlad, who had dug into the center of the village to avoid the gaze of the few watchers, scratched his head and looked at the center of the festival in flames. No, right? Yes. It doesn't seem right. Now on Vlad's shoulders was Jean, riding on a wooden horse. Jean also wore a tunic of pure white, but the villagers' eyes had long been focused on the priest standing before them. Jean took the opportunity to take out a small magnifying glass and focused it on the man who was about to be burned at the stake. It seems we can't see it no matter how hard we try. Of course, it could be a presence that even this magnifying glass can't detect. If that's the case, there's no way they would have caught him like this in the first place. Since he was just a child, he might have gone unnoticed. But if he were someone of that caliber, he probably wouldn't have been captured by the villagers in the first place. But well, I think I know without having to check. Vlad and Jean, riding the horse, looked at the same place at the same time. You need to improve your performance, so that God above can see it. As the firewood fire dyed a bright red color, offerings piled up in front of the priest. The villagers who followed the frenetic shouts left the belongings they had brought in front of the priest, and repeatedly bowed their heads in prayer. The priest shouted the name of God, but looking at him was a lie. Vlad frowned as he listened to the priest's voice grow louder as the mountain of sacrifices piled up in front of him. That's a scammer. It's like recognizing your companions. I don't know if he really was a priest or not, but Vlad noticed his clumsy movement and grabbed John by the shoulder. What should I do? We have to stop him. We can't just ignore the tragedies that occur using the name of God. Jean quickly took out the Bible from his pocket and looked at Vlad with stern eyes. The boy who had been happily eating jerky a moment ago was nowhere to be seen. All right. I'll do as the deacon wishes. Jean must have felt encouraged by Vlad's nod. So he quickly opened the Bible and flipped through the pages. A book of the Bible carefully engraved by Bishop Andreas, letter by letter, for his young deacon. The hand of the young deacon flipping through the Bible stopped on the page where a hymn to God was written. Cast away the vain idols of the world. Set aside all human lies and injustices. I will go wherever I am called to go. The villagers began to walk slowly around the bonfire, following the shouts of an unknown man. However, all the people surrounding the bright red light turned their heads when they suddenly heard a noble voice. You there? Yes. What? As the voice of the young deacon carved a path, a knight walked down the path. The left eye of the knight had a golden glow that anyone could see. Are you really a priest? Ah. The fake priest had to bite his treacherous tongue upon seeing the beautiful images that assaulted his ears and eyes. Piled sacrifices, a priest who couldn't speak, and an innocent sacrifice still struggling over the flames. First, shall we extinguish the light and talk? People who are where they are supposed to be and doing what they are supposed to do. Bishop Andreas's sword and his young voice held up the false flame. Chapter 168. the black horse and the young donkey. 2. The square jaw is as impressive as the broad shoulders. A man of short stature, but who couldn't be called small in stature. The look in the man's eyes did not waver at all, despite Peter's presence filling the room. To be honest, I don't like it. Sigurd looked at Peter with a twisted gaze as crooked as the words he spoke. It was a rude action in some respects, but Sigurd had a good reason for it. Why did you suddenly change the mayor of Schoarra? No matter how you look at this, it seems like we're being ignored. I never did it with that intention. The news of Joseph, who had nearly disappeared from his position, caused a great stir among the dwarves. Anyone would feel confused if someone they worked well with suddenly disappeared. Peter thought he could bridge this gap, but the world of dwarves, which he encountered for the first time in his life, did not work as he expected. There will be no changes in Bayezid's welcome to Night of Air. It's just that the person doing the work has changed, so that's the problem. Creak. With a loud scraping sound on the floor, the chair Sigurd was sitting on was pushed back. The way he stood up showed that he didn't want to hear any more. The problem is that people have changed, Lord of the Humans. Peter Bayezid. The man sitting across from him was the Lord of Bayezid, but to Sigurd, that really didn't matter. For him, the most important criterion at the moment is how much a person can be trusted, and not the position they hold. The reason we came to Schoarra was because of Joseph Bayezid and Knight Vlad. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't even have thought about starting an exchange. The long history of persecution of the dwarves had made them closed-minded, and it remained the same today. So far, the only thing that could even slightly alleviate the dwarves' caution was Joseph's polite letter sent with the young dwarves. Please bring Joseph Bayezid or Knight Vlad. If you ever want to talk to us again. Sigurd begins to cross his arms tightly, as if he had nothing more to say. The dwarves' speaking style, as direct as it was straightforward, pointed directly to what they wanted. Joseph Bayezid or Knight Vlad. The request was so straightforward that even Ragmus, the advisor at his side, was surprised. But Peter, the person they made the request to, was silently lost in thought. Peter, who did not feel disconcerted or offended by Sigurd's request, simply needed a moment to gather his thoughts. Many people are calling him that. Sigurd may not have known it, but Peter wasn't the only one searching for their names these days. The Lord of Hainal and the green-haired woman were looking for the two who suddenly disappeared. That's why I decided to give it a try. Peter, who had finally realized Joseph's intentions, suppressed his truly complicated feelings and silently bowed his head. You worked hard to save it all this time. Nidavellir, with whom there was no interaction, the fallen Ravnoma, and a subdued Hainal, and even the skinny boy from the alley. Perhaps his second son was silently crouched down, picking up things that had fallen to the ground while his older brother was out enjoying the glory. Polish them until they shine bright and gleaming. Please save me. Please save me. I'll do better. We were wrong. Please forgive my life. Inside the village's grain warehouse, in this dark and cool place, men hung upside down, silently pleading for help. Among them, the fake priest hanging from the highest point had already been beaten until his white robe turned bright red. Do you want me to spare your life? Vlad, hearing the impostor's pleas, snorted in disbelief and drew a dagger from his chest. Severe injuries, threats, fraud, extortion, and even blasphemy. Pieces of jerky are cut off little by little for each sin committed. It was an insignificant action, but the life felt in that action was real. To account for all these sins, do I have to resurrect the dead and kill them again? I'm sorry. Sir, please, save me, please! Faced with Vlad's words, which sounded like death threats, the fake priest and his helpers begged for help. Because the man laughing there really had the authority to do so. Do you want to live? Yes, then give it to me, yes? Vlad extended his empty hand as if it were obvious. The fake priest, looking at the hand while hanging upside down, was momentarily perplexed. There must be something you've been working on while doing this. Looking at it, it's not something you've done once or twice. Nistashi, Ashigama. He didn't seem like that kind of person. Clearly, Vlad's appearance when he unsheathed his sword, while the deacon sang a hymn a moment ago, was brighter than any other night's. However, his current appearance was nothing more than a dirty one, like that of street thugs. If you don't like it, tell me. I heard the fire hasn't been extinguished yet. I'll give it to you. Everything we have. Perhaps the scammers out there now didn't know. The young knight now smiling in front of them was someone who had already committed severe injuries, threats, fraud, property extortion, and even blasphemy. A greater evil that overcomes a lesser evil. Vlad's eyes looked grim as he smiled in the dark warehouse. I told you I would save your life. That damn cheater, go to hell! The group of swindlers being dragged away by the villagers was noisy. They exploited innocent beliefs, became rich, and nearly burned a healthy person to death. So even if they were to die, they probably wouldn't have a good death. Fraud? What does that mean? It doesn't matter. Deacon. People like this keep deceiving till the end. After patting his full pockets, Vlad quickly turned Jean's shoulder and headed towards the village chief's house. The men's screams could be heard from behind, but there was only a smile on Vlad's face. Anyway, what happened to the man who was hanged? Is he dead? Fortunately, he's alive. God must have protected him. While Vlad dealt with the swindlers in the warehouse, Jean focused on treating the man who had been burned at the stake in the village chief's house. Priest Andreas was famous for his healing miracles, and Jean, perhaps due to his master's temperament, was also a child who could handle a bit of divinity. Oh, precious people. Please come in. The village chief, who seemed anxious waiting outside the door for Vlad and Jean, bowed so low that he could no longer bend and led them inside. What would have happened to our village if it weren't for you two? The village chief, who knew he had almost been deceived by some swindlers, kept his head bowed to the point of exaggeration. Legally, the crazy burning at the stake earlier could have been punishable by the knight who was in charge, but doctrinally it could have been condemned by the young deacon. I was fooled by the plague spreading in a nearby village. If we didn't catch that man and burn him immediately, the plague would spread to our village. However, following the swindler's words was an inevitable choice for the village chief. Fraud and propaganda arise through human anxiety. The village chief, who was anxious for not being secure because there was no lord to protect him, and anxious because there was an evil being nearby, couldn't leave the suspicious man who was said to have brought a plague alone. I think you've come to your senses. Inside the house we entered following the village chief's instructions, there was a man who was beginning to regain consciousness. Seeing that he couldn't easily get up due to the harsh experience, Vlad silently began to check the belongings placed beside him, while Jean hastily helped him up. Drawing from his experience as a pickpocket, he looked into his coat and saw it was full of all sorts of things. This kid is suspicious too. Not because of the soot, but because for starters, his jacket was completely black. The small pockets inside the tattered robe were filled with singed grass blades and strange bone fragments. Where am I? You've come to your senses. And what was most suspicious of all was the strange mask he wore. The impostors hanging upside down spoke to Vlad. That strange mask was originally worn by a man. The impostors hanging upside down spoke to Vlad. That strange mask was originally worn by a man. Who are you? I am the Knight of Bayezid. I am Vlad. Vlad lifted the mask he held towards the man lying there. A size and shape that fits perfectly to your face. In fact, as the scammers said, this mask belonged to an unknown man. I told you my name, so now it's your turn, right? My name is Nibelun. Now a small voice came from the man who stuttered as he opened his mouth. However, what Vlad heard from the man who finally spoke were only ominous words. I came here chasing death. Death? The mask he held nearby had a strange shape, like it had the form of a crow's beak. A strange mask with a bird's beak on top of a black robe. The man's face, seen through the eye holes of the mask, looked like a cat. The man who revealed he had been chasing death was a beast man rarely seen in the north. The appearance of the mansion under the moonlight was unsettling. Once it must have possessed an antique charm, but it had been neglected, and now stood there, losing its original color. In a deep forest, where not even a single bird's chirp could be heard, the mansion stood alone under the moonlight. Creak! Creak! I see. A faint sound was heard from inside the crumbling mansion, the sound of water being poured carefully. A noise emanated from the old mansion, as if someone was bathing. That's why you couldn't go. A hall in a mansion where even the roof had collapsed, and the dark night sky was visible. However, despite everything being old, the bathtub in which the woman reclined boasted an ivory light that blended with the darkness. Poor man. A woman with hair that started off as green but ended up dark. Now she was carefully drawing water from the tub and washing the man in it. The woman washing the motionless man seemed skillful, as if she had practiced it a lot. You must have been worried about what was left. I understand. The moonlight floating in the sky began to slowly seep into the mansion through the hole in the roof. Then, the view inside the bathtub. Instead of water, it was filled with bright red blood, a man with pure white hair tilting his head. The figure of the man whom the woman held carefully was wrinkled, like a desiccated corpse. You must have been so afraid of the dragons that you would have done something like this. The woman, who couldn't touch the ground, smiled warmly like a mother, and withdrew the hand of the bright red corpse from the bathtub. Although he was now very thin, the feat he had accomplished with his hands was greater than that of anyone else. So now you have to rise, Your Majesty. With the woman's voice like a spell, the hands of the corpse began to unfold. A sinister fingertip slowly beginning to bloom, like a root absorbing water. Each time the fingertip stretched out, the blood in the bathtub decreased little by little. The moonlight, which had reached the end of the sky, illuminated the ruined mansion. In a place only the moon could see, headless corpses lay in miserable forms. Chapter 146. Chapter 169. The Black Horse and the Young Donkey. 3. The elves lost their world tree. The dwarves lost their perpetually burning furnace, and humans lost their shining kingdom. Each potentiality lost something different. But in the end, they're all just another name for possibility. There was a time when a single being monopolized all the possibilities of the world. A moment when the light of the stars attempting to rise was gathered and trapped underfoot. People called that era the Age of Dragons. And here was another being that lost its potential in those difficult times. A race with beast-like ears, the beastmen. They said what they lost was a mystery. Knight, priest, a black horse and a young donkey walking along a small trail. However, their journey, which should have been peaceful, was cruelly interrupted by a beastman following them. Let's go together. I'll definitely be of help. The man named Nibelun, whom Vlad and Jean had saved from the fire, still followed them and shouted that he wanted to accompany them. Should I break your leg so you won't follow us? God is watching us anytime, anywhere. Vlad does see by her own. That's right, actually. After hearing Jean's words, Vlad scratched his head and frowned. Although the world of knights dealing with swords and violence was familiar to him, there were still aspects of it he found challenging to deal with, especially with the young deacon named Jean. So it's okay to just curse and tell them not to break it, right? I hope you can see that. Vlad was the elder and leader, but Jim was responsible for this journey, a person to follow and a rule to adhere to. Although he was a boy who could easily be ignored, Vlad had already decided to show respect to Jean instead of ignoring him. Hey, you Nibelung, who follows death. Yes, yes, sir. Yet the accumulated anger goes nowhere. Noir's snort, as angry as Vlad's, brushed against Nibelung's trembling ears. How long are you going to follow me like this? I said no, didn't I? The growl was fierce, but Nibelung just clasped his hands together and smiled openly. Oh, don't consider it a bother. Worn-out black robes here and there. And although he wasn't wearing it now, the strange mask hanging from his back still gave the beastman an ominous aura, just as it did when Vlad first saw it. I'll be useful no matter what. Because I'm a wizard. What wizard in the world gets caught by swindlers and ends up about to be roasted? Nibelung, who claimed to be chasing death, introduced himself as a wizard. A wizard who wards off diseases and curses. Vlad frowned again as he watched Nibelung utter only the words he wanted to avoid from their first encounter until now. Due to the nature of my magic, it takes some time to activate. Well, the more I hear about it, the less useful you seem to me. The things he held were quite strange, so he might have been a wizard as he claimed. However, if you get caught by swindlers worse than bandits, then the level will be understandable. This is really the last warning. If you keep following me, I'll break your leg. There was no need for useless words, especially if the target is someone who doesn't seem pleasant at first sight. Vlad still felt uncomfortable with the crow mask Nibelung wore. Baron Utman. However, Nibelung paid no attention to Vlad's reaction and simply repeated what he had to say. Please, let me go. I may not be useful to Lord Vlad, but I'll definitely be useful to others. He's simply a person who only says what he wants to say. Vlad glanced at the thick book Nibelung still held dearly. The book he had been looking at while unconscious was filled with images and benefits of all kinds of scriptures. Wizard Nibelung. He was a wizard and a plague doctor. Did death follow you? Exactly. It's not over. The beastman, who had just woken up, still seemed dazed, but claimed to be someone who had followed death. What death? Is there death here? The appearance of the beasts, unknown to the northerners, the tattered black robes woven here and there, and even the strange crow mask. The village chief, standing silently behind, looking at Nibelung's sinister appearance, began to mutter that he should have burned him at that moment. You're right. I followed death. And as you said, death is here too. Because if we stay here, everyone will die anyway, Sir Knight. Could you let me burn that crazy cat? That guy keeps cursing our village. The village is already ruined. We need to get the people out as quickly as possible. Please, Sir Knight. First of all, Nibelung seemed like someone who would be burned at the stake, even if he wasn't a member of a group of swindlers. Perhaps it was because he was mad, but the words he uttered in his ramblings showed no consideration for his own well-being or for those around him. The land is already contaminated. It will not only result in poor harvests. The village chief is furious and says the bonfire is still not extinguished. However, Nibelung seemed unconcerned with everything around him and simply pulled out a map, offering it to Vlad, asking him to look at it. Look at this. It's getting more and more suspicious. The map that Nibelung showed was too detailed for a single traveler to carry. Not only the approximate location of the road, but also the river, the height of the hills, and the size of the nearby villages. It was suspicious to carry it just for travel purposes. It's a map that spies would do well to carry with them. However, despite Vlad's suspicious look, the man called Nibelung only listened intently and did not react in any way. He was waiting for Vlad's response. What are these circles? These indicate that the plague has spread. The detailed map was filled with black circles. The circle that seemed to have been drawn by Nibelung even marked the village where Vlad and Jean were now. But this... After looking at the map for a while, Vlad noticed something strange and frowned. That's right. It's strange, isn't it? Nibelung was pointing to a spot on the map, as if pleased that Vlad had recognized it. If we look only at this, doesn't it seem like the Vatican hasn't properly conducted a purification? The circles on the map grew larger, more numerous, and darker as they headed towards a specific place. The place the circles pointed to was Morshium, the capital of Baron Utman's domain. It was early in the morning when the young deacon had not yet emerged from his sleeping bag. The dawn light began to shine between the bonfires, where the firewood burned and emitted a misty smoke. Look at that. Didn't I tell you I would be helpful? The wizard was right. Vlad, who was rummaging around the cooled campfire, responded bluntly as if he didn't want to agree with Nibelung's words. A large circle seemed to be spinning around the group. The circle that Nibelung had drawn yesterday, saying that he didn't have to stand guard, was creating strange distortions that were hard to explain even when seen with Vlad's left eye closed. But what are you going to do going to Morshium? At Nibelung and Jean's request, the group decided to go together to Morshium. However, Vlad knew very well that in order to be able to get this suspicious mage inside, he needed the assurance of the knight himself. If you don't tell me exactly, I won't let you go. Ah! Nibelung felt a void in Vlad's words, and his amber-colored eyes began to shine. Are you letting me go? Tell me exactly why you want to go. The Holy Knights of the Northern Orthodox Church will already be gathered in the city of Morshium to look for unusual beings. The reason Bishop Andreas sent his young deacon to Morshium was because he hoped that eventually he would move with them and gain experience. Haven't you seen it yet? I'm a mage who wards off plagues and curses. Vlad remembered Nibelung, who shouted that he had to go all the way, even though it was a village that had tried to burn him. Although many people criticized Nibelung because it was a warning that went straight to the point without proper explanation, he simply repeated what he had to say without the slightest hesitation. Because death is there. And yet, like then, Nibelung kept spitting out the words in his head without organizing them. It seemed like a nature difficult to change. Why death? Death is something you don't know, right? I kept it in my heart, but when I let it out, it was only very fragmented things. Vlad realized that the beastman named Nibelung was no more skilled at speaking than he himself, who lived in the alley. The mystery lies in what you don't know, hiding in an unknown world. We have been wandering, seeking it our whole lives. However, Nibelung responded to this question with his hands, not his mouth, without any misunderstanding. Beast people, yes. We are the ones who wander any time, anywhere, with nowhere to go. What Nibelung was pointing at was his own ears trembling above his head. Please, let me go to Morshium. There is death there, and death is something that no one has ever experienced, so I am very eager to see it. A beastman mage who wants to find the mystery and experience death. The first rays of the day began to shine on the already completely extinguished campfire. Nibelung's amber eyes reflected in that light retained a clear color, unlike his blurry speaking style. There's information that a plague could soon spread to a bad harvest. You must be especially careful with that. Before leaving, Joseph whispered to Vlad in a low voice to be careful with this. The rumor came from a note brought by a retired knight, Ramund, with a clumsy Vatican emblem engraved on it. First, let me tell the person in charge who will be there. I don't know if it will work. Oh, thank you, sir. Thanks to Nibelung's loud voice at just the right moment, June began to wake up from his small sleeping bag with a swollen face. A black horse, a donkey, and a cat. The three were now facing each other under today's sun. That thing moves like a curse. It can't be cut with an ordinary sword. The sound of the young deacon's chant resonates in the misty camp. The voice spoke to Vlad, who was holding his breath amidst the sound. So, what should I do? You wonder if you can use aura now. Are you kidding me? Listen. A woman shedding black tears beyond the mist. She was a poor woman crying for her son. To break that curse, you must become an exorcist who wields the will of God and a knight with his own world. And we need a mage who challenges the rules of the world. The voice had spoken. Only these three who have solidified the world can cut the tears of that evil being. Chapter 170. There is a voice calling in the dark. 1. The moonlight shadow was cast over the city of Moshiam. A city without a lord, and a city that had not yet escaped the scars of war. Although Moshiam had been taken by forces sent from the center, it was still abandoned, with broken gates left unrepaired. Sigh. So now the only ones guarding Moshiam were soldiers, who seemed to lack motivation. The soldiers, now asleep, were troops sent from the Northern Union, and did not have the proper affection or responsibility for this city. Pedro. It's done. Yes. There were people observing their careless posture from afar. The guards felt that tonight's darkness was softer and stickier, though they didn't know why. It started with just one, but soon yawns were heard all around. The guards' eyelids began to feel heavy, as the softness of the night seemed to gently stroke their hair. I fell asleep. The guards who were paying attention may have thought it was a short time, but for some, it was enough time to slip through the castle gate. The strangers who sent the blessing of peace over the flowing darkness managed to enter the city of Moshiam without any restriction, as they intended. Moshiam? A sleeping guard, a broken castle gate, and unidentified individuals passing through them. Pedro paused for a moment among the passing crowd and looked towards the broken castle gate. Are you saying all of this was destroyed on purpose? A tall man whose height did not match his skinny frame. When he removed his hood, it could be seen that an old rosary, symbolizing the Vatican, hung from his chest. There were 3 people walking through the morning mist. 2 people riding a black horse and a young donkey. Ha! Ha! And even a beastman without any horse. You barely walked that and you're already out of breath? No, it's just a little hard to keep up. Didn't you say all beastmen have good physical strength? That's what I heard. It all depends on individual differences. You shouldn't get caught up in prejudices. Sir? No. No. It's because now you have to act according to your prejudices, or you'll be in trouble. Nah. Why? Nibelung, panting as he walked, quickly closed his mouth when Vlad started scolding him. Contrary to his appearance, this knight, who had a twisted mindset, still didn't let his guard down against Nibelung. Here's the water. Oh my! Thank you, priest. I'm still just a deacon. You can't call me priest. Yes. Even so, the way you act already makes you a great priest. Nibelung's ears perked up as he took the water bottle handed to him by Jean-Claude. Ian, who had seen beastmen for the first time through Nibelung, looked at them in astonishment. We'll reach Moshiam in a while, so keep your mouth shut. Yes. Just like in the last village, don't hesitate to say what you want without saying anything? Yes. I don't know if it was a reprimand or a warning, but there was a good reason why Vlad made such a request. They say he won't say anything, but... Although it was only a few days of travel, Vlad could vaguely understand a person named Nibelung, a man possessed by a strange passion. A man named Nibelung might seem normal, normally, but he was a person who suddenly took on the appearance of a madman in the field where he was working. And Vlad, who had lived in alleys for a long time, knew well that these kinds of people were the most dangerous. Stop right there. Get off the horse and identify yourself. Even as he struggled to walk, I approached my destination, and finally, in the distance, I could see the castle wall beyond the thick mist. Moshiam, a city harboring a strange being. The guards guarding the place saw 3 people approaching the gate and blocked the way. Beastmen? Hello? Nice to meet you. This is the first time we've met, right? Nibelun's greeting was appropriate for the situation, but somewhat unsettling. Although he had been told to keep his mouth shut, Vlad frowned when he saw Nibelun talking to the guard. Is this your first time in this city? Yes, it's my first time. But I really wanted to come in. The broken gate is great. It only takes a brief conversation to distinguish between the normal and the abnormal. The guard had already discovered some distorted pieces in Nibelun's conversation. Like a warning from the previous village, which sounded like a curse, Nibelun was a person who didn't understand others' world. There, boy, get off the horse and identify yourself. A pale young knight, a young deacon, and a strange beastman. Seeing the combination that seemed even more suspicious than when it was in the mist, the guards of Moshiam lowered their spears mercilessly. Do I have to get off? Don't be ridiculous and get down. I dragged the tribe of the beastmen, so you don't plan to enter quietly, do you? Well, that's true. Indeed, I'll do the same. Nibelun's expression, still smiling cheerfully, seemed somewhat strange, as if wearing a mask. Even if beastmen weren't welcome, Nibelun's current appearance was enough to stop them. Please reveal your identity and purpose for coming here. Wait a moment. I left it here. The guard in front of the suspicious individuals had a sharp tone, but Vlad in front of him was actually calm. All right, here you go. What if Nibelun is strange and Jean is young? The boy who didn't even have the qualifications to enter and exit through the castle gate and was digging holes was no longer there. Vlad, who is here now, was a person who could open closed doors not only for himself but also for others. Take it, huh? Things that are handed out so casually. The items were handed over indifferently, but the guard's expression began to harden as he inspected them. This is a certificate made in Schoarra. For your information, Count Bayezid personally put his seal on it. And this is a confirmation letter from Bishop Andreas. I am the knight named Vlad. Wait a moment. Bayezid's emblem is engraved on the pommel. A knight directly appointed by Count Bayezid and guide to a young deacon guaranteed by Bishop Andreas. And the northern knight who can already prove his worth just with his name. Vlad. This identity card was granted directly by the Church of Varna, and if you look here, Bishop Andreas's guarantee is engraved on it. I'm sorry. Joan's face turned pitiful as he looked at the guard. The evidence Vlad presented one after another was too heavy for a single guardian to accept. Every time Vlad took something from his arms, the faces of the guards around him turned black. May I pass now? Please, go ahead. Vlad was smiling at the guards, still looking like a child. He seemed like a child who wanted to look bright. When Vlad crossed the castle gate, he looked at the flags waving above it. Although it was difficult to identify them clearly due to the fog, there were certainly some familiar flags hanging among them. Baranov, Bayezid, and Hainal, 7 flags representing the north. The only thing that has changed is that Utman's flag has been lowered and Hainal's new flag has been hoisted. Like the appearance of not one but several flags waving, the city of Moshiam was currently being administered under the name of the Northern Union, a community without the rule of any lord. Follow me. I will guide you, yes. Moshiam, which we entered following the guidance of overly disciplined guards, seemed somewhat unsettling. It was clearly a road cutting through the city, but there were only closed shops around. I don't know if it was because of the thick fog, but I couldn't even see people coming and going, giving off a strange atmosphere. There is so much silence. That's why the deacon came here. This is a city that needs the word of God more than ever. Vlad looked at Jean, who shrank at the sight of an unfamiliar city, and comforted him with a warm voice. As Vlad said, the city of Moshiam is a place that needs the comfort of God more than any other city in the north. Andreas said that not only Jean, but also most deacons who reached the time, would head to Moshiam. Seeing the foggy area reminds me of that time. I'm sure you can handle it. Are you leaving today? Although he had acted bravely up until now, Jean was still just a boy. Jean, who knew very well that the mission of the knight who had reliably protected him up to that point ended here, looked at Vlad with concern. I won't leave right away, but I'll probably stay here for a while. For about a week. Odd. Thank God. Vlad smiled faintly as he looked at Jean, who unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Although this was the beginning of his journey on his own, it was also a moment when the young deacon needed help from someone. Take good care of him. Vlad knew well why Andreas had joined Jean. It must have been a need for a guardian who came from the heart, not just a simple mission. Although he was subject to the rules of the church, the young deacon whom he had raised since he was a baby was something that went beyond being a disciple of Andreas. Wait a moment, yes? So now Vlad was blocking Jean's path. From the moment he entered the city, his duty as a guide had ended, but Vlad still didn't hesitate to call himself Jean's protector. The guard up ahead. Wait for a moment. Jean and the guard were puzzled by Vlad's sudden voice. However, Nabilan's eyes, a beast race, were sharp-eared and followed the sound coming from beyond the fog. Someone is crying. I think it's a woman. The sound coming from beyond the invisible fog was the cries of a woman. A low, shallow, but continuous crying. After seeing the fog, the woman, and the sound of crying, Vlad slowly placed his hand on the scabbard, feeling a sense of déjà vu, as if he had experienced it some time ago. Black, dark, in the middle of a city street with no one around. Jean and the guards, who finally saw the approaching cry, swallowed dry saliva and turned their heads in the direction where the sound was coming from. Please find the child. Son, is this my child? What had emerged from the thick fog of the city was a woman crying. The woman, carrying an empty diaper on her back, saw the guard, collapsed onto him, and began to cry bitterly. What's happening? The atmosphere was similar, but they were not the same entity. The woman who was now crying was nothing special, nor was she shedding dark tears. Oh, this is... The guard holding the crying woman helplessly looked worried and explained the situation to Vlad. There are quite a few crazies like this in this city. Why? That's... The guard, who hurriedly handed the woman over to another soldier, scratched his head. They say that the evil here harmed many children. Although I don't know the details. The crying woman suddenly walked towards Jean and took the empty diaper he was carrying. There was no way Jean could have gotten in there, but the crying woman seemed to be having difficulty bearing the absence of the empty diaper. There are very few children in this city up to the age of deacon. Even if they do, their parents don't want to send them. Is that so? Vlad silently caressed his chest as he listened to the cries of the woman drifting further away from the soldiers. An armor granted by the elves and repaired by the dwarves. The message I received from Saint Regino still remained in the chest of the armor, which was warmer than before. I'm sorry. The leader is currently absent. I understand. I came suddenly. I'll wait. Yashi wait now. The town hall, now empty, was occupied by knights of the Northern Orthodox Church. Vlad sat on a chair, waiting for the leader who had departed on a mission, and quickly suppressed a yawn. I'm so sleepy. Seeing John and Mebelin sleeping on his shoulder, Vlad forced himself to open his eyes and wiped away some languid tears with his fingers. However, once sleep started to descend, It became heavy, and his eyelids stuck together and wouldn't easily open. The air inside the building was warm, unlike the cold outside. The camping we had been doing for the past few days, and the relief of finally reaching our destination. Vlad crossed his arms, thinking about the leader who could arrive at any moment, then lowered his head and fell asleep. Let's spin around the matches. Let's joyfully sing around the matches, until the red hair turns black, until the song we were singing ends. A dark yet bright place. Was there even a festival? I could hear children singing from the front. In the dream where I was immersed in a swamp, there was a big bonfire, and the bonfire had a calm flame that illuminated the dark surroundings. The space of my dream was a comfortable place, like a mother's arms. This is a safe and happy place. Feeling this way, Vlad unconsciously began to laugh as the children laughed and talked in front of him. It would be great if there were also a place like this in the dark alleys. Vlad, who suffered in a place where he was always cold and hungry, slowly advanced, drawn by the warmth provided by the bonfire. Inside that bonfire was everything Vlad had wanted as a child. Hot soup, a shelter with a roof, a cozy blanket, and even his mother's laughter. They were all waiting for Vlad inside the bonfire. Spin, spin, spin around the party. Until the song I was singing ended. Until all who were called fell. Vlad! In an instant, I felt unbearable pain in my shoulder. Though it was just a dream, Vlad suddenly regained consciousness and looked back with a surprised expression. Get out of this city right now. Then I looked back at the place. An unknown man with a darkened face was shouting at him. Chapter 171. There is a voice calling in the dark. 2. The blazing bonfire was as warm as a mother's embrace, and the surrounding darkness was as comfortable as a soft carpet. To be honest, it was so comfortable and nostalgic that he wanted to go there right away. But now Vlad was looking forward, not backward. Someone shouting at him to get out of there. The voice of the faceless man was the voice Vlad had been searching for. Vlad, now that he had completed his revenge against Godin and the contract with Joseph, all that remained for Vlad was a promise. It was a promise to find out the name of the voice. Vlad never forgot that promise for a moment. Long time no see. Yes, seeing Vlad say it had been a while. The man finally lowered the hand that shook his shoulder, as if relieved. Although his face was obscured by the backlight, Vlad realized he was smiling happily. Vlad. The first thing I felt as soon as I opened my eyes was a chill that froze me to the bone. My whole body ached, as if I were suffering from body pains, and the breath I exhaled felt cold enough to make me shiver. I definitely think I was in a warm place in my dream. Justia? Long time no see, Vlad. In front of me, finally coming into focus, was a mass of loose platinum blonde hair. A woman looking at me through her loose hair. There was warmth in her eyes that took away the chill from earlier. I guess you were very tired. Justia, the paladin of San Regino. She, who had been together in the fog-filled village, now stroked Vlad's chin with a worried expression. This was to wipe away the sweat that Vlad had created while trembling. Did you ever have a dream? Yes. Justia's thin eyebrows furrowed as she looked at Vlad, who still hadn't fully come to his senses. Along with concern, a trace of anxiety began to form in her eyes. Wake up first, yes. At that moment, an unfamiliar voice came from behind Justia. I don't know if it was because of that voice, but the surroundings suddenly began to get noisy. Deacon! Wake up! You have to come to your senses. It was a noisy commotion that was too much for Vlad, who had finally regained consciousness. Men's voices and prayers echoed all around. Sharp sound vibrations pounded Vlad's ears. What is this now? When I turned my head to look beside me, there was Nibelung, frozen in embarrassment, and even the sight of Jean, still asleep, leaning on his shoulder. The young deacon, who couldn't easily wake up even when the holy night shook him roughly, could only weakly repeat the lyrics of a song as if he were speaking in his sleep. Spin around. Familiar words that seemed to have heard them somewhere. Jean's faint singing voice pierced through the prayers of the paladins and entered Vlad's ears. Spin? Vlad's armor and sword were warming up with the sound of Jean's faint singing. It was the warmth of the dream moment when the voice grabbed Vlad's shoulder and lifted him up. Nice to meet you. I am Gunther, the second commander of the Northern Orthodox Church. I'm Vlad, the Knight of Bayezid. Perhaps due to the fog, the sunlight didn't enter the office even though it was noon. Maybe that's why Vlad couldn't properly recognize the face of the man whose back was now facing the window. Yes, Vlad. I already knew your name. A man with impressive turquoise hair, oiled and carefully combed back. The man who introduced himself as Gunther was also the person currently in control of the city of Moshiam. It's an honor for you to recognize me. Rather, I feel more honored. Let's shake hands. Vlad looked at the hand passing over the table. His hands were too smooth and unscathed to be considered a swordsman holding a sword. Thank you for bringing Deacon Andreas home safely. What will happen to Jean? But this wasn't important for Vlad. The outward appearance of the man in front of him, or the public comments he made about himself, had no significance. They say he's still asleep. He'll probably be asleep until night. According to our investigation, Gunther rubbed his head with a worried expression, pulled out a large cigarette from a drawer and began to light it. What's the investigation about? Hasn't Moshiam been purified yet? There's probably someone in the Vatican who can really tell you about that. The smoke entered deeply into his lungs and slowly began to come out of his mouth. We're the ones who came to investigate it. The smoke from the cigarette spread through the air, obscuring the light that barely penetrated through the fog. A city where everything is blurry and confusing. The dark mist floating around reminded Vlad of the letter the priestess had sent him. I will take the deacon with me. That child belongs to the Northern Orthodox Church. It's not something you can meddle with. I am the person whom the bishop has asked to take care of the deacon's well-being. Even that bishop belongs to us. Extend. The ring worn by the leader gleamed on the slightly lowered desk. A ring signifying the rank of Knight Commander, a position of which there are only 2 in the Northern Orthodox Church. There was probably no one here now who could oppose that authority. Thank you again for bringing the deacon here. We will take care of all matters related to that child from now on. Gunther's eyes began to turn fierce as he saw Vlad daring to encroach on his authority. A leader of the Holy Knights who is so noble that it's difficult for even a single knight to dare to look at him. But now Vlad stared back at him through the smoke. Retreat. The city of Moshiam is also the land of the Northern Union. There was work to be done, but it couldn't be completed. Bishop Andreas said to take good care of Jean, but the knight Vlad had not yet acknowledged the handover of the young deacon. For Vlad, Gunther's authority was merely secondary. I am worthy of being a knight of Bayezid in the Northern Alliance. What qualifications? A strange look began to appear in Gunther's eyes as he looked at Vlad. When I thought about it, this pale blue guy in front of me had never even lowered his head in front of me. From now on, I will use my authority to investigate. What? The duties and responsibilities of a knight are not the only things he has. Inherent rights to the articles. The knight Vlad had the right to exercise those rights in this land, where the banner of Bayezid waved. Since you're not telling me the details of why you're trying to take Jean away, I have no choice but to do this. This worse than rumors. A dense silence began to reign, accompanied by the cigarette smoke. Gunther, the owner of the silence, was not particularly angry. He was just looking at Vlad with curious eyes. They said you were a loser. Thanks for the compliment. The cigarette burning between his fingers represented his absurd feelings. In reality, the guy in front of him was the one who broke the indulgence granted by Bishop Pedro. Vlad, Justia Torka. Justia approached Vlad and Nibelun, who were leaving the town hall. Are you going back now? No. Well, I guess I should rest a bit before heading back. That's not all. Justia, who perhaps still didn't know the details of the situation, didn't hesitate in her attitude towards Vlad. She was curious to see how Justia's face would look if she found out he had just fought with Gunther. Anyway, why can't Jean wake up yet? As someone who brought him here, I'm worried. Yes. Seeing Vlad pondering where to go in the fog, Justia naturally took the lead. Vlad and Nibelun naturally started to follow her. The platinum blonde horse, clearly visible even in the dark fog, filled Vlad's field of vision. I can't explain in detail because it's still uncertain. It wasn't long before we noticed the anomaly in Moshiam. What's happening? Justia, who turned around in response to Vlad's question, began to look at Nibelun. Is he someone you can trust? No. In response to Vlad's resolute answer, Justia could only gesture for him to come closer. Nibelun, standing alone in the fog, simply listened intently, confused. When Baron Utman was there, the city was closed off, so I didn't know much about the situation. But as the Vatican stepped forward, we thought only a few traces of evil would remain. Vlad shot a warning glance at Nibelun, who blinked from beyond the fog and focused on the story being told in a whisper. But I feel a weak but sinister energy in this city. I don't know where the source is. The war that took place in Baron Utman's territory was of enormous scale. So much so that even the Lord of Steel who tried to create the Northern Union was shaken. However, there were still unidentified roots left behind, and the Northern Orthodox Church had just confirmed the reality of those roots. So, Jean, we need to investigate the deacon you brought. Now that everything was darkened by the thick fog, the only clue in front of the Holy Knights was the young deacon who was deeply asleep. Although he's not in the best condition, the apprentice named Jean is somehow connected to the origin we're looking for. It's probably a curse targeting young children. If there's an outcome, there's a beginning, and following the thread that connects them is the basis of the investigation. Perhaps Gunther was trying to find the root of the evil spreading in Moshiam, using Jean's existence as a lead. But when I saw you earlier, I saw you were sweating coldly. Justia, who had conveyed what she needed to say, now hinted at the question she had been harboring before. The question was also related to the curse she had just mentioned. Did you also have a strange dream, Vlad? A dream? Yes. The first thing the Holy Knights did when they arrived in Moshiam was to investigate a strange infectious disease that only happened to children. The children of Moshiam, who fell asleep when the sun went down and opened their eyes when it set, said they had the same dream. There's a bonfire, and all the children are singing. In the dream, there are testimonies that the children told their parents they had had those dreams before dying. If you ever had a dream, what is the standard that divides children and adults? Vlad felt a dizzying sense of despair as he recalled his own dream, which was exactly the same as the dream the children had. Shit. A young deacon continues to sleep in a city where the sun is not seen. It seemed that the child Andreas had asked for was still singing with the children of Moshiam. All right. You don't need to explain further. I understand the situation. Following Justia's guidance, Vlad verified that Jean was still asleep in the church they entered. Now they were heading towards the inn. Although the fog was dense and visibility was low, the afternoon was turning into evening. Isn't there any clue, mage? Despite Vlad's question, Nibelun continued to stutter as if unable to escape his own thoughts. It seems that the curse is hidden in something intangible like the fog. Since it has no substance, you can't see it. No, don't say such nonsense. Vlad ran his hand through his hair in frustration and began to grind his teeth. Is there no way? If not, you'll leave here tomorrow. Oh, that's not possible. There's Ch and Vlad's threat seemed to have worked as Nabalan's amber eyes refocused. In fact, I also recommend the method used by the paladins. No matter the method of the curse, it's tied to the entity called Jean. Then, what about Jean? What about Jean? In response to Vlad's question, Nabalan scratched his head with a worried expression. It wouldn't be good to leave him like this. There's no need to wait until tomorrow. Go now. I thought about lending a hand to the cat to see if it would help, but the cat turned out to be just a cat. In that case, you don't need to bring it with you. Pop, 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 pop. What's that? It's a smoker. It's something beekeepers usually use to drive away bees. The object Nabalan hastily pulled out of his bag, perhaps in response to the threat, was something Vlad had never seen before in his life. Why is that? The fog is something that obscures what originally exists. The intention is obvious. Pop, pop, pop. When Nabalan pulled the handle, the smoker began to move with an alarming sound. However, the strange thing was that, contrary to the explanation, no smoke came out of the smoker's nozzle. Is it broken? I tested it to see if that was the case, and it seemed to work fine. Nabalan's face was turning red, as if pulling the handle was difficult, but Vlad seemed to understand why he was going through so much trouble. Is it gone? It's because it's a fake fog. That's what this smoker is for. In the middle of the city's empty street, Vlad watched with curiosity as Nabalan vigorously waved the smoker. As the frivolous sound grew louder, the surrounding landscape became clearer. The cat's magical object was absorbing the fog and illuminating the surroundings. Chapter 149. Chapter 172. There is a voice calling in the dark. 3 buzzing. Some say that before dawn is when the darkness is deepest. And now, in the deepest darkness of the city of Mashiam, 2 men were walking in the dense fog, with a very unsettling sound. How long do I have to keep pulling this? Until we find it. And when will that be? I guess when we see it, no? Vlad was constantly pulling on the handle, and small blood vessels were already appearing on his forehead. It looked like an ordinary fumigator, but it was so incredibly stiff that it was hard to hold it for long, even with Vlad's grip strength. Anyway, we have to find it quickly. Our situation right now is very suspicious. I agree. As Vlad said, both of them were dressed so suspiciously that they wouldn't dare to make excuses if the guards caught them. Nabalan wore a strangely shaped crow mask, and Vlad covered his mouth with a mask. Anyone who saw them now would be surprised, but both had their own reasons for dressing like this. I'll say it again, you must not take off the mask. What's in the fumigator is poisonous herb. I said I understood. A sharp warning reached Vlad, who was trying to take off the mask. To burn a lie, something crueler is needed. The fumigator that burned the fake fog was filled with poisonous herb powder specially made by Nabalan. Damn cat! He cursed inwardly, but he didn't dare let it out. In an unknown situation like the current one, even Vlad needed a guide. And the wizard Nabalan was also a person with enough ability to guide. Wait a minute. Did you find it? Vlad couldn't hide his joy when Nabalan told him to stop for a moment. He couldn't say it out of pride as a knight, but pulling the strangely stiff fumigator was quite a difficult task even for Vlad. Yes, I think I found it. Nabalan looked at his palm with tense eyes. A small rag doll danced on his palm. Although the button eyes blinked a little due to the lack of skill of the maker, The dancing movement seemed as lively as if it were really alive. "Here it is." Towards where the dancing doll pointed. Vlad and Nibelung, leaning against the alley wall, looked in the direction indicated by the doll's fingertips. "I think we've come to the right place." "That's right. The outskirts of the city without a single person in sight." In the place where both their gazes were directed, there was a sign swaying slowly in the wind and creaking. "Common Cemetery of the Holy Focus Foundation." Following the doll's guidance and burning the fake fog, they arrived at a cemetery located in Mosham, the city. "Why don't you go in? You've always been leading. Now that we've found our destination, it's your turn to lead. Come to think of it, I think I didn't like cats." With a murmur saying that dogs were the best, both Vlad and Nibelung switched positions. Without anyone needing to say it, the dry sound of swallowing saliva from both of them was heard as they looked at the cemetery. The strange curse that had spread among the children of Mosham was accompanied by the following symptoms: deep sleep, similar dreams, and a progressively lower body temperature. And here, at this moment, the newly awakened young deacon also exhibited the same symptoms. "Do you feel cold? Do you want me to bring you a blanket?" Yes. The paladins around him made bitter expressions as they saw Jean shivering as soon as he woke up. Mosham was full of parents who had lost their children, and the last memories of their children, while they talked as if they were paling, were exactly the same as Jean's behavior now. "Have you felt anything strange in your dreams?" Istia, holding Jean's trembling shoulder, was doing her best to prevent the child from getting scared, but she had already seen too much to do so. Paladins surrounding the bed, and people noting down everything they say. No matter how innocent a child is, in a situation like this, he would have no choice but to realize that something is wrong. "Well, that's it. Tell me." Justia's voice was warm, but Jean's lips only murmured. Feeling anxious in an unfamiliar environment and among unfamiliar people, the young deacon turned his gaze to the familiar blonde hair. Seeing the child's eyes as if seeking help, Vlad silently walked to the bed. "Tell me, deacon." "I can't help you if you don't tell me. But don't worry." Vlad grabbed Jean's shoulder, trembling with anxiety, and looked at the young deacon with wide eyes. "Look, I haven't abandoned you yet, deacon." A guide who has been with Andreas so far, at his request. Jean's eyes, which had been shaken by Vlad's words, saying that he was still under his control, were slowly calming down. "I don't know about the evil energy, but yes, there was something I felt for sure. Not an ordinary child, but a deacon directly under the command of Bishop Andreas. He testified a child who had been raised in God's arms for a long time. The bonfire I saw in my dream definitely felt sacred inside it. Yes, both Jusia, who was questioning Jean's sudden response, and Gunther, who silently crossed his arms behind him, stopped what they were doing. A bonfire as warm and comforting as a mother's embrace. The young deacon said he felt divine energy within it. Sacred energy. What the hell is this? Sacred energy mixed in a sinister dream. Amid the commotion over John's unexpected answer, there was a man who acted quickly on his own. "Ah, thank you for your effort," John suddenly shouted from the stabbing sensation in his neck, but meanwhile Vlad, who was embracing him, was stroking his head as if nothing was wrong. "Don't worry. Rest for a bit now." "Yes." Seeing Jean scratching his neck bewildered, Vlad quickly covered him with a blanket. Vlad was stroking the young deacon, and before he knew it, there were some wet strands of hair on his fingertips. It was Jean's hair. "Sure, that's where the curse I cast is pointing. Let's take the lead." I said I understood. Jean's hair was tied to the still dancing doll, a sinister mage and a plague doctor following death. The method Nibelung chose to understand the source of the curse transmitted through dreams was to curse Jean himself. There's no time. Dawn will come soon. I also know that. Nibelung, who tied his thread to the end of an unknown dream, successfully completed his mission just as Vlad wanted. And from now on, as Nibelung had just said, it was time for Vlad to take the lead. I can't call for help. Affiliation wasn't the issue, but rather time. The curse floating around Mashim City was hidden in the fog and floated like a weak bubble. It also meant that if it wasn't now, even the place we work so hard to find would soon be useless. Can't I cross the wall? Aren't you a cat? I'm not a cat. I'm a beast man. He's actually being condemned. Vlad quickly scaled the cemetery wall, but Nibelung, who was below, simply blinked, still. He's a guy who requires a lot of effort. Vlad climbed the wall, almost carrying Nibelung on his back, and as soon as he entered, he quickly looked around. The atmosphere of the cemetery instantly calmed any irritation you had just felt. Under the thick fog were filled with names of countless deceased people. The fog has become thicker. Even Nibelung, who was always distracted by the increasingly sinister, was tense and listening intently. I don't know if it was my mood, but I felt like I could feel a small vibration beneath the ground I was standing on. There's a voice calling in the darkness, and when I turned my head to that place, the sound of an order came from the two who were hiding among the tombstones and holding their breath. No matter who heard it, the suspicious spell came from the depths of the cemetery. Let's go. Yes, the eyes of the knight who wanted to lift the curse and the mage who wanted to see death lit up at the same time. The doll's dance intensified as it followed the orders it heard. I think that if I'm with you, I won't be fooled by those eyes that look in the darkness. I think it's 3-4. From what I saw, it was 4. A cemetery in the darkest dawn before sunrise. There was a magic circle faintly glowing. It was a magic circle drawn by unknown men, wandering the land of the dead. We're completing the djinn through orders. I don't exactly know what you're trying to do. Anyway, it's better to stop it before it's completed. As the barely audible spell progressed, the magic circle drawn on the ground began to glow brighter and brighter. As the magic circle glowed, impatience began to arise in Vlad's heart. Not yet. Still, the situation can only be resolved if you know the enemy and understand the situation. The teachings of August that pierced the darkness were showing Vlad the way. There are 4 men wandering the cemetery. Among them, there are 2 at the camp, and an unidentified flask placed inside the magic circle. Can you break that flask? If only it were just a flask. All right. This time, in response to Vlad's words, Nibelung carefully pulled out a sling from his backpack. Seeing him prick up his ears as if he had finished preparing, Vlad quietly closed his left eye. Restrain the impulse impressively. As he took a deep breath, an ancient voice of counsel echoed in Vlad's mind. Vlad's left eye, which was closed, had a golden light brighter than any other color. Who are you? Who is there? A single golden stream that didn't fit in at all in this place. Vlad's attack, finally appearing, was so swift that the men weren't able to react. Crack! 1 down. Vlad cut down one of the 2 outside. He didn't even realize Vlad was coming. Stop! No! Starting with the bishop. 1 man inside the camp can be seen drawing his sword urgently, but it was already too late. Swoosh! 2. The second man saw Vlad coming, but couldn't draw his sword. He was dazzled by Vlad's magnificent colors. Protect the sacred relic. Ah! The man who seemed to be the leader of the group quickly pointed to the jar, but the suspicious jar belonged to Nibelung. A sharp, unidentifiable sound resonated from the slungshot fired. Clang! A broken jar with a sound like that of a woman crying. The scent emanating from inside was that of fresh herbs. Someone told me. Vlad cut down 2 of the 4 in an instant, and even broke the suspicious jar. Standing in front of the man who seemed to be the group's leader, Vlad looked at his face and grinned fiercely. The man, who couldn't hide his bewildered expression as he looked at the sword pointed at him, was also someone Vlad knew well. "What's going on here? Bishop Pedro, shit!" Literally in the blink of an eye. The only man not subdued tried to approach, but Nibelung's slungshot was already aiming at him. "You spread a curse here. I am a faithful follower of God and Bishop of the Holy See. Do you think I would do such a thing? Then why are you here?" A broken jar and subdued men, and even the triangular flag that is gradually losing its color. Pedro exploded in anger towards Vlad, who ruined everything he had planned. "I'm here to lift the curse. Idiot. Those words. Can you believe it? You're the one selling false indulgences and blaming me." Knock, 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 however, Vlad didn't dare to say the words that had come to his lips. "It's all done. This is because of you." A triangle that gradually loses its light under the darkest sky. Vibrations felt from below grew stronger and began to break Vlad's balance. "What the hell are you doing here, quack?" Such a large vibration that even Vlad's voice was absorbed. However, there was a scream from someone that pierced even the vibrations. "Help me!" The man Nibelung's slungshot was aiming at. He was now suspended in the air. Clung to the tips of his toes was something that looked like a bunch of unidentifiable tentacles. "It's the Culifoth tree, God's will spoken backwards." A huge body that emerged crawling from the land of the dead. Branches going to the ground and roots to the sky, and leaves that eat darkness instead of light. What finally appeared was an upside-down hanging tree, defying all the laws of the world. Bishop Dotto. Swoosh! The man pitifully crying in the air was split in half along the roots. Internal organs spilled and fell onto the broken jar. "What the hell is that? I can't even flee now." The land of the dead where only Vlad, Nibelung, and Pedro stood. The triangular formation drawn underneath only emits a faint light. "If you want to survive, help! I need to finish the vortex, Lord Vlad! Let's do it quickly." Grandpa is right. Nibelung, who understood the situation when Pedro shouted that the team needed to be completed, quickly placed Vlad in one of the vertices of the triangle. "What am I supposed to do? Speed up the aura?" Nibelung quickly went in to find the spot of the broken jar. Vlad standing in the place of the man he killed. "I mean, create your own world that you're so proud of." And Pedro reciting a prayer. 3 people standing in front of a fallen tree. "There's a voice calling in the darkness, even if I turn my head towards that place." The voice had spoken. "There are only 3 ways to break the evil curse. I think if I'm with you, I won't be deceived by the eyes that look at me." A knight with his own world. A wizard who defies the rules of the world. And a bishop who exercises the will of God. The prayers sung under the darkest sky rang loudly through the fog of motion. A triangular ginebra shining with it. It was an exorcism to drive out evil beings. Chapter 173. There is a voice calling in the dark. 4 roads in contact. There was a sad city that had no proper lord. A city where the flags of 7 families waved, but no one took charge. It was a city where even parents who had lost their children cried breathlessly, but there was an office that was still lit well into the night. "I can't find it." Gunther squinted under the dim candlelight. He was currently focused on finding something as he opened a book that looked old. There's nothing that fits. The thick book he was opening at that moment was called the Book of Exorcism, a book that recorded all the demons that had appeared in the history of humanity. However, even as he looked at the book, which was no different from the treasure of the church, Gunther's expression showed no signs of calming down. "Is this a new demon?" All strange things leave their traces. It can change over a long period of time and can hide through intention, but its true nature cannot be concealed. However, Gunther could only discover it after flipping through the last page of the Book of Exorcism. The strange energy currently hanging over Mosheim is a new entity that has not been recorded in the long history of the Church. Kung. Gunther sighed as he closed the book, and at that moment he stumbled and grabbed onto the desk due to the strong vibration he felt under his feet. Is it an earthquake? The office furniture toppled as if there had been an earthquake. However, Gunther was more surprised by the strange energy spreading through the mist than by the vibrations under his feet. Gunther quickly opened the window and looked outside. When he opened the window, the first thing that greeted him was the sharp sensation of the mist. With that sharp feeling, Gunther could sense that something was wrong. Gung. Gunther tried to quickly awaken the Holy Knights due to the sudden situation, but what soon unfolded was something that even left him spellbound. Majestic exorcism? The darkest dawn before dawn. In the distance, on the outskirts of the city, there was a column of light piercing through the darkness. Although still pale and thin, the pillar that clearly reached the sky was the only bright beacon in a sea of mist. Although they constantly recited prayers, Pedro's eyes never left the two men. A blond boy who wouldn't be happy even if he got into trouble with a humble beastman mage. However, Pedro's eyes gazing at the two were not filled with anger, but only with a different kind of look. This makes absolutely no sense. Even for Pedro, the current situation was a series of incomprehensible events. The strange tree that suddenly emerged from the ground was one thing, but what surprised Pedro even more was the pillar of light touching the sky. So, what should you do with me? This wasn't the retreat line that was supposed to extend so far. However, the majestic pillar of exorcism now rising above the exorcism line was so tall and bright that it was beyond Pedro's imagination. This camp we're in is some kind of amplification camp. It gives strength to the person standing on the brink. Nibelun was equally puzzled, but the mystery hunter could still figure out what the camp they were currently in meant. However, it's called cutting. That guy. As Pedro's prayers grew, the light of solemn exorcism became clearer. Nibelun, realizing his role when he looked at the broken flask, quickly drew the hand seal and began to connect the divine light with a mysterious line. You can do whatever you want. A triangle where points and lines touch and lines and points connect. And in the last corner where they connected, Vlad stood. Ah! The sword of the world tree you hold heats up. However, the heat wasn't pain, but just the cry of a shell about to break. It wasn't just the city of Mosheim that was shaken by great tremors. Vlad's world was also shaken by finding new boundaries. Isn't this going to be a big problem? Vlad was scared by the situation he faced both internally and externally, but that didn't allow him to let go of the sword he held. Because the upside-down tree noticed the strange and began to howl. The Kulifoth tree, which turned mist into clouds and earth into sky, raised its sharp roots towards the column of light rising in the right direction. Vlad, idiot! Dodge fast. Pedro and Abilan's urgent voices were heard among the prayers and incantations. The world of divinity and mystery was inside. The approaching threat was real, and the only thing that could bring it down now was Vlad's red-hot sword. Damn it! The shadow of the roots is darker than darkness. Vlad, seeing the beginning of destruction looming over his head, had no choice but to grit his teeth and raise his sword. The completely dark world was something he wouldn't wait for until he was ready. That's why it's necessary. Though I believed I had grown, I still felt uncomfortable. Bend the boundaries of the world. Let's support each other. Vlad's world was shaken by the sacred and the mysterious, on the edge of the limits. A bubble hidden deep in the world finally began to surface. The name of the world, of which only traces remained, was the voice. Add height to your world. My world is a point. What you touched was the line. So what was created was the cotton. When they lean against each other, another world is created. The child's world was always looking at the sky. Ugh! Following the advice of the voice resonating in his soul, Vlad's world slowly began to take shape. A triangular pyramid created by bending divinity, mystery, and my world along the contact surface. Vlad's world, ascending towards the sky, began to take the form of a tree. Crack! The majestic light of the archangel, reaching the sky, began to quickly diminish. Like a halo of light formed at the highest point of a triangular pyramid. However, the light, which sharpened as it narrowed, still hung from the tip of Vlad's sword. Ah! Ah! Vlad, burdened with a light heavier than a mountain, swung his sword with all his might. What we need are words of encouragement and very small pieces of advice. If you're in the right place, anyone can handle it correctly. Arr! A thin line following the path of the sword. The light that reached the sky passed through the city of Mushiam and powerfully created a semicircle. Ka! Ka! A trajectory that begins in divinity is guided by mystery and is drawn by possibility. The tree, which was completely upside down, only extended its pitiful roots towards the approaching sword. Whoosh! Over the city cemetery at dawn, there fell a rain of dark red color. Everything was upside down, but the flowing blood fell to the ground. What the hell is this? Gunther, who hurried to the cemetery with the holy knights, was speechless when he saw the scene before his eyes. A cemetery filled with dark red blood. There was only one thing Gunther could say about the ground he walked on, the graves he could see, and everything painted in bright red. What the hell happened here? Lord Vlad. Well, the bursting copper light still dimly illuminated the remaining retreat line, and 3 people collapsed there, gasping for breath. Vlad, bearing the heaviest burden among the 3, lay down and greeted Gunther with a truly subtle expression. We found the culprit. What culprit? The criminal who took the children. Gunther turned his head to follow the direction indicated by Vlad's finger. Then what he saw there was a partially split tree. It was a large tree that looked like it had grown for 100 years. That? Height. But Gunther couldn't help but furrow his brow as he looked at the tree. That tree, still spitting blood, emitted such a strange energy that all the paladins present could feel it. Cough. Ha! This idiot. While all the knights were absorbed in the tree of Culifoth, Bishop Pedro, dragging his weary body, quietly approached Vlad and whispered in his ear. The old master of the sword wielded his weapon with divine will, but it seems you can't even bear the divinity of a single bishop. He was glad he had cut down the tree, and fortunate to be alive, but it was inevitable that Vlad was making a strange expression. Now that it is hidden again, it won't be easy to bring it to light this time. What are you going to do now? Just shut up. There was a dark blood stain next to the root, still spewing blood. At the end of the bloodstains, which seemed to have been torn by something, there was a hole whose depth could not be determined. That deep hole that people were afraid to even look at was also where all the upside-down trees had climbed. Vlad, staring at the hole with anxiety, closed his eyes as if he had no other choice. He didn't reach the tree, and Pedro beside him was trembling, but Vlad decided not to worry. Good job. This is your first time, but it's enough. He couldn't hear it again now, but the breath of the voice still lingering in his ear clearly told him that he had done a good job. After silently reflecting on the sound, Vlad nodded and got up. The rising sun of this morning rested on Vlad's blonde hair. It was a forest older than the history of the empire. Specifically, it is a forest that borders the central frontier area where the northern barony of Utman and Dobrechi meet. The forest, dividing the two areas as if scratched with a nail, was so wide and deep that even adventurers were reluctant to enter. Ha! Ha! The deep sigh of a woman echoed from a ruined mansion in the middle of the place. The woman, gazing northward with the morning sun rising, clasped her hands without even wiping away the tears forming at the corners of her eyes. Who the hell dared to intimidate my children? These are children who haven't even been born yet. It was a seed barely sown through a fair transaction. Her eyes, looking northward, were filled with powerless sadness. It was like the gaze of a mother looking at her wounded child. I can't do that. I have to go see for myself. She was clearly standing, yet her toes wiggled as if they hadn't touched the ground. Her toes, floating as if tethered somewhere, rejected the existence of the earth that living beings must tread upon. Will you come with me? In the north, there is everything, not only for my children, but also for whatever one desires. The crumbling mansion was filled with people who were dead but not dead. But even among them, there was someone she loved most. There's a dragon there. The dragon you tried to kill. The man slowly opens his eyes as he listens to her whispered words. However, the reason he opened his eyes was probably for a single word he heard in his ear, instead of her telling him to go with her. Dragon. Yes, a dragon. The man's voice was very hoarse, as if he hadn't used it in a long time. However uncomfortable it was to hear, the words spoken were clear. A man who opened his eyes at the word dragon. Those eyes, covered in pure white fur, were whitish-gray eyes devoid of light. Chapter 151. Chapter 174. People who returned. 1. The sound of someone praying echoed in the empty prison. Although the stone floor felt the winter cold, the man knelt reverently. Bishop Pedro chanted a prayer as he looked through a small window in the prison. Dragulia was helping and instigating this. Gunther, who was observing the scene outside the window, frowned at Pedro's last response. Perhaps they didn't believe everything he said, but Monsignor Pedro was also deeply connected to the current situation. Is there any reason for someone bound by an oath to do something like this? I believe it's now my turn to ask a question. Pedro, who had finished praying, rose slowly. A Vatican bishop who returned to Mashiam to finish an unfinished job. A small ray of morning light floated behind his tall and imposing figure. Did you happen to tell the boy from Bayezid? What do you mean? The majestic will of God. The sword of the faithful that defeats the devil. Pedro's eyes were sharp as he stood in front of the bars. Pedro and Gunther decided to exchange questions and answers instead of foolish attempts like interrogations or torture. Pedro, who had honestly answered Gunther's question, now posed the question he had promised. Now I ask if the Northern Orthodox Church taught a man named Vlad the essence of the Trinity. The dark dawn from yesterday. There was a majestic divine will rising from the fog-filled city. Indeed, it was a column of light so straight and tall that even Pedro, who prepared the magic, was surprised. I should have shared. Is breaking away from the central headquarters and acting as if they were the owners just a whim of the nobility? That's why Pedro has no choice but to suspect. Because the sword that Vlad showed yesterday was too grand to have been achieved by the improvisation of a single night. The essence of unity, which cannot be achieved without learning, was clearly on the tip of the young man's sword. If you wanted to sell something, you should have sold indulgences. If you forsake the church's essence in that way, we never taught him. You never taught him? But his anger was misdirected. As Gunther said, the Northern Orthodox Church has never taught any essence to outsiders. Then, by any chance, is it Andreas? Bishop Andreas is not an exorcist. It's impossible for you to know our methods. There was an outcome, but there was no cause. Pedro clearly witnessed the merging of worlds at the tip of Vlad's sword, yet it is said that no one taught him. So who guided the boy from Bayezid along the way? Does this make sense? The essence of the Trinity can only be used if there is an authentic source. For the essence to stand alone, there had to be a ground that sustains all worlds. It's a skill that cannot be used if there's no one to properly support it. Pedro's divinity, Nibelung's mystery, Vlad's aura, and the lowest source backing them. Pedro had no idea what kind of world lay beneath. However, one thing is certain, the world of Songhai originated from someone who had much more knowledge than expected. Otherwise, there would be no way for the light Vlad wielded yesterday to cut down the wicked upside-down sky tree. The room was filled with the warmth of the fireplace, but Jean's lips were still blue as he lay in bed. Vlad couldn't relax his stern expression as he listened to Jean's increasingly shallow breathing and watched his lips turn blue. About 3 days left? Maybe. Right now, the leader's doing everything he can to find a way. It was said that children infected with the curse displayed common symptoms and died. Deep sleep, similar dreams, and a progressively lower body temperature. The children, who slept fitfully when the sun rose and woke up only when it set, trembling with chills, said they couldn't hold on for a week. And today was the 4th day since Jean fell under the curse. He said, "Please take care of him." Vlad felt depressed as he recalled Andreas saying he would take good care of the young deacon. Then he should have somehow killed the cursed tree. If he had done that, Jean wouldn't have fallen asleep again. Jusia looked worriedly at Vlad, who didn't leave Jean's side. Vlad clearly blamed himself for exerting himself despite needing rest. Don't blame yourself too much. No one could have handled it as well as Lord Vlad if they faced that situation for the first time. Nibelung, standing awkwardly by the door, nodded as if agreeing with Justia's words. But Vlad, who was actually involved, just looked down at Jean with his head bowed without responding. "Are you busy? Hey!" At that moment, Gunther's voice suddenly echoed in the silent room. The eyes of the three were focused on his presence, which not even Nibelung, standing in the doorway, could sense. "No. Then can I talk to you two for a moment?" His well-combed but slightly tousled hair gave a hint of Gunther's concerns. However, Vlad's bloodshot red eyes also elicited pity, so the two, who shared the same worries, didn't hesitate to speak of. "Let me apologize first. The reason we tried to forcibly retrieve Jean's body was because we believed we could break the curse with our own strength." Vlad and Gunther, stepping out into the hallway, exchanged wary looks. Though their first encounter was a bit different, now the two had to solve the same problem. I admit my shortcomings. It turned out to be bigger than I expected. I understand. Can we say that the issue between us ends here? Because I have more urgent matters? If you were in a position like Gunther's, there would be no need to explain the situation to Vlad, who was just a knight. However, Vlad of Schoarra was the one who cut down the Kulifoth tree, a symbol of the inverted sky, so this was also an act of respect towards Gunther's way. The situation is more serious than I thought. The city will be sealed off soon. I plan to issue an evacuation order and clear out this area. What about Jean? That's the problem. There was no doubt that the Kulifoth tree was the cause of the current illness not only in Moshiam, but also in the barony of Atman. Though what they were trying to protect was slightly different. Gunther and Vlad, the cursed tree, had to be killed. The hole through which the tree escaped has already become a space beyond the reach of God's will. It means you can't physically touch it. The hole in the cemetery investigated by the Holy Knights was like a bottomless abyss. It looks like an entrance, but it turns out to be a trick. You'll never reach the Qalifoth tree through that hole, which is as intangible as the faint mist surrounding the city. And so? Is there no solution, Captain? It's not that there's no way. With those words, Gunther began to scrutinize Vlad closely. Vlad was taken aback by the look in his eyes, as if it were something new. How old are you this year? Why suddenly? It's important. So answer quickly. The question was mundane, but the power it granted was significant. It was the kind of impulse that only those with confidence and alternatives could exude. I'll be 20. Your current age. 20 or 2 months less. You're still 19. Vlad had increased his age, as was customary in the alleys, but in front of the leader of the Northern Orthodox Church, that was out of the question. It's impressive. Not yet 20 years old, but already here. Gunther made a puzzled expression as if Vlad's young age had struck him again, but in the current situation, it seemed an appropriate age. Why do you suddenly ask my age? I see an entrance that's still open. The Qalifoth tree, which is still devouring the young deacon and the baron, doesn't belong to this world, so you can't physically communicate with it, and it's already hidden in darkness and can't be revealed. However, Gunther managed to find the only way to communicate with the tree. It's a curse only children have. Gunther pointed with his chin towards the room where Jean lay. And right at this moment, there's a knight standing in front of me who's between adulthood and youth. And this time towards Vlad. Now in front of Gunther, there was a knight with a strange appearance, who was mature enough to be a child, but still young enough to be a young man. It's possible you can reach that tree through a dream. At Gunther's words, Vlad remembered the dream he had in Moshiam. The darkness was like a mother's embrace and a distant bonfire. The dream where I escaped with the help of the voice was clearly the same dream, Jean-Chan. And the entrance is small, so only you, who are still young, can pass through. I understand. Faced with Gunther's gesture, a paladin standing in the hallway quickly approached and opened the box he was holding. Inside the box was a shiny black liquid, along with a syringe that looked blunt. It's a curse extracted from Jean. It's not perfect because it's urgent, but this will also be able to connect your world with Jean's. Gunther's prediction was accurate, and Vlad, confident thanks to his experience, silently nodded. All the entrances were blurry, but as Gunther said, there was still one entrance that could reach the tree. The name of the entrance is John. The young deacon and the tree in Qalifoth were still connected by a thread called a dream. I won't force you. The black liquid dripping from inside the syringe is sinister, the same color as the tears of a woman wandering in search of her son. It would be a lie to say I didn't shiver at the sight of that all-too-familiar color. Let's do it. I'll go. But Vlad decided not to hesitate in taking the syringe. Jean, who now trembled as if standing in mud, would also need a light to lean on. Now I can finally live up to the name given to me by the bishop. I understand. After confirming Vlad's determination, Gunther nodded. Well, he must have had this level of power to be able to build the reputation he has now at such a young age. I'll definitely come prepared. Please wait a moment. With a gesture from Gunther, the door to the room opened again. There were Joshua and Nibelun, who waited for him with perplexed expressions. And even the image of Jean still lying down and breathing weakly. Ha! With a brief sigh, Vlad walked over to the bed where Jean lay and took the young deacon's hand. Jean's hands, clasped again, were a little colder than before. It was a small hand that would probably permanently stiffen after 3 days. There was no time. A decision was made, and preparations were completed. Now there's only executing the plan left. Vlad, lying next to Jean, closed his eyes as he listened to the prayer recited by Gunther himself. The bed next to Vlad was already filled with the paladins and priests Gunther had selected. Unable to open his eyes to check, but I believe Justya was probably reciting the same prayer I heard along with them. Tsk. A sudden feeling of numbness in the back of the neck. With that sensation, Vlad gritted his teeth as if being sucked in. The strangely warm sensation reminded him of his mother's embrace, but the chill running through his blood made Vlad shiver constantly. Despite how warm it was, the terrible sensation subsided. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was total darkness. Jean, who was by his side, and the prayer I heard had vanished into the total darkness. I came to the right place. The bonfire I had seen at that moment wasn't visible, but Vlad felt he had come to the right place and silently took a deep breath. None? Just like back then, everything was dark, but there was one thing that was a little different. When he raised his head, he saw a light. It seemed like starlight breaking through black clouds. If you're lost where you need to go, follow the light I'm sending you. Gunther didn't leave all the burden solely on Vlad. For Vlad, wandering through the world of curses, Gunther volunteered to be his guide. He's probably still quietly reciting a prayer alongside Vlad to maintain the starlight. All right. See you. Vlad still couldn't relax from the cold surrounding his body. However, Vlad froze again when he saw a hand protruding from the darkness. Ch told you to flee. I hear a familiar voice along with a protruding hand. Vlad, recognizing the man's identity by that voice, smiled a little. What can I do? You have to pay what you owe. Anyway, knights are famous for not listening. There's received grace and there's a vow to fulfill. The voice in the darkness had no choice but to awaken Vlad, who returned to protect them. Perhaps this guy rolling on the ground came back for what I said. Let's go, I'll guide you. It feels strange to touch you with my own hands. Vlad smiles, amazed by the fact that he's actually touching the voice he just heard. The voice said, looking at the young man like that, who ended up laughing to himself. You stupid kid. The two worlds that had finally made contact embraced each other like this. Just like when they signed the contract for the first time, the starlight in the night sky shone upon them. All the worlds within this world are precious, but not all can be protected. Yet you are the ones who vowed to protect. If you are where you should be, if you are in the right moment, do not hesitate. That will be my second rule. Do not hesitate to fulfill your oath and become a beacon that illuminates the darkness. My Knights. Chapter 175. People who returned. 2. The man walks and the boy follows him. Behind the steps of the man walking in the darkness, the steps of the boy overlapped once again. Only the light of the stars following them silently illuminated the overlapping footprints. I think I've seen that sword somewhere before. Yes? No matter how many times I walked the unknown path, it had no end, and surprisingly, the voice ahead did not draw closer. When even the surrounding darkness seemed faint, a sword gleaming in the starlight suddenly entered Vlad's field of vision. A silver sword richly adorned with colorful jewels. However, the familiar shape hidden behind the splendor stirred something in Vlad's memory. At first glance, it seems expensive. Is that yours? In a way. It's a title that seems quite unfamiliar. So, what should I do then? I really don't have a name to call you. The voice stopped laughing as it watched Vlad shrug. Now that I think about it, we haven't even exchanged names yet. You still don't remember your name? No. It seems like you got hit pretty hard on the back of your head. If this happens, it's pointless to search high and low for it here. Ethan, tell me, who am I that you've been searching for all this time? The voice ahead suddenly stopped and looked at Vlad. His figure was close, but somewhat vague. Seeing his appearance flicker like a candle, Vlad quickly began to speak. First of all, it has to do with spirits. It seems you're moving lost spirits from one place to another. You go on. Following the voice urging him to respond, Vlad began to follow, lost in thought. I don't know if it was my mood, but I felt like his distant back had drawn a little closer. It also relates to other races, elves and dwarves. Your tracks led there. And, judging by the fact that the White Serpent of Dirmar recognized you, it's also related to the first chief of Haynal. The more he answered, the more slowly Vlad's steps caught up with the voice. However, Vlad was so focused on responding that he didn't notice the distance between him and the approaching voice. And Vlad had always thought about this. What kind of person is the voice? What kind of person was the one who reached me through a black lightning bolt? It's the swordsmanship I use. Was it? Did I hear that this is a sword technique used by the imperial family? Aye, and so what? Is that how it went? The swordsmanship taught to me by the unknown voice was an uncommon swordsmanship, said to be taught only to knights of the imperial family. Seeing that the voice didn't pay much attention to the mention of the sword as an imperial sword, Vlad simply pursed his lips. Hey, maybe. No, really. What? A word too big to pronounce was caught in Vlad's throat. All the clues gathered throughout the journey so far pointed in the same direction, and there was only one person standing at the end. Unless I made a mistake. Tsk! They've all arrived. Vlad, who had been pondering for a while, suddenly approached and knocked his forehead against his back. The distance between the man who had become so close to me and me was now just one step. Gee, I almost got lost too. I don't know who did it, but it was placed quite crudely. Vlad peeked his head behind the voice in front of him and could make out a large tree floating in the distance. It was a strangely shaped tree, with branches that reached down to the ground and rose fiercely toward the sky. I couldn't even see it until now. That's the existence of the other. You can't see it even if you're right next to it, and it can be clear even if you're far away. Vlad, who had reached the border of his own world, only then could see the other world he was in contact with. That's John's dormant world. In reality, they were side by side, but the world of the young deacon following fate was very far away. My name is Quijano, Dato. Yes? I'd like you to just call me Quijano. I don't like the other names. Vlad looked at the voice, shaking his hand. The man who finally found his name introduced himself as Quijano. I'm Vlad. Yes, Vlad. Nice to meet you. A man and a boy exchanged names in front of a twisted tree. Although the two could not overlap in any place, time, or space, they could at least see each other in the world they faced. You will notice the moment we enter John's world. You did notice it, right? I noticed because you spoke to me. Well, I told you to call me Quijano, not you. The two knights standing before John's world took a deep breath and stepped towards the world's border. Quijano said, entering a foreign world other than one's own is an action that carries great risk. Let's go, yes. But it was a path they had no choice but to take. Even now, the strange tree floating in Jean's world slowly descended and approached. What is this place? Don't be deceived. With firm determination they took a step forward. It was clearly a space filled with darkness just a moment ago, but the surrounding area had already turned into a hallway full of grayish-white bricks. It must be a church. Well, after all, he said he was a deacon. It looks like the church in Varna. I've been here once. Is it a building you know well? Only the basement? Then you don't know it well. Jean's world was built around the church in Varna. For Jean, who had lived his whole life as a deacon, The clearest place was the church in Varna, so it was only natural. If we're talking about a church, it must be the prayer hall. Will Jean be there? We'll find out when we go. The most important goal for both of them now is John's safety. The world of the young deacon, who was about to be consumed in 3 days, still tilted with a creak somewhere. Let's go first. The chapel is on the first floor. The two realized they were underground during the rescue, and quickly began to run down the hallway. I'll take the lead. Okay. The church in Varna was also a significant place for Vlad. It was also where Vlad received the name Vlad of Schoarra from Andreas. Vlad recalled the memory of carrying the cursed woman's coffin and quickly located the stairs. Here. Good. Vlad reached the end of the hallway, which was much longer than he remembered, and kicked open the familiar door. Boom! There was no point in being cautious, as they would have discovered it already. All that matters is swift action. A stone spiral staircase with a swinging door appeared. However, the appearance was completely different from Vlad's memories. Why is this so high? It seems the boy named Jean was afraid of the basement. The stone staircase rising endlessly upwards was much higher than when Vlad had descended with the coffin. It was as if the staircase completely divided the ground floor from the basement, leaving Vlad puzzled. Let's go up first. The two knights began to ascend the stone steps that were as long as the fear harbored by the young deacon. At the end of the seemingly endless stairs, they began to hear someone singing. Spin, spin around, until all the matches are out. Doesn't sound like a hymn, does it? It sounds like a song I've heard in a dream. Despite the long staircase, they finally reached the end and cautiously held their swords as they heard a song coming from the other side of the door. Will you do it or should I? I've been doing it until now. The young man has no guts. The door didn't budge an inch when they tried to push it open. A door that doesn't open is like a prison, so Quijano quickly closed his left eye. Hey, Quijano. What? Not to rush you, but I'd appreciate it if you did it quickly. Well, why? Because something's not right downstairs right now. As Quijano prepared himself, Vlad looked towards the stairs and clicked his tongue. A dark mist slowly began to rise along the spiral staircase, like rising water. Following the mist, the familiar figure of a woman, whom both Vlad and Quijano knew, became visible. I definitely nailed the coffin shut. The deacon must have had a strong memory of that time. There was a woman approaching from below, shedding black tears. A woman who clung to Joseph as she searched for her son. It seems that for young Jean, the memories of that day were a fear difficult to bear. Hurry up. Wait a moment, it's been a long time since I've done this, and it's a bit tricky. Quijano tilted his head once and then smiled as if he had finally figured it out. Crack! Crackle! Lightning began to emanate from his closed left eye. Residual images of lightning began to flow from his closed left eye. A matching color began to flow from the silver sword that was drawn. A radiant white world. It was such a bright light that even the woman who now crawled with tears in her eyes had no choice but to turn her head. The large door was cut through, and Quijano took a deep breath. Vlad's eyes widened as he looked at the cleanly cut cross-section without a speck of dust rising. Are you going to teach me this technique? This is not a technique. It's just a skill. Vlad, who was surprised to see Quijano's sword for the first time, looked back to see if the woman with black tears was following. However, there was only a new door there, blocking the basement. Only then did Vlad realize he was in a dream world, while standing there, as if the previous blow had never occurred. Chapel room, prayer room. Where is the chapel? Follow me. Although he had only entered the building once, Vlad had found the route as he was accustomed to in the back alleys, and the hallway leading to the chapel was still clearly in his mind. Here it is. Good. If the deacon is here, It would be perfect. Inside the chapel, they could hear the strange voice they heard before, but the two had no other choice. They could only hope to find Jean here. However, beyond the door they opened, there was no sign of Jean, whom they were expecting. There were only countless gazes tainted in black. Why are they all here? It seems the curse is already infiltrated. These are not children who belong to the deacon's world. There were many children in the chapel. Their clean clothes and carefully groomed hair were impressive, but the eyes of the children staring at Vlad and Quijano were vacant. Why are they so fixated on the children? Quijano, facing the black-eyed children, looked towards the highest point of the chapel, the highest seat in the chapel, richly decorated with colored crystals. There, where the children had been looking, there was a sinister emblem of the church overturned. The appearance reminded me of a pattern I had seen in the mist-filled village, in front of the mist-filled gate of Moshiambahim. A procession was approaching, a carriage escorted by dozens of people. It was a procession that seemed to be attended by nobles, but the strange thing was that none of the guards had heard them coming. Stop! The procession ahead must stop. The fog thickened. It was as if the procession in front of me was emitting fog. Now in fog so thick that it was difficult to even recognize the soldiers standing beside it, the commander of the guard decided to step forward and stop the unidentified procession. Where are you from? As we approached, the carriage we saw was completely painted black, almost like a coffin. However, unlike the sinister color, every single detail made seemed unusual. If you don't reveal your affiliation, we won't be able to let you in. The appearance of an eerily silent procession, though it seemed like anyone would step forward and respond. Sensing a suspicious atmosphere, several guards slowly began to apply force to the spears they held. Everyone is happy to have returned to their hometown. The captain of the guard listened carefully to the faint sound coming from inside the carriage. Though it wasn't the response he expected, the woman's voice following the mist sound was clear and beautiful, something anyone would listen to attentively. Yes. Shall we get off now? This is Moshiam. Wait a moment. The captain of the guard tried to prevent them from getting off the carriage, but at that moment he felt a strange sensation and held his breath. Creak! The sound of hinges echoed from the fog. However, the captain of the guard was looking under the slowly opening carriage door. This is... Looking down at the ground, the captain of the guard finally understood how they had reached the castle gate without making any noise. The carriage wheels that should be in contact with the ground. However, the carriage wheels visible through the dense fog simply floated in the air. Finally, even the tips of the woman's toes,